Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th. We are starting off live in Melbourne, Australia, in Federation Square, to be specific. You could see celebrations happening, dancing in the streets. This is after an Australian judge reinstated tennis star Novak Djokovic's visa, which was canceled after his arrival last week because he is unvaccinated. So we are possibly getting a press conference from the tennis star's lawyer and his family. And if we get that, we will be sure to stream it for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But as you can see, this is some great news for Australian fans right now. They are definitely celebrating out there. This is something that we've been following since the very beginning here on Live Now from Fox. So we'll continue to bring you any developments on this story. It's one of the top stories that we are following on this Monday morning. Unfortunately, for decades, we welcomed him into our homes to make us smile and laugh. And this morning, a top story that we are following along with the rest of the country is remembering and mourning the very talented Bob Saget and the work he leaves behind after he was found dead last night in an Orlando hotel room. So we will have some live reports coming up on this investigation. No cause of death has been released just yet. And we're also going to bring you the latest on his life, his legacy, and how entertainers are mourning his loss and reacting on social media as well. Another major top story we are going to bring you developments on this morning as well. At least 19 people are dead, including 9 children in a Bronx apartment fire that happened just yesterday. We brought you full breaking news coverage here on Live Now from Fox. More than 6 people were injured and 13 people were still in critical condition at the hospital. So we'll be bringing you the latest on that. Plus, like I just mentioned, breaking overnight, a judge reinstates tennis star Novak Djokovic's visa in Australia. And here's another live look at these celebrations happening out there in Melbourne, Australia. So lots to cover here on Live Now from Fox. As always, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you live from Orlando, Florida this morning. To the left-hand side of your screen, we can give you a breakdown of some of the live reports we've got coming up here just within the next 2 hours. I personally will be with you on set until 10 a.m. Eastern time. That is when my co-host Mike Page will pick up our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona. But at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, we are planning on heading back out live to the Bronx, speaking with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on how a community is trying to recover and how they are mourning the loss of 19 people, including 9 children lost in an apartment fire that happened yesterday in the Bronx. So we'll be getting the latest on that information. And then at 7:15 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to be checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto outside of the Ritz-Carlton where Bob Saget was found and pronounced dead yesterday. It was confirmed by the Orange County Sheriff's deputies late last night on Twitter. So again, we'll bring you full coverage of this here on Live Now from Fox as well. And then at 7:45 a.m. Eastern time, it's a story that just doesn't seem to go away. Thousands of flights getting delayed and canceled each and every day. This is due to COVID-19 and weather. So we're going to be touching base with a travel contributor to talk about what you could do if you have been impacted. Should you travel soon? Should you not? So we'll get the latest on that. But in the meantime, again, I do want to bring you our coverage this morning and start off our top stories by talking about the latest when it comes to the investigation into the death of comedian and actor Bob Saget. The entertainment world mourning the loss of him. He's known to millions as America's dad on the TV series Full House. I can tell you right now, I was a huge fan of this show. This played all the time. I've seen every episode more than once. Officials say he died at the age of 65 in his hotel room yesterday at the Ritz-Carlton right here where we are joining you from in Orlando, Florida. The circumstances are very unclear right now, but detectives say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. So Fox 35 Orlando's Stephanie Buffamonte was first on scene outside of the Ritz-Carlton in Orlando. So I do want to bring you her first report from outside of the hotel, and then we're going to get the latest from Fox Entertainment reporter Ashley Dvorkin on the life and legacy he leaves behind, a look back at some of his projects, his shows. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Deputies say Bob Saget was found unresponsive in his hotel room, but as of now, we don't know why. We were the first TV station on the scene here, and we saw deputies and patrol cars right outside of the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. We were quickly kicked off property by the hotel manager, saying they had no comment at this time, but here's a closer look at that scene. Orange County Sheriff's deputies confirm Full House star and comedian Bob Saget was found dead in his hotel room in the exclusive Ritz-Carlton Orlando hotel. When we arrived on scene, I saw several Orange County Sheriff's deputies standing right outside of the entrance and at least 5 marked squad cars. The sheriff's office tweeted tonight, quote, "Earlier today, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case." America's dad was doing stand-up at the Hard Rock Orlando Friday night and was in Jacksonville Saturday night. He posted this on Instagram after his set in Orlando, saying, "A perfect first show of 2022, and went on to say, "So great to make people laugh and have a good time." After his set in Jacksonville, he posted that he was looking forward to his next show in a couple of weeks, saying, "I'm back in comedy like I was when I was 26. I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it." Like I said, deputies do not believe foul play or drugs were involved, but we are still waiting for the cause of death. Reporting in Orlando, Stephanie Buffamonte, Fox News.
He's coming! He's coming! He's here.
Bob Saget, the actor and comedian who brought laughs and fatherly advice as TV's Danny Tanner on Full House, has died at the age of 65. The Orange County Sheriff's Office said in a statement, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case. Saget starred on Full House from 1987 through 1995 and reprised his role in the reboot Fuller House. Early work also included hosting America's Funniest Home Videos. In recent years, he focused primarily on his stand-up. He also made an appearance on The Masked Singer in 2020 and hosted a podcast called Bob Saget's Here For You. Saget was on a comedy tour at the time of his death. His last post on his social media was about his love for his job. He thanked the audience, saying he had no idea he did a 2-hour set, adding he felt like he was back in comedy like he was when he was 26. Celebrities sharing thoughts include longtime co-star and friend John Stamos, who wrote, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." Actor Joel McHale called Saget one of the most kind and thoughtful people, and he just happened to be one of the funniest on the planet. TV writer Norman Lear says he was hilarious. We were close friends, and I could not have loved him more. Raising Dad co-star Kat Dennings posted, "He was generous, protective, caring, and wonderful," adding, "He talked about his kids constantly." Bob Saget is survived by his 3 daughters from his first marriage to Sherry Kramer and his second wife, Kelly Rizzo. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And to give you a closer look at some of the social media posts that were mentioned in some of these reports. So just heartbreaking to know that Bob Saget did post this final tweet in the early hours of Sunday morning after the first show that he did on a multi-stop comedy tour. That's why he was traveling. The comedy tour was expected to happen in different locations throughout the country up until June, and he was in Orlando to perform, but this was a tweet about his show in Jacksonville saying, "Love tonight's show in Jacksonville, appreciative audience. Thanks again, Real Tim Wilkins, for opening. I had no idea I did a 2-hour set tonight. I'm happily addicted again to this," you see that word. Check bobsaget.com for my dates in 2022. So this just goes to show you really truly do not know when your last moments in life could be. Again, we have no cause of death, and we will be checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team multiple times this morning to learn more about the ongoing investigation. But as you saw, several of his former co-hosts and colleagues posting, John Stamos, who played Uncle Jesse with him on Full House for more than a decade, saying, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." This tweet coming from Candace Cameron Bure, who played his daughter DJ on Full House, saying, "I don't know what to say. I have no words. Bob was one of the best human beings I've ever known in my life. I loved him so, so much." We're also hearing from Dave Coulier, who played Joey in Full House, his best friend, saying, "My heart is broken. I love you, Bob. Your forever brother, Dave." But he was also not an actor. He was a comedian, too. We've got actor Jim Carrey saying, "Beautiful Bob Saget passed away today at 65. He had a big, big heart and a wonderfully warped comic mind. He gave the world a lot of joy and lived his life for goodness sake." Also posting Joel McHale, as you saw in Ashley Dvorkin's story, saying, "I'm so shocked at Bob Saget's passing, one of the most kind and thoughtful people I've ever come across, and he just happened to be one of the funniest on the planet. I will miss you so much, Bob. Love, your dear friend. I'm so sorry, Kelly Rizzo, and so sorry to the rest of the family." Also bringing you this last tweet coming from Gilbert Gottfried, another comedian, posting pictures saying, "Still in shock. I just spoke with Bob a few days ago. We stayed on the phone as usual, making each other laugh. RIP to friend, comedian, and fellow aristocrat Bob Saget." We also had several comedy clubs out around our nation paying tribute to the late comedian. This is actually video from the Laugh Factory in Los Angeles. There was a sign outside the building saying, "Rest in peace, make God laugh." Obviously a huge, huge loss to the entertainment industry, clearly very unexpected. So again, we'll continue to bring you the latest when it comes to the investigation that is ongoing regarding Bob Saget's death, what we know this morning. You can bet you can stay with our Live Now from Fox team for any new information. Meanwhile, I do want to switch gears here to some more top stories that we are following. Another tragic story to bring you this morning. This is actually a live look outside of the apartment building where a deadly fire claimed the lives of 19 people yesterday, including 9 children, dozens more still injured. This is, again, a live look from outside of the apartment building in the Bronx. Survivors are now trying to figure out their next steps, and firefighters at the scene battling those heavy flames and smoke did everything they possibly could to get the victims out safely. It was something mentioned in a full press conference that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox just yesterday. Sadly, again, 19 people did not survive, including 9 children. Fox's Madeline Rivera has the latest details from New York this morning. I do want to bring you her report right now.
It's being called one of the worst residential fires in New York City history, and fire officials believe they know what caused it.
His head is in all that smoke.
Dramatic cell phone video capturing the response from firefighters trying to save people trapped inside this burning building. Crews using a rescue ladder to pull the victims out as heavy smoke and flames spread quickly. Some residents broke their glass windows for air.
It was just scary. It was scary. I was more worried about my family than myself.
Investigators say it all began Sunday morning when a space heater malfunctioned and sparked a fire. Rescue crews found victims on nearly every floor of the building, some suffering from cardiac arrest. At least 19 people did not survive, including 9 children, and many more rushed to the hospital.
I see a whole bunch of smoke everywhere, so I left. And I left everything. I just grabbed my son and I left.
New York City's Mayor Eric Adams thanked the fire department for their bravery, saying they pushed through the smoke even when their oxygen tanks were empty.
You can't do this if you don't feel attached to the city and this community. And I really want to thank them for putting their lives on the line to save lives.
The Red Cross is helping those who have been displaced find housing. In New York, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
Again, here is that live look outside of the apartment building in the Bronx at this very moment. I did want to let you know again that at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be speaking with our Fox 5 New York team on the latest details surrounding the aftermath of this tragedy, what resources are being offered, how we as viewers and people out of state can help. So again, stick with us for that live report coming up here very shortly. Meanwhile, again, another top story that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. International news that we are following this morning. I do want to bring you the latest when it comes to the fact that today, tennis star Novak Djokovic won a court battle to stay in Australia to contest the Australian Open despite being unvaccinated against COVID-19. But the government threatened to cancel his visa a second time. Federal Circuit Court Judge Anthony Kelly reinstated Djokovic's visa, which was canceled after his arrival last week because officials decided he didn't meet the criteria for an exemption to an entry requirement that all non-citizens be fully vaccinated. The judge also ordered the government to release Djokovic within 30 minutes from a Melbourne quarantine hotel where he has spent the last 4 nights. Government lawyer Christopher Tran told the judge after the ruling that the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs will consider whether to exercise a personal power of cancellation. That would mean Djokovic could again face deportation and could miss the Australian Open, which starts on January 17th. Speaking with television networks out there, the tennis star's brother described the judge's ruling as a great defeat for Australian authorities. And we do still have this live look outside of a square in Melbourne where you can see that people are still celebrating, obviously very happy about this news. Whether or not we get any more remarks or a press conference from the family, from the attorney, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But as you can see, this is news that Australians out there are very happy about, but it could come with some more drama. We do know, like I just mentioned, the government did threaten to cancel his visa a second time. So we're going to be closely continuing to follow this story for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I'm going to take you out to the White House and stick to some political headlines out in Washington, D.C. That is because today, the Biden administration's federal vaccine mandates officially go into effect. I also do want to bring you out to Chicago when we come back because we've been following the fact that Chicago public schools have canceled in-person classes and gone back to remote learning due to a rise in cases and what they're describing as a mishandling of COVID-19 in the classroom. So we're going to talk about how they have officially decided to cancel class for another day, a second week. Here's a live look at the city. We're also going to be bringing you the latest on the deadly Rust movie set shooting investigation, and that happened last year involving actor Alec Baldwin. So lots of top stories coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th, back from break, taking a live now look over the White House in Washington, D.C. Today, the Biden administration's COVID-19 mandates are scheduled to go into effect. Companies with 100 or more employees must make sure their workers are vaccinated or undergo weekly testing and wear a mask if they haven't gotten the vaccine. But the Supreme Court may hand down a ruling that would invalidate. On Friday, they did hear oral arguments about these mandates. So Lucas Tomlinson has the latest from the White House this morning on everything we need to know as this official beginning of these mandates goes into effect today.
On Fox News Sunday, Bret Baier asked the CDC Director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, about the comments made by Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who claims that 100,000 children are in hospitals, many on ventilators.
Comparatively, the risk of death is small, but of course, children aren't supposed to die. So, if we have a child who is sick with COVID-19, we want to make sure that we want to protect them.
Other Supreme Court justices also weighed in on vaccines.
We know that the best way to prevent spread is for people to get vaccinated.
I remember in the filings that the younger workers, the 20-year-olds who are unvaccinated, are actually safer than the older workers who are vaccinated. So there are obviously some differences.
Washington Post fact checker gave Justice Sotomayor 4 Pinocchios. That's the highest on the scale, saying she, quote, went off the rails with her claim and also called it wildly inaccurate. Walensky acknowledged the correct answer is fewer than 3,500 children in hospitals today. Some medical experts say COVID mortality in children is not much different than the chickenpox. Dr. Walensky warned not to take Omicron lightly, despite lagging hospitalizations and deaths.
I want to remind people that in the fall of this year, we had a Delta surge, and we were able to safely keep our children in school before we had pediatric vaccination. Fast forward to now, we have pediatric vaccination.
The OSHA mandate, which requires companies with 100 or more employees to have them fully vaccinated, or if they're unvaccinated, to require them to have weekly testing and wear masks, that goes into effect starting Monday. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And be sure to stick with us because at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be hosting Mike Herodopoulos, former president of the Florida Senate and political analyst, speaking on the Biden administration's vaccine mandates technically going into effect today. So stick with us for that coming up here in just a little more than 2 hours. Meanwhile, heading out live to a look we have of the Chicago city skyline on this Monday morning, only 5:27 a.m. out there. The Chicago Teachers Union spent the weekend at the bargaining table with Chicago Public Schools about when and how to resume school. But late last night, the district officially canceled classes once again in person for today. So I do want to bring you the latest report from our Fox 32 Chicago team as they have followed the story from the very beginning.
And to be clear, what the Chicago Teachers Union did was an illegal walkout. They abandoned their posts and they abandoned kids and their families.
After 5 days at the bargaining table, Chicago Public Schools and the Chicago Teachers Union remain without a deal as we head into Monday.
So I'm going to be on the side of the parents, fighting every single day to get our kids back in school.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot on Sunday morning called out the union on Meet the Press. While CPS and the CTU have agreed on a handful of items, they remain deadlocked on remote learning and testing. Governor Pritzker announcing this weekend that he's providing 350,000 rapid antigen tests to CPS.
What we need is the support of our school nurses, who the union has not allowed to be activated to help on the front lines with this fight.
It was that comment that sparked a fury of tweets by the union Sunday evening, including, quote, "What the mayor doesn't seem to understand is how dire the nursing situation is in schools. We have been short-staffed all year," unquote.
As a parent, I stand strongly behind CTU.
CPS parent Sonia Hammond says she believes children should go remote until all students can be tested. But the mayor and district officials say they won't require testing and are not on board with district-wide remote learning.
I don't think that schools are safe.
Meanwhile, some more top stories that we brought you over the weekend are continuing to follow on this Monday morning. New developments in the deadly Rust movie set shooting investigation. Police in New Mexico still trying to obtain actor Alec Baldwin's cell phone despite issuing a search warrant weeks ago. Authorities in Suffolk County, New York, where Baldwin has a home, are now involved in the investigation. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has the latest information.
Alec Baldwin has a home in Suffolk County, New York, so authorities in New Mexico have reached out to authorities in New York for help in trying to get a hold of his cell phone. They released a statement saying, quote, the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office has received a request from the Santa Fe, New Mexico authorities requesting assistance in obtaining Alec Baldwin's phone. This request has been forwarded to the Suffolk County DA's office to work out the differences in laws between New Mexico and New York. Last month, Baldwin's attorney said they proactively requested that authorities get a warrant to obtain his phone to protect his family and his personal information that is unrelated to the investigation. A search warrant was issued for the device on December 16th, nearly 2 months after the deadly October 21st shooting on the set of Rust. But Baldwin still has not turned over his phone. Detectives say text messages or emails pertaining to the film could be helpful to the investigation. Legal expert Brian Claypool questions why authorities didn't issue a warrant for Baldwin's phone immediately.
Now we are weeks later and they don't have the phone? Are you kidding me? Last time I checked, whenever you issue a search warrant, you take the warrant, you go over to somebody's house, you don't call up the lawyer and say, hey, since you rep a big time celebrity, we want to try to arrange the, serving the search warrant. That's not how it works in the real world.
Even though Baldwin was holding the gun when it went off, killing cinematographer Helena Hutchins and injuring the film's director, he says he is not responsible for the tragic incident. He says he did not know how live rounds got on set. He also said that he did not pull the trigger. And in his tell-all interview, he also said he was told the prop gun was cold, meaning that it did not contain any live rounds. No one has been charged in the shooting yet, and the DA's office says it could take months before this investigation is over. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And we have brought you every development on that story since the tragic incident first happened late last year. So be sure to stick with our Live Now from Fox team for any new developments when it comes to the deadly Rust movie set shooting. Meanwhile, another top story, live coverage that we brought you from inside the courtroom on Friday. The parents of Ahmaud Arbery asking a judge in Georgia to show no leniency as he sentenced their son's killers on Friday. The three men are now facing life in prison and a second trial on the federal level. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively reports on everything we saw the other day.
Justice for Ahmaud Arbery. Justice for Ahmaud Arbery.
A Superior Court judge has sentenced the killers of Ahmaud Arbery to life in prison. Father and son Greg and Travis McMichael will have no chance at parole, while William Roddy Bryan could possibly be paroled when he is 82 years old. The three white men chased down and killed a 25-year-old black man while he was jogging through their Georgia neighborhood nearly 2 years ago.
When they couldn't sufficiently scare him or intimidate him, they killed him.
When I close my eyes, I see his execution in my mind. Over and over. I'll see that for the rest of my life.
The McMichaels chased Arbery in a pickup truck, then were joined by Bryan in his own truck. After 5 minutes, the three cornered Arbery. Bryan captured video on his cell phone of the younger McMichael shooting the unarmed man as Arbery grabbed for the shotgun and threw punches. Defense attorneys maintained their clients suspected Arbery of burglary, feared for their safety, and were attempting a legal citizen's arrest. On Friday, the judge said the men were seeking a confrontation.
And he was killed because individuals here in this courtroom took the law into their own hands.
The men face a second trial next month on federal hate crime charges. Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, everyone. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, it was a gruesome story that we first brought you details on before the end of last year. A man known as the shopping cart killer who was originally arrested in Virginia. He was accused of killing 4 women and doing something really disturbing with their remains, involving carting them away in a shopping cart to transport them. We do believe now that authorities have found a 5th victim in Washington, D.C. that could be related to this string of murders. So we're going to bring you the latest on that, as well as a very gruesome hockey game death. A Connecticut community mourning the loss of a teenager who was killed on the ice during a game. So we'll have some of those more stories for you here on Live Now from Fox after this break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everyone. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida, continuing to bring you some of the stories that we are following on this Monday, January 10th. Police in Fairfax County, Virginia say the so-called shopping cart killer may have been responsible for the death of another woman whose body was found in the Washington, D.C. area last September. That would make her the 5th possible victim of the alleged killer, identified as 35-year-old Anthony Robinson. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is taking a closer look at this new information.
This 5th potential victim has been identified as 40-year-old Sonia Champ of Washington, D.C. Her body was discovered near Union train station back in September inside of a shopping cart. Police say a tip last week connected this case to the others.
We believe this may be Anthony Eugene Robinson's 5th victim. This is based on digital evidence that puts him in the same vicinity around the time of the victim's disappearance. Sad and tragic.
35-year-old Anthony Robinson is currently in prison awaiting trial for the murders of 2 other women, 39-year-old Tanita Smith and 54-year-old Aline Elizabeth Redmond. They were found in Harrisonburg, Virginia in November. Additional charges are being prepared for the deaths of 48-year-old Stephanie Harrison of Redding, California, and 29-year-old Cheyenne Brown of D.C. Their bodies were located in a container by a shopping cart a short distance from the Moon Inn Motel in Alexandria, Virginia.
It's so unreal. This is just like
just sick. It's bad enough you started with one, but to continue to do this, like, you're a freaking monster.
Police fear that the victim count will continue to grow as they comb through thousands of missing persons reports. Robinson is originally from New York, living most recently in D.C., but is believed to have been transient, meaning he could have targeted women up much of the East Coast. Investigators believe that he likely met his victims on dating apps like Plenty of Fish and one called Tagged. They want to hear from anyone who may have encountered him. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Meanwhile, a tragic story out of the state of Connecticut. Parents and high schoolers in a Connecticut community are mourning this weekend after a tragic accident claimed the life of a teenage hockey player. It all happened on the ice. Charles Watson has more on this investigation and incident right now, and I do want to warn you that you may find some of the details in this case a bit disturbing.
A horrible tragedy. A community in New Canaan, Connecticut, mourning the loss of a 10th grader who police say was killed in a freak accident while playing in a junior varsity hockey game. The victim, identified as Teddy Balkin, was a student at St. Luke's, a private school in New Canaan. Police say he was competing in a game at Brunswick School in nearby Greenwich Thursday evening when the 10th grader fell to the ice. While he was down, authorities say a nearby player who couldn't stop in time ran into Balkin's neck with the blade of their skate. We're told the game was stopped almost immediately to get the young man medical attention before he was transported to an area hospital where Balkin was later pronounced dead. The 10th grader's classmates barely able to speak about what experts describe as an unusual accident in the sport of hockey.
It's horrible. It's really bad. I feel like it's just like an outreach of, I don't know, sympathy.
Lacerations like that do happen, but it is very rare. More rare is when it's anything severe.
Communities both in New Canaan and the world of hockey are mourning the loss of the 10th grader, some including NHL stars sharing photos of hockey sticks outside of their homes with the hashtag Sticks Out for Teddy. Philadelphia Flyers right wing Cam Atkinson tweeting he's heartbroken for the Balkin family and everyone who knew Teddy. He goes on to say, a horrible tragedy playing the game we all love, and the NHL saying it mourns the loss of Teddy Balkin, a member of the hockey family lost too soon. And right now it's not clear if Balkin was wearing a neck guard at the time of the deadly incident, though there is some debate on whether or not wearing one would have prevented a freak accident like this one. We do know police continue to investigate. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
An absolutely tragic story, and if we do get any more details on that incident, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go to an international feed that we have coming to our desk this Monday morning, and it's something that we will be speaking with a political analyst around 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. This is live outside of a facility in Switzerland. Senior U.S. and Russian officials launching special talks on strategic stability today as part of a flurry of diplomatic activity in Europe this week aimed at diffusing tensions over a Russian military buildup on the border with Ukraine, though no major breakthrough was immediately in sight. So we do know that Russian Deputy Foreign Minister and his delegation arrived under Swiss police escort at this U.S. diplomatic mission for face-to-face talks with Wendy Sherman, who is the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State. She is also with her team. So we'll be breaking down these international tensions a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We also have this live feed coming to us this Monday morning outside of the apartment building where a tragic fire claimed the lives of at least 19 people yesterday. It was breaking news coverage that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to check in live with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, who is bringing us the latest on the aftermath of this incident. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, January 10th. We are continuing to bring you this live feed coming into our desk this morning outside of the apartment building where we brought you breaking news coverage just yesterday of a fire that claimed the lives of at least 19 people. It was such a scene of horror. We actually do have some video from the scene just yesterday. We did get an update from the mayor, from the governor, from authorities there. Massive flames ripped through this apartment building in what officials described as the worst fire the city has seen in more than 3 decades. Well, I do want to head out live outside of that apartment building once again. That's where Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses is joining us live with some more details. Robert, good morning to you. Such a tragedy. What can you tell us this morning?
Regina, it's an awful story. You mentioned the death toll, 19 people. Among those 19, 9 children. Just adds to the horrific nature of the events here. And when you look at this apartment building and you see the shattered windows everywhere, you realize that no floor, no corner of this building was spared.
They just pulled a little boy out. Oh my God.
Video posted on Citizen app captured flames licking the side of the Twin Parks Northwest apartment complex, a 19-story building with 120 apartments in the West Bronx. Fire Commissioner Daniel Nigro says yesterday morning's fire started in a malfunctioning electric space heater in a bedroom in a duplex that spanned the 2nd and 3rd floors. It's the worst fire the city has seen in more than 3 decades.
The numbers are horrific.
They might not have been so horrific had the door to the apartment where the fire started been closed, but it stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The smoke spread throughout the building, thus the tremendous loss of life and other people fighting for their lives.
People who live in the building say they initially ignored the smoke alarms they heard because that sound is pretty much a daily occurrence. This time, though, was different, and those inside quickly realized they had to get out.
When we opened that door, the smoke just hit us, and we ran to the hallway to the exit, and I just panicked and I got scared. I was coming down the stairs and saw a body sitting on the floor. Like, this is crazy.
Firefighters who found victims on every floor worked frantically while putting their own lives in jeopardy.
Their air tanks contained a certain amount of air. They ran out of air, many of our members, and they continue working to try to get as many people out as they could.
The city has not seen a fire this deadly since the fire at the Happy Land nightclub, also in the Bronx in 1990, that killed 87 people. Many who call this building home are immigrants from Gambia in West Africa. Governor Kathy Hochul met with some of the survivors.
Scores of family who are in such grief, who are in pain. To see it in a mother's eyes as I held her, who lost her entire family. It's hard to fathom what they're going through.
Robert Moses, Good Day, New York.
Help children make their ramen noodles and eat their pizza.
And we're told that there have been at least 13 people who were critically injured in this fire. So, Regina, it is conceivable that the death toll of 19 could climb even higher. Back to you.
Yeah, Robert, absolutely tragic. Now, I understand that so many people are now without a home. Robert, what resources are being offered to those that lived in this building, and how can we as viewers really help as well?
Well, there are plenty of resources. Fortunately, the Red Cross has been at the scene. The families who have been displaced have been taken to a middle school nearby. Obviously, their needs are going to be great in these next days and weeks. And the governor, Kathy Hochul, has promised to help with costs, not only for housing, but also with funeral costs. Back to you.
All right, Robert. Well, we thank you and your team for joining us to give us the latest on this absolutely tragic incident. We'll be checking in with you again this morning. So until then, stay safe out there. Talk to you soon. All right, everyone, and here is a different vantage point we have from outside of that apartment building. Just in a couple of minutes, we are going to bring you that full press conference. We had, as you saw, Governor Kathy Hochul out there, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as responding firefighters who were speaking. You just really heard about the severity of the rescue efforts that were underway. Some firefighters running out of oxygen, but still powering through to get any survivors out that they could. We brought you full breaking news coverage of this situation just yesterday, and we will continue to bring you any new developments. We will keep you posted on whether or not we are expected to get another update from authorities. Unfortunately, you heard Robert say with the severity of the conditions of some of these people, the death toll could rise potentially. So we'll keep you posted right now. Right now, we know at least 19 people, including 9 children, lost their lives. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to get into some business-related headlines as well as some space-related headlines. So stick with us for that. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida, but wanted to bring you this beautiful shot of the New York City skyline out there, lit up as people are beginning that commute to work. You can see all those bright lights to the bottom middle portion of your screen there. Lots of people getting on the roads. Unfortunately, we are following a very tragic story out of New York City, a fire in an apartment building in the Bronx that claimed the lives of at least 19 people, 9 of those children. If you were joining us before that quick commercial break, that is what we were talking to Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses about, and we will continue to bring you any developments on this absolutely tragic incident, as well as that full update that we got from authorities just last night. Meanwhile, I do want to head back out to Washington, D.C. as we tackle some business-related headlines here on Live Now from Fox. President Biden says the U.S. will overcome COVID-19, despite predictions from some health experts that the virus is here to stay. As COVID cases spike across the country, the White House is also contending with a disappointing jobs report that we got just a couple of days ago on Friday. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has the latest from the White House.
Some medical experts think the silver lining with this new Omicron variant is an immunity boost. President Biden thinks things will get better despite a record-setting number of cases nationwide.
No, I don't think COVID is here to stay. That having COVID in the environment here and in the world is probably here to stay. But COVID, as we're dealing with it now, is not here to stay. The new normal doesn't have to be. We have so many more tools we're developing and continuing to develop that can contain COVID and other strains of COVID.
That's not what then candidate Joe Biden said on the campaign trail leading up to the 2020 election.
I'm going to shut down the virus. I'll shut down the virus, not the economy. I'm not going to shut down the country, but I'm going to shut down the virus.
Earlier this week, the U.S. recorded over 1 million new COVID cases in a single day, shattering the previous record, and comes amid a testing shortage. The White House has signed 2 contracts with industry to boost the number of tests, working toward the president's goal of procuring 500 million. On the economic front, the U.S. added just 199,000 jobs in December, falling well short of expectations, according to the Labor Department. The good news for the White House, unemployment fell to 3.9%. President Biden has accepted Nancy Pelosi's invitation to give the State of the Union address on March 1st. The latest that speech has been given since 1934. The last president to deliver his State of the Union address via letter, Jimmy Carter. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Meanwhile, that disappointing jobs report is just one of the headlines in this morning's Fox Means Business report. Let's get the latest on those business headlines from Fox's Jerry Willis.
Cold temps in a cooling labor market. The economy adding 199,000 jobs in December, well below expectations. The unemployment rate dropping below 4%. But keep in mind that mainly has to do with fewer people looking for work right now as we battle through the latest COVID wave. So we'll see. But if you're currently working, you might be seeing a bigger paycheck. Average earnings in December rising, now over $31 an hour. For all of last year, wages picking up nearly 5%. And just when you thought it was safe to fill up, gas prices look to be back on the rise. The national average for regular unleaded ticking higher this week. A gallon now at $3.30, but that's still off recent highs. We'll be watching. Also watching Wall Street and your money, and something we haven't seen in a little bit, down arrows. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 also lower for the week. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Meanwhile, a space story that I wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox before we reach the top of the hour and walk you through some of the top stories that we're continuing to follow. A NASA project in the works since before the 90s officially came alive over the weekend, specifically on Saturday, as the space agency's most powerful telescope to date will soon provide researchers with their best images yet of deep space. I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams. She's got this story for us this morning.
And there it is in front of us. You're looking at this animation. This is not a pre-made animation. This is based on actual data coming from the telescope to us right now.
NASA administrators breathing a sigh of relief Saturday as the James Webb Space Telescope fully deployed the last part of its primary mirror. The last step in an endeavor more than 25 years in the making.
I'm emotional about it. What an amazing milestone. We see that beautiful pattern up there in the sky now.
More powerful than the Hubble Space Telescope, the $10 billion observatory will help astronomers see further into space than ever before, scanning the light from the first stars and galaxies formed more than 13 billion years ago.
A chance to see the universe as it was perhaps only a couple 100 million years after the start, after the Big Bang.
With a giant sunshield the size of a tennis court, it was too big to fit into a rocket fully assembled, and so it had to be set up in segments. The pieces snapping into place and the observatory taking its final form, 600,000 miles above the Earth. NASA will spend the next 5 months tweaking this telescope's mirrors to bring them into focus. They expect it to send back first images sometime this summer. Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And there it is in front of us. You're looking at
We have officially reached the top of the 7 o'clock Eastern time hour here on the East Coast, a little after 4 a.m. out there on the West Coast. If you are just joining us, thank you for streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th, bringing you the latest on all of the top stories we are following, plus live, raw, unfiltered feeds coming to our desk this morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez, with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours before my co-hosts in Phoenix, Arizona pick up our coverage. I do want to let you know that we've got several live reports coming up for you within the next couple of hours, and you can see that schedule to the left-hand side of your screen. At 7:15 a.m. here, so in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be going live outside of the Ritz-Carlton, where comedian and actor Bob Saget was found dead in his hotel room last night. He died at the age of 65. We did get an update on social media from Orange County Sheriff's deputies saying that drug use and foul play was not apparent at the time, so the investigation into his death is ongoing. We have not gotten a cause of death yet, but when we do get those details, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But that report is coming up at 7:15. And then at 7:45 a.m., we are still dealing with thousands of flights getting canceled each and every day. It's been going on for more than 2 weeks now. So we're going to be speaking with a travel contributor about what you can do if you have been impacted by these delays and cancellations. And then at 8:10 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to head back out to the Bronx in New York to bring you all of the details on a deadly apartment fire that claimed the lives of 19 people. At least 9 children were among that number. So those are a look at some of the top stories that we are following this morning and some of the live reports that we've got going for you here. I actually can show you a live vantage point we have from outside of that apartment building. So again, stick with us for those developments. Right now, I do want to bring you the latest update that we have gotten from authorities just yesterday on that fire. You can obviously see that Fox's Madeline Rivera, this is her shot. She'll be doing some reports for Fox stations across the country. So that is how we are getting that feed in. But as I was saying, I do want to bring you the latest update we received from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. New York Governor Kathy Hochul was present, and we also did hear from firefighters talking about their rescue efforts during that tragic time. Some of them running out of oxygen, but still powering through to get those survivors out. So we are going to listen in for just a couple of minutes. This update was about 15 minutes long. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Time of a tragedy. This is no longer a city or state where the governor and the mayor and elected officials and our firefighters, our police officers, our OEM, all of our entities. We are in the energy of when there is a crisis in this city or state, we are coming together. We are sending a loud message with the men and women of the clergy and the other officers in this city. We are in a moment where we're facing a multitude of crises at one time, and we won't succeed if we're not united. And coming here today, the governor reached out to me and stated that she wanted to be here to send a loud message for these families and to say thank you to the men and women who went in this building. Some of these firefighters, their oxygen tanks were empty, and they still pushed through the smoke. You can't do this if you don't feel attached to the city and this community. And I really want to thank them for putting their lives on the line to save lives. Over 30 people are in the hospital. 19 deaths. 9 of them are children, are babies that we lost. And we're all feeling this. And we're going to be here for this community to help them navigate through this. Many of these young children went to schools. We will have a social and emotional support at their schools to help the classmates. We're here as well with the Red Cross and OEM. Is going to coordinate together to get housing and also some of the emergency needs that the people who experience this trauma experience. And it's so important that we have the faith-based leaders here. This was a large Muslim population. Sheikh Musa is here that knows many of the residents. They came from Gambia, and we want to make sure that we're sensitive to the cultural needs. The ME's office is going to coordinate to make sure that we respect the burial rights of the Muslim community as well as others. So our message is clear today. During a tragedy, we are going to be here for each other. There's more to be discovered. The FDNY is doing a thorough investigation. Commissioner Nigro will update us on the latest, but it appears as though this stemmed from a space heater. But the marshals are here. They will give us a thorough investigation to determine exactly what took place and what we can do better not to have this repeated. And so at this time, I want to just thank the governor of the state of New York, who's here with us today, and just to ask her to say a few words. Governor?
Thank you, Mayor. We are indeed a city in shock. It's impossible to go into that room where scores of family who are in such grief, who are in pain, to see it in a mother's eyes as I held her, who lost her entire family. It's hard to fathom what they're going through. But I went table to table, helped children make their ramen noodles and eat their pizza, and let them know one thing, and the mayor and I are united in this: we will not forget you. We will not abandon you. We are here for you. So your elected leaders, from your Senator Schumer on down to our council members, are united here to support this community, to say tonight is a night of tragedy and pain, and tomorrow we begin to rebuild. We rebuild their lives and give them hope, especially those who came all the way from Africa, Gambia, in search of a better life right here in this great borough, the borough of the Bronx. They're part of our family. And when I prepare my budget this week, I'm going to establish a victims' compensation fund for the individuals I just sat with and said, I will not forget you. There'll be money to help them find new housing, for burial costs, for whatever they need. We'll take care of them, because that's what we do here in the state of New York. We are here for the Bronx, and we're here for anyone who needs us. And I thank the leadership of our mayor, our fire commissioner, Nigro, and all the men and women in uniform who went into a building not knowing their own fate, and they still went in there and rescued people. And that's why I'm so proud to be the governor of a state like this. You cannot keep us down, ever. We are united together. Thank you. And may God bless the individuals who are suffering and the souls of those we lost, particularly the children.
Thank you. And I'm just so happy when I reached out to our state senator and asked him, can he come up and join us today without hesitation. He came up just to be here and show our united front. Thank you, Senator Schumer. Senator Schumer.
Thank you, Mayor, Governor, and everyone here. You see the outpouring of every level of government, from all parts of the city. I just came up from Brooklyn. It is such a tragedy, thinking of children, thinking of families, thinking of so many people in this building, immigrants striving to climb that ladder up, and their lives snuffed out. It's awful. I want to thank our firefighters. Unbelievable. They always rush to danger. They don't care. They don't worry about themselves. They just go in there. And they were here, from all reports, very, very quickly. We appreciate that. At the federal level, we'll do whatever we can. There is housing assistance. There is tax assistance. And maybe most important in this instance, immigration assistance, so families can be united, because many of these families have come from overseas and need to be here. And I just pledge, and I saw my colleague from Congress, our Congressmember Richie Torres, we pledge to do whatever we can at the federal level. But New Yorkers are united in standing by. When there's a tragedy, we come together. We don't care about ideology. We don't care about race, creed, color, religion. We come together, we embrace one another, and we say, We are for helping New Yorkers who need help. That's who we've been for the history of our city. And on this awful night, that doesn't change.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I think the Senator raised a good point. This is a heavy immigrant community, and we want to make sure Sheikh Musa let the residents know that if you need assistance, your names would not be turned over to ICE or any other institution. We want people to be comfortable in coming forward, and it's imperative that we connect with those on the ground to make sure they get that message and that word out. And so we want to allow and have Commissioner Nigro come forward to give you any technical updates on what took place and the updates on the investigation. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. And let me just say that my entire department mourns along with the families here today and our entire city. We're all about saving lives, and the loss of one life is sad for us, much less 19 lives. As the mayor said, this fire began in an apartment that spans 2 floors on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the building. It started in a malfunctioning electric space heater. That was the cause of the fire. The fire consumed that apartment that is on 2 floors and part of the hallway. The door to that apartment, unfortunately, when the residents left, was left open. It did not close by itself. The smoke spread throughout the building, thus the tremendous loss of life and other people fighting for their lives right now in hospitals all over the Bronx. So we are investigating where everyone was found, how the smoke traveled, but certainly the marshals have determined through physical evidence and through first-hand accounts by the residents that this fire started in a bedroom in a portable electric heater. Any questions that I can answer, we'll be happy to do that.
Commissioner, there were reports that the...
I heard someone ask about the heat. The heat was on in the building. It was being used to supplement the building heat. There were smoke alarms throughout the building. The first call that came in was due to a neighbor hearing a smoke alarm and looking and seeing the smoke and calling.
Commissioner, there were reports that this was a very frequently malfunctioning smoke alarm system, that the alarm went off frequently, and that's why a lot of residents may not have felt urgency to leave. Are you confirming any of that?
We will look into that, but I cannot confirm that now.
There are reports also that residents didn't know where to escape, where the fire escapes were. Would you care to comment on that?
Well, on buildings like this, there are no fire escapes. There are interior stairways. So the residents should know where the stairwells are, and I think some of them could not escape because of the volume of smoke.
Go ahead.
How many residents total were displaced, and how many are now staying in the elementary school next door?
I can't give you the exact number right now. I believe there's 120 apartments in the building. There's a very large number of people right now who need a place to stay. I do not have that now. There are some people in the building now. Whether they will stay, we're not sure, but there's very few. I think it certainly is traumatizing when we can't save a life. And our members, tried diligently, fire and EMS members, to bring some of these people back and to bring them out as quickly as they could. So we will have our counseling service be very busy after this with our members who are saddened by this terrible loss.
Commissioner, I understand.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look back at the latest update that we received from authorities out in New York City after a tragic apartment fire unfolded just yesterday, claiming the lives of 19 people, including 9 children. This is something that we're following very closely this morning. If we do get another update from New York State officials, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do, however, want to switch gears here for just a little bit to another top story that we are following this Monday morning. The entertainment world is mourning the loss of Bob Saget, the actor and comedian known to millions as America's Dad on the TV series Full House. Officials say that he died at the age of 65 in his hotel room yesterday at the Ritz-Carlton in Orlando, Florida. Saget was on a comedy tour and performed Saturday night in Jacksonville. Now, since this happened in our very own backyard, our Fox 35 Orlando team was actually first on scene outside of Saget's hotel just last night, and this morning they are continuing their full coverage. So I do want to welcome on Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto. He is outside of the Ritz-Carlton with the very latest. Nestor, such a huge loss to the entertainment world. What can you tell us about this ongoing investigation this morning?
That's right. Such a surprise for his fans, right? Right now, we know that investigators are telling us that there were no signs of foul play and that there were no drugs found in his room. So many of his fans do have questions about what happened in the hotel room behind me that led up to his death. As you mentioned, Bob Saget was kicking off a comedy tour he just started on Friday right here in Orlando. But I do want to show you that video. We were first on the scene, the first local station, as we saw Orange County Sheriff deputies coming in and out of the Ritz-Carlton Grand Lakes. Now, they tell us it was just after 4 Sunday afternoon when they arrived to the hotel, responding to the call of a man unresponsive. That's when they identified him as Full House actor Bob Saget. The comedian was doing stand-up Friday night at the Hard Rock Orlando and had posted on Instagram after his set saying, "A perfect first show of 2022 and so great to make people laugh and have a good time." And he had also just posted the morning he died after performing in Jacksonville Saturday night, saying, "I'm back in comedy like I was when I was 26. I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every minute of it." So when you look at those selfies and those pictures he posted just hours before he died, he looks so well. Really is a shock for everyone who went out to see the shows and his fans all across the country.
Yeah, Nestor, going off what you just said, to me, it really just brings things into perspective, how you really just don't know when your last moments could be. Now, I know that last night we did get that social media post from Orange County deputies, but what do we expect moving forward? Do you think it's possible we could get an in-person press conference? What are we looking ahead to today for?
Well, as of their last statement, they said to expect no further updates. In fact, what we are waiting on now is the medical examiner's office to go ahead and determine what the cause of death was. That is the next step as we know it so far.
All right, well, Nestor, obviously just so heartbreaking, a huge loss for the entertainment industry, and right here in our own backyard in Orlando, Florida. So thank you to you and your team for keeping us updated. I know we'll be speaking with you a little later today. So until then, stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
See you then. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, and continuing our coverage, I do want to show you some tweets that have been posted since we learned about the tragic death, the unexpected death of actor and comedian Bob Saget, and give you a closer look at how some are paying tribute on this Monday morning. So let's start off on Twitter, bringing you that tweet that we were just talking about. So this was posted just in the early hours of Sunday morning. He ended up, if you can see, he said, "I had no idea I did a 2-hour set tonight." This is about his show in Jacksonville. He was actually going to make his first stop on that tour in Orlando, as Nestor mentioned, and the tour was expected to happen across the nation up until mid-June. So again, just really puts into perspective how you just really don't know when, your last moments could be. Live each day like it could be your last. And once we did get word of the late actor's death, social media posts just poured out. I do want to bring you some from his Full House cast, his Full House colleagues. John Stamos playing Uncle Jesse alongside of him for more than a decade, saying, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never, ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." I don't know what to say, saying Candace Cameron Bure. She played DJ, Danny Tanner's daughter, on Full House also, saying, "I have no words. Bob was one of the best human beings I've ever known in my life. I loved him so much." Also bringing this tweet from Joey, his best friend on Full House, actor Dave Coulier, saying, "My heart is broken. I love you, Bob. Your forever brother, Dave." Also bringing you some tweets from actor Jim Carrey, posting this photo, an oldie but goodie. Look at them. Beautiful Bob Saget passed away today at 65. He had a big, big heart and a wonderfully warped comic mind. He gave the world a lot of joy and lived his life for goodness sake. Not only an actor, but again, also a comedian. He also getting this tweet from comedian Joe McHale saying, "I'm so shocked at Bob Saget's passing. One of the most kind and thoughtful people I've ever come across, and he just happened to be one of the funniest people on the planet. We will miss you so much, Bob. Love, your dear friend. I'm so sorry, Kelly Rizzo, and so sorry to the rest of his family." Also getting this post from Gilbert Gottfried, another comedian, saying, "Still in shock. I just spoke with Bob a few days ago. We stayed on the phone as usual, making each other laugh. RIP to friend, comedian, and fellow aristocrat Bob Saget." So obviously a huge shock, a huge loss to the entertainment world, and even clubs, comedy clubs across certain areas were also paying a tribute to the late actor and comedian. This is actually from a comedy club in Los Angeles. You can see that sign there that reads, "Bob Saget, rest in peace, make God laugh." So again, we are going to continue staying in touch with our Fox 35 Orlando team on any more details. We are still awaiting a cause of death, but as you heard Nestor say, no foul play, no use of drugs was suspected. So this is something that we are going to bring you each and every development on here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, unfortunately, within this last 2 weeks, Bob Saget, not the only entertainer that we have lost. We are going to bring you some more stories, some more coverage, an interview with the Los Angeles Zoo, how they plan on honoring the late Betty White, who died on New Year's Eve. She was a huge animal advocate, so our very own Stephanie Weaver spoke with a representative at the Los Angeles Zoo about how they plan on commemorating her 100th birthday, which is going to be on January 17th. And then we're also going to bring you the latest on an obituary piece, some coverage that we brought to you just on Friday, some more breaking news, the death of actor Sidney Poitier, who died at the age of 94. So just a huge shock, lots of loss in the entertainment world, but we're going to bring you some more coverage after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. A very tragic story that unfortunately happened in our own backyard here in Orlando. Bob Saget, actor and comedian, was found dead in his hotel room last night in Orlando while he was kicking off the start of a 6-month comedy tour across the nation. I do want to bring you the latest on some of the celebrity reaction, a look back at his career and what people have to say about this unexpected loss that we learned of just last night.
He's here. Bob Saget, the actor and comedian who brought laughs and fatherly advice as TV's Danny Tanner on Full House, has died at the age of 65. The Orange County Sheriff's Office said in a statement, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case. Saget starred on Full House from 1987 through 1995 and reprised his role in the reboot Fuller House. Early work also included hosting America's Funniest Home Videos. In recent years, he focused primarily on his stand-up. He also made an appearance on The Masked Singer in 2020 and hosted a podcast called Bob Saget's Here For You. Saget was on a comedy tour at the time of his death. His last post on his social media was about his love for his job. He thanked the audience, saying he had no idea he did a 2-hour set, adding he felt like he was back in comedy like he was when he was 26. Celebrities sharing thoughts include longtime co-star and friend John Stamos, who wrote, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." Actor Joel McHale called Saget one of the most kind and thoughtful people, and he just happened to be one of the funniest on the planet. TV writer Norman Lear says he was hilarious. We were close friends, and I could not have loved him more. Raising Dad co-star Kat Dennings posted, he was generous, protective, caring, and wonderful, adding, he talked about his kids constantly. Bob Saget is survived by his 3 daughters from his first marriage to Sherry Kramer and his second wife, Kelly Rizzo. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Again, throughout the course of our morning, we will be bringing you some live reports with our Fox 35 Orlando team. They were actually first on scene at the Ritz-Carlton in Orlando, and right now, moving forward, as of this morning, we are awaiting a cause of death. So if and when we do get that information today, or when we do, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, like I mentioned before the quick 2-minute commercial break, just a number of losses in the entertainment world just within the last couple of weeks, ever since the new year when we lost Betty White. Well, just on Friday, me personally, I brought you the breaking news of legendary actor and trailblazer Sidney Poitier dying at the age of 94. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt takes a look back at the incredible career of the beloved actor. Let's listen in.
You don't mind being called Mr. Black Man?
Of course not. Why should I? That's what I am, a black man.
He was a talented, passionate actor whose screen work in the 50s and 60s paved the way for countless other African-American performers. Sidney Poitier was born on February 20th, 1927 in Miami, where his parents took a trip to sell their produce. The youngest of 8, he grew up in humble circumstances in the Bahamas, where his father was a tomato farmer.
You start out with a certain amount of values, some integrity, some honesty, and you hope that you do well.
He dropped out of school and at the age of 15 moved to Miami to live with his brother, working menial jobs before enlisting in the Army. After that, he joined the American Negro Theater and appeared on Broadway. It was there he met a young Harry Belafonte. By 1949, Poitier was choosing between leading roles on stage and an offer to work in a film called No Way Out. To get the role, he lied to the director, telling him he was 27 years old when he was actually only 22.
Back then, no route had been established for where I was hoping to go. No pathway left in evidence for me to trace. No custom for me to follow.
The films kept coming: 1951, Cry the Beloved Country, 1955, Blackboard Jungle, 1957, Edge of the City, and in 1958, The Defiant Ones, where Poitier became the first black actor nominated for an Academy Award. But it was in 1963 that Poitier starred in the film that would become a part of his legacy. Lilies of the Field brought Poitier his first Oscar, the first Oscar ever won by an African American for Best Actor. Poitier's peak came in 1967 with 3 box office smashes that became landmark films: Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, To Sir with Love, and In the Heat of the Night.
I don't think we're going to have any trouble, are we, Virgil?
No trouble at all.
As incredible an actor as he was, Poitier was also known for his work as a director, including Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor's Stir Crazy. In 1997, he was named the Bahamian ambassador to Japan, having dual citizenship in the Bahamas and the US. In 2002, the Academy honored Poitier again with an honorary Oscar for his extraordinary performances and unique presence on the screen, and also for representing the motion picture industry with dignity, style, and intelligence throughout the world.
I accept this award in memory of all the African American actors and actresses who went before me in the difficult years, on whose shoulders I was privileged to stand to see where I might go.
Then 7 years later, President Barack Obama awarded Poitier the Presidential Medal of Freedom. With over 40 motion pictures to his credit, it's impossible to overstate the influence Poitier had on blacks and whites as a role model and image maker.
Finally, to those audience members around the world who have placed their trust in my judgment as an actor and filmmaker, I thank each of you for your support through the years.
Sidney Poitier, one of the most respected and beloved figures in American cinema. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Well, I hate to keep bringing you some somber segments, but again, like I said, just since the clock struck midnight, even before that, when we got word of Betty White passing away at 99 years old, just weeks shy of her 100th birthday, just within the last couple of weeks, such tremendous losses in the entertainment world. But speaking of Betty White, her 100th birthday would have been on January 17th. Well, as you know, throughout her entire life, she was a huge animal advocate, specifically working a lot with the Los Angeles Zoo out there in California. So our very own Stephanie Weaver spoke with a representative of the LA Zoo and how they plan to commemorate what would have been her 100th birthday. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Betty White was a legendary actress known for her work in the Mary Tyler Moore Show and the Golden Girls, but she also had a passion off the screen: animals. And I am joined by Tom Jacobson, the president of the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association. Thank you for talking with me today.
I'm delighted to be here. Thanks.
So Betty White was a trustee for nearly 40 years with your organization. Tell me about her commitment to animals and her love for animals in general.
Betty White loved animals long before our zoo even existed, and she was a friend of our zoo before we even opened. When she moved to Hollywood, she said the zoo needs to be better in Los Angeles, and fortunately we did open a new zoo in 1966. In 1974, she joined the board, and she was immediately an advocate for many different species. She advocated for a new gorilla habitat that is one of the best in the country. It's outstanding. And she had special relationships with our elephants and in particular our orangutans. And one of them is named after her character from Hot in Cleveland, Elka.
Wow, that's so interesting. You know, it is interesting that, you know, we know her as this legendary icon, but she was so active in the animal community, right?
She really was. The first thing she did when she joined our board was create a television special to introduce our zoo to the Los Angeles community. And she got a lot of her Hollywood friends, a lot of the other stars to join her in that special. And it was really helpful in establishing the role of our zoo in our community.
Yeah, and even as you said, bringing animals even into television segments and parts of her show, she really wanted to put that in the forefront into people's minds.
She was very well educated about the role of zoos in nature and in the world. And so we are so grateful to her for telling everyone what zoos do to save species from extinction.
Now, a social media challenge is starting to pop up across the country, dubbed the Betty White Challenge, asking people to donate money to animal shelters, organizations, animal hospitals, and anything animal related in her honor. Have you even noticed in the last few weeks an uptick in response from people?
Well, it's been pretty incredible, actually, and very hard to miss. Many people have reached out spontaneously, even before this nationwide campaign, to make gifts in memory of Betty. So we've received many gifts, and we've, of course, tried to make it easy for people. They can go to our website, lazoo.org, and make a gift in Betty's memory. And we're putting all of those into a Betty White tribute fund, and we will figure out the appropriate use for that fund once we have gathered all the gifts together.
Do you, as an organization and association, have anything planned for Betty White coming up?
Well, Betty's 100th birthday would have been on January 17th. And so we had been working with Betty to plan that day and how we might celebrate a milestone. And we're still going to celebrate it. It's just going to be a celebration of her whole life. So we're going to do a number of things on site, and we're still weighing the, COVID implications of doing some of these kinds of gatherings. But one thing that we're doing for sure is give people the opportunity to walk through our zoo in Betty's footsteps. And they can do that digitally online, or they can do it on site at the zoo. So there'll be several places throughout the zoo where there'll be signage, pictures of Betty with animals, and it will say what Betty's relationship was to that particular place. One of those places is Allen Ludden Plaza, which is named after her late husband. And this is a place at the zoo. Whenever Betty came to visit the zoo, she would always go there, and she would kneel down and she would say a few quiet words to her late husband, who died at the age of 63 in 1981. She never remarried, and we were always very moved by that gesture that she did. And of course, now they are together.
That's remarkable. You know, it's interesting because while Betty White's passing is, of course, tragic and sad, it really has opened up the conversation for people to donate or volunteer or adopt. Do you feel that way as well?
Absolutely. Betty is beloved of the entire world. Everyone loves Betty. And so when someone like Betty loves animals and loves zoos, that influences other people in a really positive way. So, of course, we're experiencing many gifts and donations in Betty's names. Animal shelters are experiencing this, other zoos, all kinds of animal charities are benefiting from Betty's work throughout her life with animals. And when you have the kind of celebrity that she had, people really respect that and think if Betty felt this way, then I feel that way too.
And you touched on this a little bit earlier, but what are some ways that people can donate to your association or even volunteer?
So we have a very robust volunteer program, and people can find out about that on our website. And we're making a lot of adjustments, actually, because of COVID and looking to the future. So we encourage people to explore our website and learn about ways that they can volunteer at the Los Angeles Zoo. But if they want to make a gift, of course, the easiest thing is just to go to our website, lazoo.org.
Lastly, how do you want Betty White to be remembered, and what do you hope that people take away from this story?
Well, I spoke with Betty's manager a couple of days ago, and we shared our sadness. But what he said to me, and I think everyone perceives this, but he knew her very well. Betty was an entirely positive person. Everything she did, everything about her life was focused on positivity and the future and finding what happiness there is in life. She did that her whole life, which is kind of extraordinary for a life as long as hers. So I think that for me, the inspiration is feeling positive about what we can all do in the world to make it a better place, particularly for the animals with whom we share the planet.
Absolutely. Well, Tom Jacobson, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
A great segment there by our very own Stephanie Weaver. I know that I am not alone in the world where I just thought we would never lose Betty White. She was such a treasure, one of the absolutely just heartbreaking losses that we have seen in the entertainment industry ever since right before the new year. So to bring you that segment was really good for us here on Live Now from Fox, because again, January 17th will be her 100th birthday, and we do want to commemorate her life and legacy. Like they just mentioned in that interview, she was a huge animal advocate, was a trustee with the Los Angeles Zoo, so they will be honoring her life on what would have been her 100th birthday. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to switch gears here to a story that just doesn't seem to be going away. Constant, and I mean thousands of cancellations, delays when it comes to flights across the nation. What can you do if you have future travel plans? Should you travel in the future? And what if you do if you were already impacted by these delays and cancellations? Well, we are going to be joined by a travel contributor after this quick 2-minute commercial break to talk about some of the trends that hopefully we will see in this upcoming year and about those constant delays and cancellations. Stay with us. You are streaming Live Now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th, taking a Live Now look over Philadelphia International Airport. Must be a little windy out there. This shot is a little bit unstable, but you could see this vantage point we have from one of the terminals out there. Now, it's a story that we have brought you for more than 2 weeks at this point, starting through Christmas, going through the new year, and now we are here today talking about more delays and cancellations. I actually do have the app Flight Aware open open in front of my face right now, and already it is only 7:45 a.m. Eastern time, and it is showing more than 2,500 cancellations. So this has obviously impacted a lot of travelers and could impact your future travel plans as well. So looking forward, what can we expect? Well, I do want to bring on a reoccurring guest here on Live Now from Fox. She is a travel contributor. Her name is Janine Tornator, and she is with us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Janine, always good to see you. Happy New Year. How are you?
Happy New Year. I'm great, thanks.
Absolutely. Well, Janine, I feel like there's been a lot of information when it comes to the flights that were delayed and canceled over the last couple of weeks. So what reasons are they attributing all this chaos to?
Well, there's really two big things that are happening right now. One is the labor shortages that we've been seeing. Everything from baggage handlers to pilots right now, they're short on. And what's really kind of making that a bigger issue is this COVID surge. So they're seeing a lot of the staff at airports and with the airlines that are out due to COVID. So it's really just kind of blowing it up even bigger at the moment. Now, when we're looking out further into the year, I don't think the staff shortages are set to go away anytime soon. So I certainly think people are going to be continuing to deal with these delays and these cancellations further into the year. But I do think once we get past this COVID surge we're in right now, things will start to look a little bit smoother on the travel front.
And, you know, Janine, in your profession, I know when we've played stories here basically every day, how are travelers feeling about this? We have seen such long lines in airports, people just sitting, waiting around because they don't really have many other options to get to their destination. What have travelers been saying and reacting to this situation?
Yeah, there is obviously a lot of frustration, as you can imagine. I think for a lot of travelers looking ahead to travel in 2022 is kind of like, what can I do about this if I'm in this situation? So, a couple of things I would tell travelers to keep in mind. Number one, especially if you're planning a big dollar trip, somewhere that's a big vacation for you and for your family, is to consider travel insurance. Now, obviously, that's not going to, make your cancellation, go away. But should you have to book extra nights or change your vacation plans, cancel part of your hotel stay, travel insurance in many of these situations like this will help cover some of that. So it can be a little bit of reassurance for travelers who may be hoping that, they don't get stuck in this situation.
Yeah, and Janine, going back to these current cancellations and delays that we are seeing, there has been calls from business experts to allow even more protection or more resources when it comes to those that have been impacted. So for people that have had their travel plans disrupted by these delays and cancellations, what can they currently do right now to either get that money back or make up for the frustration?
Well, I would say number one is don't necessarily settle for a voucher or for a credit. Look, if your flight is canceled due to something that was within the airline's control, like staff shortages, then you are owed a refund. And I think that the airlines have gotten better about giving those out, but certainly if you're offered a voucher, go back to the airlines and try to get a full refund if possible. That's the number one thing that you can do as a traveler is do your research, look up to find out exactly what their policies are before you book that ticket. But in general, if it's a weather cancellation, you don't have a lot of recourse, but you certainly do if it's something like a staff shortage.
Yeah, and Janine, obviously we've seen thousands of domestic flights canceled, but I do want to touch on international travel for just a moment because we've seen a lot of countries across the nation either go on lockdown again or implement more restrictions due to COVID. So what is your recommendations for international travel right now? Should we even do it?
Sure. Well, I will tell you that I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of people putting maybe that kind of travel on pause for the real current time being with this COVID surge. I think most people are kind of looking out to further in the year and saying, what should I be booking come spring break, summer, and beyond? Again, I think that, if you have an international trip on your bucket list for this year, you really just need to keep your eye on what local protocols are, how they're changing, what, the State Department, the CDC are recommending for international travel and how that is changing. Travel insurance, again, could be a good idea if you're thinking of a big, European trip or international trip for later in the year, and because we just don't know what is to come. I mean, even when we look at other industries like the cruise industry, they have bookings all the way out to 2023 at this point. They've had a huge comeback since 2021. You have cruise lines like Carnival. They're expected to have their entire fleet of 22 back in service by March this year. Right now, with this current COVID surge, you're seeing those cruise lines really put back into play their flexible cancellation policies. But people in general are still looking out beyond that and booking into the future. So, I think people are looking to take advantage of what deals are out there right now in these different industries. And I think that's fine and a smart thing to do. It's just understanding what the policies are should you need to cancel or should your travel be affected by what's happening in these other destinations.
Yeah, and Janina, I want to speak on the industry itself for a moment, because obviously nobody anticipated another variant making cases surge across several different countries. So how is the travel industry planning on prepping for this very unprecedented year?
Well, I think number one, the travel industry is actually planning for a high demand in travel this year. Look, I think people are starting to learn to live with the fact that we're going to have these surges. And while we may not be able to plan for them, and know when they're going to happen, people are understanding kind of, how to deal with them. And the industry is as well. Again, the cruise lines are a great example. You have cruise lines like Carnival who just came out a couple of weeks ago and said, okay, from now until the end of January, because of the surge, we're going to allow our customers to cancel without any penalty. So I think you're seeing a lot of the industry suppliers, from airlines to home rental companies to cruise lines, really learning that they can flex and adapt those policies as needed. And from a traveler's perspective, I think travelers are just ready to get back out there and travel. I think what you may be seeing with a lot of these airlines having so many issues is maybe people will still, say, hey, let's take a road trip this year. Let's not have to worry and deal with that. So I think that it may kind of ebb and flow, and people will certainly take into consideration some of these issues that we're seeing going into 2022, and they may just adapt their plans based on those for the coming year.
And, as you just touched on a little bit, some of the travel trends that are expected to emerge is that, people just living in the pandemic and getting on that plane, still taking that trip.
Yeah, and I think, one thing that's really helped people with boosting their confidence going into this year is just the, the medical technologies that we've had and the advancements. So, people being able to get their vaccines and boosters, but also having a lot more access to those rapid at-home tests or tests that you can take with you while you're traveling. We didn't even have that a few months ago. So I think that people knowing that they have that availability is boosting confidence for this coming year. And, we are seeing high demand from cruise lines. Right now is actually the cruise wave season, where they have all their best promotions for the year. So even people looking at the second half of the year are looking at taking advantage of those deals and booking those now. On the lodging front, we're seeing high demand for those private home rentals, especially with the new work culture where people can really work from anywhere. The site Verbo says that people are actually booking their home rentals 2 to 3 months further in advance than they had in the past. So it's showing that there is the demand and people are booking earlier and people are taking longer trips. So, overall, what we're seeing for the travel industry in 2022 is that people are planning on taking longer vacations. They're planning on spending more on experiences while they're there, and they're booking farther in advance. So that just shows you that there's a lot of travel planning happening right now for further out in the year.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, I'm a huge travel junkie. I love taking trips. I wanted to go to Europe this year, so we'll see if that all works out. But to a lot of people, yeah, exactly. They just want to get it going. They want to move on. So we will definitely keep tabs on where people want to go and for how long. So, Janine, thank you so much for joining us, as always, here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate your insight. I know that frustration has been that key word for travelers dealing with this lately, but it seems that flights are, the number is getting lower and lower every day. You think?
I do think so. Where we saw, the biggest kind of surge in these cancellations was right over that holiday period a couple of weeks ago. So now that we're past that and the travel demand is slowing down a little bit, we're not seeing quite as many. But word of caution, come spring break when travel demand starts to go up, let's hope we don't see these cancellations rise again. But that's when I would caution travelers to really kind of keep your eye out and be prepared for that should you be heading to the airport during those higher travel periods.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Janine, as always, again, thank you so much. We hope that you have a great rest of your day. We'll definitely be touching base with you soon because travel news in a pandemic is certainly not going anywhere. Have a great day. Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody. Again, here is that vantage point we have from Philadelphia International Airport. Very thankful for contributors just like Janine to get on here and talk about all of the trends that we are seeing, because obviously each and every day we have brought you stories, remarks, and words from frustrated passengers in airports. Also, she mentioned the cruise industry. We've seen several cruises have to dock back in ports because of an outbreak of COVID-19. So how to navigate travel in the pandemic has certainly become quite a topic, and it's something that we're going to follow very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Do want to let you know that we have just received this feed into our Live Now from Fox desk out of Australia. So Novak Djokovic, the tennis player, his family is going to give a news conference after an Australian judge reinstated the star's visa earlier today, which was canceled after his arrival last week because he is unvaccinated. This was an international story that we've been following very closely here on our show. So if and when we do get this press conference started out there in Australia, we'll be sure to bring it to you raw, live, and in its entirety, because this is who we are and what we do, live and worldwide this Monday morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, as we wait for this news conference, we're going to run you through all the top stories that we are following this morning. All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th. We are tuning in live right now to an international press conference. We've got the family of tennis player Novak Djokovic speaking after an Australian judge reinstated the tennis star's visa. Now, this is actually being held from Serbia, where the family of the player is located. So this may not be in English. So if it's not, we'll get out of it and we'll bring you the latest information that we know on this situation thus far. It is a top story that we're following this Monday morning. But for this very moment, I do want to listen in here for just a couple of minutes. Let's take a live now look at what we got going on here.
Sjeti se junaka svojih I nikada se ne predaj, drugom ne daj što je tvoje, uvek u budućnost gledaj. Jedna zemlja, jedan tim, ponosim se srcem svim, iz Srbije dolazi, nikad ne odlazi. Jedna zemlja, jedan tim, ponosim se srcem svim, iz Srbije dolazi, nikad ne odlazi.
Dobar dan ljudi, dobrodošli. Hvala vam što ste se okupili u velikom broju. Mislim da je razlog pravi da proslavimo pobedu našeg Noleta. Na kraju je pobedilo pravo I pravda. Evo njegov najmlađi brat Đorđe će objasniti situacije od sinoć, od danas I od ovih dana.
Dame I gospodo, poštovani predstavnici medija, pre svega bih želeo da se zahvalim što ste došli u velikom broju, da vam se izvinim još jednom što ste čekali do sada. Mi smo pomerili konferenciju za štampu iz razloga što smo hteli da dobijemo malo...
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, tuning in to this live press conference from the family of Serbian tennis player Novak Djokovic after he won his appeal today to stay in Australia. Now, as I mentioned, if this wasn't going to be in English, again, the family is Serbian. We'll just walk you through some of the details that we know thus far. So this is Novak right here. Now, the best man's tennis player in the world is going to hold his serve down under. That's a little pun that we can bring you this Monday morning. Again, Serbian star Novak Djokovic won his appeal earlier today to stay in Australia and compete in the Australian Open despite not receiving his COVID-19 vaccine. His car was mobbed by supporters after the announcement was made. Djokovic received an exemption, but he was denied entry last week while the ruling reversed the decision to revoke his visa. Australian immigration officials still reserve ministerial rights to deport him, and the Australian Open begins next Monday. So this is an international story making headlines out here in the United States, here on Live Now from Fox, that we are going to continue following very closely. We actually do have this live look coming in from Australia right now. We've had this feed for a couple of hours. Again, fans were storming his car, very excited that he was able to continue playing. We do have the Open beginning next Monday, January 17th. So any developments on this story, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you live here from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for another couple of hours before my co-host Mike Page picks up our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona. We are covering a number of top stories on this Monday morning, and I do want to break down some of them for you here, starting off with such a tremendous loss in the entertainment industry that we learned of last night, actually right here happening in our own backyard in Orlando, Florida, learning that actor and comedian Bob Saget was found dead in his hotel room at the Ritz-Carlton. He was beginning a 6-month comedy tour starting off right here in Florida. Now, we did hear from sheriff's deputies in Orlando. They did say that as of right now, drug use and foul play did not seem apparent, but we are waiting for that cause of death. So right now, I do want to bring you the latest report from our Fox 35 Orlando team. They were actually first on scene at the Ritz-Carlton, and Stephanie Buffamonte was tweeting us updates throughout the entire night. So I want to bring you her report here on Live Now from Fox.
Deputies say Bob Saget was found unresponsive in his hotel room, but as of now, we don't know why. We were the first TV station on the scene here, and we saw deputies and patrol cars right outside of the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. We were quickly kicked off property by the hotel manager, saying they had no comment at this time, but here's a closer look at that scene. Orange County Sheriff's deputies confirm Full House star and comedian Bob Saget was found dead in his hotel room in the exclusive Ritz-Carlton Orlando hotel. When we arrived on scene, I saw several Orange County Sheriff's deputies standing right outside of the entrance and at least 5 marked squad cars. The sheriff's office tweeted tonight, quote, "Earlier today, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case." America's Dad was doing stand-up at the Hard Rock Orlando Friday night and was in Jacksonville Saturday night. He posted this on Instagram after his set in Orlando, saying, "A perfect first show of 2022," and went on to say, "So great to make people laugh and have a good time." After his set in Jacksonville, he posted that he was looking forward to his next show in a couple of weeks, saying, "I'm back in comedy like I was when I was 26. I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every moment of it." Like I said, deputies do not believe foul play or drugs were involved, but we are still waiting for the cause of death. Reporting in Orlando, Stephanie Buffamonte, Fox News.
And we have been bringing you reaction from the very unexpected death of Bob Saget throughout the morning, and we'll do that in just a few minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head back out live to New York City. It was breaking news coverage that we brought you throughout the afternoon yesterday as a fire tore through an apartment building in the Bronx, and we learned that it claimed the lives of 19 people right now. That includes 9 children, and we've also got dozens injured. So we're going to be touching base live with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses after this quick break.
It's being called one of the
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida, taking a live now look over a vantage point we have live right now outside of the apartment building where just yesterday a huge fire tore through it, claiming the lives of at least 19 people. We later learned that 9 of those deaths included children, and it was just a scene of horror. We brought you breaking news coverage throughout the afternoon, and officials are actually calling it the worst fire the city has seen in more than 3 decades. So I do want to stay live in New York right now and welcome into the conversation Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. He is with us outside of that building as well with the very latest. Robert, such a tragic incident. What can you tell us this morning? What are we learning?
Well, Regina, we just heard in the last few minutes from Mayor Eric Adams, who said that one of the key focus points of this investigation will be on why the door to the apartment on the 3rd floor where this fire started was left open, why it didn't automatically close as city law required. That open door on the 3rd floor allowed the smoke to quickly travel upwards and all throughout this apartment building, making this a deadly, deadly scene. The smoke has cleared, yes, but the pain still lingers.
They just pulled a little boy out. Oh my God.
Video posted on Citizen app captured flames licking the side of the Twin Parks Northwest apartment complex, a 19-story building with 120 apartments in the West Bronx. Fire Commissioner Daniel Nigro says yesterday morning's fire started in a malfunctioning electric space heater in a bedroom in a duplex that spanned the 2nd and 3rd floors. It's the worst fire the city has seen in more than 3 decades.
The numbers are horrific.
They might not have been so horrific had the door to the apartment where the fire started been closed, but it stayed open, allowing smoke to spread.
The smoke spread throughout the building, thus the tremendous loss of life and other people fighting for their lives.
People who live in the building say they initially ignored the smoke alarms they heard because that sound is pretty much a daily occurrence. This time, though, was different, and those inside quickly realized they had to get out.
When we opened that door, the smoke just hit us, and we ran to the hallway to the exit, and I just panicked and I got scared. I was coming down the stairs and saw a body sitting on the floor. Like, this is crazy.
Firefighters who found victims on every floor worked frantically while putting their own lives in jeopardy.
Their air tanks contained a certain amount of air. They ran out of air, many of our members, and they continue working to try to get as many people out as they could.
The city has not seen a fire this deadly since the fire at the Happy Land nightclub, also in the Bronx in 1990, that killed 87 people. Many who call this building home are immigrants from Gambia in West Africa. Governor Kathy Hochul met with some of the survivors.
Scores of family who are in such grief, who are in pain. To see it in a mother's eyes as I held her, who lost her entire family. It's hard to fathom what they're going through.
Robert Moses, Good Day, New York.
Help children make their ramen noodles and keep their people.
And we're told the space heater that was in use here yesterday was being used likely as just an added source of heat. The heat, according to the mayor, was on in this building. And Regina, I wanted to share with you one conversation I was having with a neighbor here who was out here yesterday and who witnessed what happened. He told me that as the victims were exiting this building, he saw neighbors out here actually taking their own socks off and giving the socks to these victims to try to keep them warm on a wintry morning. Just one example of how this city is trying to pitch in the aftermath of this terrible tragedy. Back to you.
Yes, you know, and it's so terrible. In the wake of the tragedy, you really see the good in people's hearts. Speaking of the good and moving forward, Robert, when we talk about the resources being offered and how we as viewers can help, what do we know this morning about those who are now left basically homeless?
Well, the Red Cross has been here at the scene assisting people with housing because we know that many, many people are going to need to be housed over these coming days and weeks. But also Governor Kathy Hochul has pledged to put money in her budget. As she's writing the budget this week, she promises money not only for housing, but also to help pay for funeral costs. Unfortunately, there will be at least 19 funerals in the coming days, and also we can't lose sight of the fact that at least 13 people were critically injured. They are fighting for their lives this morning, so it's conceivable the death toll could increase. Back to you.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox to keep our viewers updated. Thank you to you and your team, and we'll definitely be looking out for any more updates or any more information. Have a good day, Robert. And as Robert just mentioned there, his team actually did just recently speak. I'm talking minutes ago with New York City Mayor Eric Adams as he spoke about this tragic event that happened yesterday in the city. I do want to play for you that full interview there, anchor Rosanna Scotto speaking with the mayor for about 7 minutes. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. The interview is not live. Again, it just happened minutes ago, but really brings some perspective into how the city has responded since this all unfolded yesterday.
Malfunctioning electric space heater. That was the cause of the fire. The fire consumed that apartment that is on 2 floors and part of the hallway.
It was the deadliest fire in New York City in over 3 decades. Joining us right now from City Hall, Mayor Eric Adams. Thank you so much for being with us. And I just want to say, from all of us here at Good Day New York, we extend our love and support to all those families.
Thank you so much, ladies, and thank you for having me on this morning. And we have received that warmth, understanding from just about all New Yorkers and even outside of the city. My colleagues and mayors across the country, they have reached out to me and just wanted to know how could they help. And I spoke with the president's daughter yesterday, and she indicated the White House wants to be here for whichever way we need. So I thank you for that.
So, Mayor, what do we know about this investigation? We know it was a malfunctioning space heater. Why did they need a space heater in that building? Was there problems with heat?
No, we did not have any outstanding complaints of heat in the building. Sometimes people have additional warmth that they want in their apartments, and that is why they use space heaters from time to time. What it appears as though at the heart of the problem was really the open door that allowed the smoke to move through. It wasn't the fire that really consumed so many lives. It was the smoke. And this is not to, put any additional burden on the family in that apartment. It's almost a muscle memory that you flee an apartment and sometimes you forget about closing the door. That's why we're going to double down on the closing the door PSA that I knew as a child, and we want other generations to understand that.
That's a great idea because you're right. People panic. They don't know what to do. I mean, we're also hearing from some of the people who live in that apartment building that there were problems with the fire alarm constantly going off, and maybe that's why a few of them ignored it yesterday.
Yes, and we're going to look into that. The fire marshals are going to do a thorough investigation. They are professionals. They will tell us the source of the fire, why it's spread it so rapidly throughout the building. They're also going to look at the door and see did it have the automatic closing that it's supposed to have based on a law that was passed in the city. And so the investigation is going to give us a lot of information, and we're going to utilize that information to prevent additional fires of this capacity. Remember, it was back in 1989, we had Happy Land, and we were able to look at that fire and come up with real changes on how we handle buildings, when people have to exit during a fire emergency.
So because of that open door, was that the problem that firefighters encountered when they got there? Because I had seen reports that when they got to that building, the building was already engulfed in flames.
And more so engulfed in smoke throughout the building. When you look at the front of the building, Commissioner Nigro was sharing, that's why you had so many windows that were open or broken throughout the day or throughout the building because of the smoke spreading through the building. And so the open door allowed the smoke to move through the building in a rapid fashion. And we have to really look at the heroes and sheroes from the response from the firefighters and EMS. Some of them actually did not have any more air in their tanks, but continue to push through to rescue families. I cannot say enough about them and those who lived in the building as they helped their neighbors. This was New York at its finest during a very difficult and troubling time.
Mayor, why didn't they have more air in their oxygen tanks? There was some talk about maybe they were understaffed because of, COVID. Some people were out sick. What have you heard about that?
Well, from my understanding, and the commissioner can explain it better than I, but from my understanding, the tank allows you a certain amount of time in a building, but because of the 19 floors and the extended period of time, they actually ran out of oxygen, some of the firefighters. But we had a full complement of firefighters that were there. Other engine companies also responded. We had the manpower on the scene, rapidly responded, and again, we want to commend those men and women who came together in a coordinated effort to really evacuate the building and get the fire under control.
But at this point, you don't see any problems with the building itself, with the landlord or anything like that?
No, that was not reported. There were two outstanding violations of the initial reports, and those violations had nothing to do with heat. So it appears as though the landlord was operating the building accordingly, but a thorough investigation will determine all of that.
What will the city do? What can we do to help?
A couple of things. We opened a fund, the fund to Advance New York. That's the name of the fund, is the Mayor's Fund to Advance New York. And all of the proceeds collected will go directly to the family members involved. We have a real response from community-based organizations. Office of Emergency Management has coordinated with the Red Cross. Everyone that needed shelter, currently they have the shelter that they need. And we're also going to make sure that we give emotional support to the children, their schools, and the community. This is a traumatic impact. I think about when my building was burned, a fire, 3-alarm fire, when I was a state senator. It was no loss of life, but you think about this often. Every time you hear a fire truck, you relive traumas like this, and we want to be there for New Yorkers.
Are you okay? You said that you're kind of reliving the trauma.
Yes, I am. I'm just thinking about those family members, and I was happy that we saw all of the electeds, all of the citywide electeds, Borough President Vanessa Gibson, our district attorneys, our council person, assembly person, the state senator, the governor. You saw New York at its best during crises of this magnitude. And think about it, we're already stretched thin. Our doctors and nurses dealing with the COVID crises. These young people and families was sent to hospitals throughout the borough and the city, and they responded in an admirable fashion. This is who we are as a city. As you stated at the front of this broadcast, we get through this together as New Yorkers, and you saw that Governor and Mayor standing side by side to deal with this crisis.
Well, we're happy to see that. Mayor Adams, thank you so much for being on Good Day New York. We really appreciate it, and our condolences and support to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, that was New York City Mayor Eric Adams on Fox 5 New York just moments ago, speaking on this tragic apartment building fire that claimed the lives of 19 people. As we know right now, unfortunately, we did speak with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. You do have dozens of people battling for their lives in local hospitals. So there is a unfortunate possibility that this number of deaths due to this fire could rise. Right now, we don't have word of any scheduled new update from authorities. Just last night, we did hear from Mayor Adams himself. You also had New York Governor Kathy Hochul present and hearing from some firefighters, but they do believe that the fire was started from a space heater in the building, and they were also talking about the rescue and recovery efforts that it took to get everybody out, or who they could get out safely. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to let you know that we are getting a feed from Chicago, Illinois into our desk right now. Now, we are entering a second week of the teachers union officially voting to stay with remote learning and cancel in-person classes. This has gotten a lot of pushback from the mayor, Lori Lightfoot. So we've got members of the teachers union speaking live from Chicago. So we'll listen in for just a bit here on Live Now from Fox when we return. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. This is a story that we have been following since last week at this point, when the Chicago Teachers Union officially voted to cancel in-person classes and switch back to remote learning due to a spike in COVID-19 cases within the city, within the school system. So we are getting this live update from them out of Chicago right now. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
La mejor manera de volver a las clases en este momento, hasta que los números de COVID-19 bajen, es tener a los niños en aprendizaje remoto, para que haya educación para todos, no solamente para algunos. Muchas gracias.
We're going to hear now from 22nd Ward Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thanks, Rebecca, and thanks, Nuri. You know, I represent the 22nd Ward, which makes up 2/3 of my district. It also makes up, my part of the 22nd Ward makes up 2/3 of Little Village. Little Village is one of the communities most impacted by this pandemic of any community in the state of Illinois. Most positive cases for the first part of the pandemic, and we certainly have had our share of deaths. Many too many. Over the last years, we've met every Monday almost. We've had over 60 meetings. Nuri, you've been in many of those meetings. To coordinate, to come together. It's been the city administration, it's been the teachers union, community organizations, parents that have come together on this issue. We need to come together again. We see a surge in this virus. We know that our schools are being negatively impacted. I'm hearing from parents and my CTU brothers and sisters that we need to take a brief pause and learn remotely before we can get back to school. I support their efforts. I support this engagement here today because mostly I support my community. I want a healthy community where my families can know that they are safe in sending their kids to school. Brevemente español, mi nombre es Mike Rodríguez. Hemos estado trabajando aquí la villita sobre esta pandemia, uniendo los padres de comunidad, el sindicato de los maestros, pero también la ciudad, para implementar unos esfuerzos aquí en nuestra comunidad para disminuir los incidentes de coronavirus en nuestra comunidad. Yo oigo de los padres y los maestros de que es un tiempo ahora para hacer una pausa al enseñamiento de las escuelas públicas. Cambiamos de una manera remota por esta semana y empezar de nuevo la próxima semana en persona. Yo lo veo sensible, yo le veo una manera de instrucción para nuestros jóvenes de deberemos pasar en este tiempo que el incidente coronavirus tan alta, especialmente en esta comunidad. Veo muchas de nuestras escuelas aquí en la villita de que no están llegando los jóvenes por el miedo que tienen los padres. Es un miedo que yo lo siento también con mi familia y con mi comunidad. Gracias.
We're now going to hear from Nurse Alicia Ivy, nurse from Fry Elementary.
Good morning. Imagine, as parents, you sending your student to school and encountering a peer that possibly is COVID positive. There should be a care room to send that positive student to. But because of the mayor and CPS's lack of providing fulfilling the promises of COVID protocols that they set in place, there are no care rooms. There are no care room aides. Imagine that positive student sitting inside the main office or the hallway, in fact, possibly spreading COVID to every person that walks through such a main area of the school. These are just one of the major issues that we as CPS nurses have to encounter. Imagine a student being sick, remaining in class because there are no care rooms. Imagine students and staff members being turned away from COVID testing because only 10% are allowed to be tested. Insane. These are the things that we have to deal with. As a health service nurse at CPS, our responsibilities are numerous. Pre-COVID, we were already overwhelmed because of the staffing issues in nursing. Now that COVID has taken place, the staffing issues have doubled. And we are not able to provide our students with the care that they need and continue to do COVID protocols and things that the mayor has put on us without even discussing things with us if we're the medical professionals that she say we are, even taking our input. On top of that, she continues to throw us under the bus. To say that it's 500 nurses and only 60 signed up is absolutely insane. But on top of that, that is something we would have to do on our personal time. We also, as CPS nurses, have families that we have to care for. We have to go home and find some way to decompress from all the stress of the day that we have had to deal with as CPS nurses, trying to fulfill every single responsibility that they have put on top of us. I am the assigned nurse for Fry Elementary, and I have been forced to work remotely because of the staff shortage. I have to be at one school providing direct services to multiple students, working remotely, which means virtually or over the phone, for the other two schools that I have been assigned. I have to provide all kinds of care remotely, which is insane because I cannot dedicate myself to the students at Spry the way that I should be able to, because Lori Lightfoot refuses to fulfill the promises that she has made to us as CTU staff members. In closing, please know that parents, students, all CT staff members, including CTU and community members, are stakeholders. Lori Lightfoot and CPS should be investing their money in the stakeholders to make sure all the positive things that we need for COVID that we are asking for safety are put in place so that we all can feel safe to come into the building. Yes, we want to take care of these students. From 7:30 to 4 o'clock, these students are considered our children. We are passionate and loving towards our students, and we desire to see them safe and well educated. Please provide us all that we need, Lori, to do everything that we need to do for our students. The stakeholders are calling you out. Thank you.
We will now hear from Nurse Linda Giles.
Good morning. I also am a CPS school nurse. And so what we want in Chicago public schools, like other major school districts around the country, is safe, effective teaching as well as health care in the school system. The nurses at CPS, we are shortage of nurses. We are not able to perform our job as effectively as we need to do. Some of us nurses have 3, 4, 5 schools that we are assigned to provide care for these students. Unfortunately, that's not possible, and we have a world pandemic going on in Chicago. We need resources. We need to be able to work safely and remotely until this surge is under control. Lori Lightfoot, you have promised to us in our contract. Please fulfill them. You are able to do it. Other large school systems have been able to work with the mayor, the unions work with the mayor to get these mitigations done in our schools. We need safe schools. We need safe working environment for our students as well as our staff. Thank you.
We will now hear from SEIU Local 73 President Diane Palmer.
Good morning. I'm Diane Palmer, President of the SEIU Local 73. DIANPALMER. And I'd like to just thank all the parents and all of the stakeholders and all of the unions for being out here this morning on this very brisk morning. At SEIU, we represent the seekers, the custodians, security, bus aides, and parent workers. And I know the rumor is that labor wants to run the city of Chicago. And that's not true. At SEIU, we've had 3 simple requests. Respect us, pay us, and protect us. And right now, we do not feel that the government is doing that. And so I know firsthand that the government has at times faltered. And that's where unions come in, to help push, to help urge, to help educate government on getting on the right track. So I am saying that the best place for kids to be is in school. So I'm urging CEO Martinez to come to the table and negotiate openly and fairly with the Chicago Teachers Union. And while you're doing that, there is no harm in leaving these children home to be taught remotely. A remote education is better than no education at all. And, you know, and life rides over sickness and death. And where there's life, there's hope. We can recover after we contain this virus. Yeah. So I would say to the government, I would say to Chicago public schools, do right by these workers, do right by these students, and allow them to have the securities that they need in place to live a productive life. Protect us, pay us, and respect us. Thank you so much.
We'll now hear from State Representative Edgar Gonzalez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm State Representative Edgar Gonzalez. I'm a lifelong Little Villager, and I'm also a former Scribe student. So, I I don't mean to belabor the point because it's cold and we've all been talking about the same thing, but I think if I can belabor for just a little bit, and I can talk from personal experience. I had COVID before we even had the vaccine. Myself and my family were statistic. I know how serious this is. I know how it can basically take down a whole family. So I don't understand why it's just parents, teachers, and staff that are taking this seriously and not the mayor.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning into our coverage, we are listening into a live press conference happening in Chicago, Illinois. They are definitely braving the cold temperatures for this one. These are members of the Chicago Teachers Union speaking out after they officially voted last night to continue canceling in-person classes as of today. Now, we don't have any word on when they do plan on resuming in-person classes. But again, last night, the district officially canceled classes for today. And in a statement released in response to that, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Chicago Public Schools CEO Pedro Martinez said, quote, out of fairness and consideration for parents who need to prepare, classes will be canceled again Monday. Although we have been negotiating hard throughout the day, there has not been sufficient progress for us to predict a return to class tomorrow. We will continue to negotiate through the night and will provide an update if we have made substantial progress. Now, this is a standoff that's been going on for a couple of days now, a story we brought you last week. These teachers claiming that there has been a spike in cases, that there are not enough safety protocols to ensure that their students are safe, that they are safe. Some of them saying that they brought COVID-19 home to their family members. So we'll continue following any developments out of Chicago here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're entirely going to switch gears here and get the latest on the top political headlines that we are following this Monday morning. We are talking the fact that Biden's federal vaccine mandate rules are officially supposed to go into effect today. We've also got U.S. officials in Switzerland meeting on international ties to the Ukraine, the latest on that, as well as the latest on legislative session beginning in a couple of states. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. On this Monday, January 10th, you're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida, but you're currently taking a live now look over the White House in Washington, D.C. Because Biden's federal vaccine mandates are supposed to go into effect today, but it's received a lot of pushback from federal employees, as well as we also heard on Friday some oral arguments as the Supreme Court heard this case. We've also got U.S. officials claiming that if Russia goes through with an invasion, Russia could face serious sanctions, and we do have a meeting happening in Switzerland. So obviously, as always, lots of political news to cover this Monday morning, and who better than to break it all down for us than Mike Herodopoulos, the former president of the Florida Senate, now political analyst. Mike, always good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. We're getting happy Monday morning.
Happy Monday morning. Lots to talk about, as always. So, Mike, let's first start off with those federal vaccine mandates that are officially supposed to start today. I want to backtrack for our viewers for just a moment. On Friday, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments regarding this case. What were some of the key takeaways? What did we end up getting out of that hearing?
Well, one thing we've definitely learned is that there is a partisan split right now in the United States Supreme Court. The three liberal justices were very aggressive, saying this is an absolute essential move to be made, pushing these vaccine mandates and trying to protect people across the country. That is their message. They got a little confused in their message, that undercut their message a bit, because some of the facts that they presented were not proven to be true down the line, as the number of hospitalizations for children, for example, and on the line from Sotomayor and others. But in general, what they're looking at right now is that based on the questions that were asked of the majority, those people who are appointed by Republican presidents, they're saying, shouldn't this be an act of Congress as opposed to an executive order? After all, it's going to impact over 100 million people who work in the private sector, those people who work in companies with 100 or more people, and of course also affect healthcare workers, those hospitals that accept Medicare and Medicaid, which almost every hospital does, that they must be vaccinated or go through a weekly testing process. And so the expectation is that literally any minute now, the U.S. Supreme Court will hand down the decision saying that, yes, they support President Biden's executive order, or they'll say, no, it's going to either be by Congress and signed by the president, or individual states might push for such an agenda, not a unilateral decision made by the president and the executive branch.
Yeah, and you know, Mike, we know that many larger companies are scrambling to comply, but at the end of the day, there has been so many different reactions to these mandates. You've had a lot of military being let go because of it. So when you talk about what we've seen after Biden talked about doing this, you know, what are your takeaways from how people feel?
Well, clearly, there's a large percentage of people who simply don't want to be vaccinated. They have concerns about it for a variety of reasons. And what the companies are most concerned about are two things. One is it's a huge compliance cost trying to make sure that you meet all these bureaucratic regulations. And this is a time when companies are already strapped because of the horrible situation we've suffered through with COVID. The second one is staffing. As we're seeing right now in airports across the country, there's a lot of pilots and other people who work in the airline industry simply don't want to work. And that's causing massive problems in our transportation network. So you have real staffing issues. And finally, within that, of course, in hospitals, where a lot of doctors and nurses, again, for whatever reason there might be, there's a lot of issues out there. They don't want to go there, and so they're literally quitting. We saw last month, of course, a record number of people quitting their jobs, and I think it had a lot to do with these vaccine mandates, et cetera. And so this will have a big impact on this economy that's trying to recover from the horrible situation we've all suffered through with the coronavirus. And so this decision by the Supreme Court should be made shortly, because OSHA, as you mentioned, the federal government is already saying the regulations take effect today. And I'll remember one last thing is 3.5 million federal workers are required to get the vaccine. And with that, you're talking about a significant number. Now, in that case, there's been about 97% compliance already. But in general, this is a huge decision by the Supreme Court. I think it's essential that the court decides one way or the other, or we're going to be in this, again, this confused situation, which is never good for the economy.
Yeah, and Mike, obviously, as we mentioned several times at this point, the Supreme Court could intervene at any moment. So if and when we do get that breaking news, we'll be sure to bring it to our viewers. Want to switch gears here to another major topic of concern. Mike, as we speak, senior U.S. and Russian officials have officially launched special talks on strategic stability when it comes to the growing concerns between Russia and the Ukraine. So walk us through what we have seen so far and why we are conducting these talks at this moment.
Well, this is Vladimir Putin testing the new president of the United States. We all know that, unfortunately, the president failed miserably with his situation in Afghanistan and the continuing border crisis. And so not only here with Putin, but also in China, they're testing the mettle of the United States of America. And what has happened right now, there's 100,000 Russian troops poised on the Ukrainian border, and they're threatening to invade the Ukraine unless some type of an arrangement can be worked out, potentially led by the United States. This said, what Putin is saying, look, the Ukraine is on our border. We're concerned that Ukraine will be part of NATO. That means, quote, potential enemies are at our border. We find that's unacceptable. And thus, he is potentially going to move towards a military action. And so President Biden is saying not a military response, but he's threatening economic sanctions against Russia at this time. I would just say, as I'm trying to analyze this, it seems like Putin has the upper hand because he is forcing the American hand. He is taking the aggressive tact and trying to gain concessions. We're not gaining any concessions from Russia at this point. And so it's a very troubled situation. Let's hope they can work out something short of war, but let's also hope that the president does not capitulate and simply give in to every Russian command, because again, this is a situation where we want to keep stability in Europe. And when you lose that, when saber rattling works, other nations that aren't favorable to the United States are probably going to try to move aggressively. For example, China and Taiwan. And so the president needs to act with authority here and make sure that being a bully doesn't ever pay off.
Yeah, and we're definitely waiting to see if we will get an update on those talks happening right now. A little bit earlier, we did get feeds from outside of the building where it was happening. So if and when we get any new developments, we'll be sure to cover that here. So we've got legislative session officially kicking off in several states. But as the former president of the Florida Senate, what are the key major issues? What will be talked about out there in Tallahassee? What are we looking at when it comes to us here in the state of Florida?
Well, great question, Regina. Well, Florida is representative of so many other states. We're in the middle of what they call reapportionment. That's where they redraw the political lines. And so that will be a focus of all of these elected officials, not just in Florida, but around the country, as they're wondering what district will they run in. And given the high partisan nature of not only in my state, but in states across the country, you're going to see some big political battles take place. Now, Florida has a big advantage over other states. They actually picked up a congressional seat because more and more people are moving into Florida. And Republicans at this point have the upper hand. For example, just a few years ago, there are more registered Democrats in Florida than Republicans, about 300,000 more. This year, that changed. Now Republicans have the majority of registered voters in the state of Florida. And so all those people who have been moving in disproportionately are Republican. So the issues that they'll look at this year is a good one in the sense that there is no tax increase because Florida's enjoyed a huge budget surplus. They'll have approximately $100 billion budget, but they've got a lot of money in what we call the savings account or the rainy day fund. And so there's no threat of a tax increase for Florida taxpayers right now because they have such a budget surplus. And the bulk of that money will go into one, additional teacher pay and also additional law enforcement pay. And so in these, let's just say, rich times in Florida, because the economy is so strong, you're probably going to see a lot of smiling faces from teachers and law enforcement as they get a pay increase. And taxpayers don't mind it so much because they know their taxes won't go up because the economy in Florida is thriving, because everybody's coming down here to go on vacation, etc., because it's the one place where most people feel free, including, as you saw recently, a lot of Democrat Congress people from states that aren't so open with the COVID situation.
Yeah, and you know, Mike, I was literally just about to ask you that when you talk about issues at stake. We've heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis several times about Florida's response to the pandemic compared to other states in our nation. So will that be mentioned a lot when it comes to the next coming weeks?
Yes, it will. Florida, as you know, has stayed open. They believe strongly in, of course, having these monoclonal antibodies. It was the governor who pushed those more than anyone else, and it really helped stem some of the potential death toll with the Delta variant. Luckily, the Omicron variant is not as deadly as the Delta variant earlier in the year. We're still seeing, of course, high number of people being found to have COVID, but fewer people are going to the hospital, fortunately enough. But this will be a continued push by the governor. He wants to strike that balance. He wants to say, we're going to have testing. If you have COVID, go get the monoclonal antibody treatment. We want to keep an open and fair, let's just say, economy, and also make sure that kids stay in school, physically go to school, because we know that last year those students that did not go to school did not make the late learning gains we all hope for. And of course, there's been a lot of psychological issues that come with that, and even sadly, the increased number of suicides among high school students across the country. And so being in school is important, and you're seeing other states follow the lead of Governor DeSantis right here in Florida, even in more liberal states like New York, let alone California, Illinois. They're saying be in school. We don't want kids out of school. Though in Chicago right now, as we know, there's a teacher strike. And so there's a big fight as usual going on in Chicago.
Yeah, we were literally just tuning into a Chicago Teachers Union press conference right before this segment. So definitely a standoff happening in Chicago. Mike, do you still find yourself in Tallahassee a lot during these sessions, or do you kind of stay out of it more? What do you, as the former president of the Florida Senate, where are you at during these sessions?
I'm actually in Tallahassee a lot. I have a lot of clients up there who are concerned about some of the things the legislature might do or might not do, whether it be through legislation or through the budget. And so I'm really very much involved. And plus, I, as you can imagine, get very involved in a lot of elections, as I'm a consultant for many different races. And as a person who used to be in the process, I'm fortunate enough to have a lot of people hire me to try to solve some of those problems which come up all too often in government.
For sure. Well, Mike, we thank you for always taking the time to break down the top political headlines that we've got going on each and every week. So have a great session, or follow a great session, and we'll be chatting with you again next week. Thanks so much, Mike.
Look forward to seeing you. Have a great week, Regina. Thank you.
You as well. All right, everybody. We do have some different vantage points we've got coming into our desk this morning. This is that Live Now look from New York City out there. It's really cold in certain parts of the city, certain parts of the Northeast, I should say. I don't think this morning that I showed you a look at our X-Rad radar. You could see temperatures very, very cold. When the color of the numbers reaches that blue, that means it's very cold. So basically the entire nation seeing some sort of cold temperatures, except down there here in Florida. 63, 64 out in Tampa, 70 in Miami, and then even out in California, you've got Los Angeles at 54, San Francisco at 48. So we will be tracking your temperatures for you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, some of you are going to see a quick break. We are almost at the top of the 9 o'clock Eastern time hour, 6 o'clock Pacific time hour, and we'll continue running you through some of the top stories that we are following. I do want to bring you back out to New York City, the Bronx specifically, as we get that live vantage point from outside of the apartment building where a massive fire claimed the lives of at least 19 people. We're going to play for you the latest update from authorities here after this quick break. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th, continuing to bring you live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We've had several live events happen already, and it is only a little past 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, a little past 6 a.m. out west. So if you're just waking up with us, thank you so much for tuning into our coverage. Wanted to walk you through some of the top stories that we have been bringing you here throughout the morning. The entertainment world mourning the loss of comedian and actor Bob Saget. He was found dead in his Orlando hotel room just last night. We do know that sheriff's deputies have said as of right now, drugs, foul play, none of that was suspected. So we are waiting for an official cause of death that hopefully will be coming either sometime today or sometime this week. He was on the first stop of a comedy tour that was expected to go through midsummer. So definitely a shock to the world this morning, and we'll be bringing you all the latest here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, another top story as well, the aftermath and any potential updates when it comes to a huge fire that unfolded in an apartment building in the Bronx just yesterday. It was breaking news, full coverage that we brought to you yesterday afternoon. 19 people confirmed dead as of this morning, 9 of those being children. You also have a dozen still recovering in local hospitals throughout the city. So if and when we do get any updates from New York State officials, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. You've also got President Biden's federal vaccine mandates officially supposed to go into effect today, but the Supreme Court could intervene at any moment. So we are going to continue bringing you the latest on the pushback, on how employees feel about this. It was something we just spoke with a political analyst about a few minutes ago. So this is just a look at some of the stories that we've got going on for you here on Live Now from Fox. Also had the Serbian tennis star Novak Djokovic. He won a court battle to stay in Australia to contest the Australian Open despite being unvaccinated against COVID-19. We did just get a press conference from his family. It was being held in Serbian. So as of right now, we are just going to continue bringing you all of the information we can get. We had some celebrations happening in Australia earlier today, but this is not the final straw technically. We do know that while the ruling was reversed, the decision to revoke his visa could backfire at some point. The Australian immigration officials still reserve ministerial rights to deport him, and the Australian Open begins next Monday, January 17th. So lots of moving parts here on Live Now from Fox. Want to bring you live out to New York City right now because we did have an update that we got last night from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, from firefighters that responded to this tragic fire that claimed the lives of 19 people. So I do want to bring you that latest update here on Live Now from Fox. We'll play you about 10 minutes of it because at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to check back in live with Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto about the investigation into Bob Saget's unexpected death.
Time of a tragedy. This is no longer a city or state where the governor and the mayor and elected officials and our firefighters, our police officers, our OEM, all of our entities, we are in the energy of when there is a crisis in this city or state, we are coming together. We are sending a loud message with the men and women of the clergy and the other officers in this city. We are in a moment where we're facing a multitude of crises at one time, and we won't succeed if we're not united. And coming here today, the governor reached out to me and stated that she wanted to be here to send a loud message for these families and to say thank you to the men and women who went in this building. Some of these firefighters, their oxygen tanks were empty, and they still pushed through the smoke. You can't do this if you don't feel attached to the city and this community. And I really want to thank them for putting their lives on the line to save lives. Over 30 people are in the hospital, 19 deaths. 9 of them are children, are babies that we lost. And we're all feeling this. And we're going to be here for this community to help them navigate through this. Many of these young children went to schools. We will have a social and emotional support at their schools to help the classmates. We're here as well with the Red Cross and OEM is going to coordinate together to get housing and also some of the emergency needs that the people who experience this trauma experience. And it's so important that we have the faith-based leaders here. This was a large Muslim population. Sheikh Musa is here that knows many of the residents. They came from Gambia. And we want to make sure that we're sensitive to the cultural needs. The ME's office is going to coordinate to make sure that we respect the burial rights of the Muslim community as well as others. So our message is clear today. During a tragedy, we are going to be here for each other. There's more to be discovered. The FDNY is doing a thorough investigation. Commissioner Nigro will update us on the latest, but it appears as though this stemmed from a space heater. But the marshals are here. They will give us a thorough investigation to determine exactly what took place and what we can do better not to have this repeated. And so at this time, I want to just thank the governor of the state of New York, who's here with us today, and just to ask her to say a few words. Governor?
Thank you, Mayor. We are indeed a city in shock. It's impossible to go into that room where scores of family who are in such grief, who are in pain, to see it in a mother's eyes as I held her, who lost her entire family. It's hard to fathom what they're going through. But I went table to table, helped children make their ramen noodles and eat their pizza, and let them know one thing. And the mayor and I are united in this. We will not forget you. We will not abandon you. We are here for you. So your elected leaders, from your Senator Schumer on down to our council members, are united here to support this community, to say tonight is a night of tragedy and pain, and tomorrow we begin to rebuild. We rebuild their lives and give them hope, especially those who came all the way from Africa, Gambia, in search of a better life right here in this great borough, the borough of the Bronx. They're part of our family. And when I prepare my budget this week, I'm going to establish a victims' compensation fund for the individuals I just sat with and said, I will not forget you. There'll be money to help them find new housing, for burial costs, for whatever they need. We'll take care of them, because that's what we do here in the state of New York. We are here for the Bronx, and we're here for anyone who needs us. And I thank the leadership of our mayor, our fire commissioner, Nigro, and all the men and women in uniform who went into a building not knowing their own fate, and they still went in there and rescued people. And that's why I'm so proud to be the governor of a state like this. You cannot keep us down, ever. We are united together. Thank you. And may God bless the individuals who are suffering and the souls of those we lost, particularly the children.
Thank you. And I'm just so happy when I reached out to our state senator and asked him, can he come up and join us today without hesitation. He came up just to be here and show our united front. Thank you, Senator Schumer. Senator Schumer.
Thank you, Mayor, Governor, and everyone here. You see the outpouring of every level of government from all parts of the city. I just came up from Brooklyn. It is such a tragedy, thinking of children, thinking of families, thinking of so many people in this building, immigrants striving to climb that ladder up and their lives snuffed out. It's awful. I want to thank our firefighters. Unbelievable. They always rush to danger. They don't care. They don't worry about themselves. They just go in there and they were here from all reports very, very quickly. We appreciate that. At the federal level, we'll do whatever we can. There is housing assistance, there is tax assistance, and maybe most important in this instance, immigration assistance so families can be united, because many of these families have come from overseas and need to be here. And I just pledge, and I saw my colleague from Congress, our Congressmember Richie Torres, we pledge to do whatever we can at the federal level, but New Yorkers are united in standing by. When there's a tragedy, we come together. We don't care about ideology, we don't care about race, creed, color, religion. We come together, we embrace one another, and we say we are for helping New Yorkers who need help. That's who we've been for the history of our city, and on this awful night, that doesn't change.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I think the Senator raised a good point. This is a heavy immigrant community, and we want to make sure Sheikh Musa let the residents know that if you need assistance, your names would not be turned over to ICE or any other institution. We want people to be comfortable in coming forward, and it's imperative that we connect with those.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, listening in to the most recent update from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as other fire officials. That is to the left-hand side of your screen. To the right-hand side of your screen, you could see that live look from outside of the building this morning. Each and every weekday morning, we typically do get an update from the New York City Mayor. So it's likely that we should be getting that feed in soon, and I can imagine that he would address this tragic situation. They're describing it as the worst fire in the city in several decades, literally. So we are going to continue following each and every development for you here on Live Now from Fox regarding this situation. He did say that at least 30, possibly more, are in the hospital being treated for their injuries. And unfortunately, with the severity of the situation, the death toll could potentially rise. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears here to another major story we're following this morning. Bob Saget, actor and comedian, found dead inside of his hotel room in Orlando, Florida. We're going to be bringing you the latest on the investigation that is now ongoing into what could have caused his death and what we know this morning. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 10th. The entertainment world is mourning the loss of Bob Saget, the actor and comedian known to millions as America's Dad on the TV series Full House. Definitely one of my favorites for sure. Officials say Saget died at the age of 65 in his hotel room yesterday, actually right here in our own backyard where our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub is located in Orlando, Florida. It actually happened at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Orlando. Saget was on a comedy tour and performed Saturday night in Jacksonville. And when we first got word of this situation, our Fox 35 Orlando team was actually first on scene outside of the Ritz-Carlton. And that is where Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto is joining us once again this morning. Nestor, such a huge loss for the entertainment industry happening right here in Orlando. What do we know as of this morning?
Right, so this morning investigators tell us that there is no sign of foul play and no sign of drug use. But so many of his family, friends, fans are wondering what happened at the hotel room behind me that led up to his death. As you mentioned, he had just started and kicked off a comedy tour right here in Orlando. But I do want to show you that video. We were the first local station here on the scene at the Ritz-Carlton Grand Lakes. And this is where we saw so many Orange County Sheriff cars and then deputies coming in and out of the hotel. They tell us it was just after 4 Sunday afternoon when they got a call about an unresponsive man. When they arrived, they identified him as Full House actor Bob Saget. The comedian was doing a stand-up tour and really kicked it off Friday night here at the Hard Rock Orlando, and then posted to his Instagram after his set saying, "A perfect first show of 2022. So great to make people laugh and have a good time." He had also just posted the morning he died after performing in Jacksonville Saturday night, saying, "I'm back in comedy like I was when I was 26. I guess I'm finding my new voice and loving every minute of it." And so it is such a sad, unexpected loss.
Nestor, sorry, I thought you could hear me. Nestor, you know, when we talk about moving forward, I know we got that update on social media, that statement from Orange County deputies saying don't expect any further updates. But when we talk about learning a cause of death, how long could that possibly take?
Well, that is what we are waiting to hear from. What we do know is that investigators are telling us that right now the medical examiner's office is working to learn the cause of death. That may be the next big update we get. And of course, as soon as I get that, I'll pass it along to you.
Absolutely. Well, as always, Nestor, thank you so much for joining us here. Really sad story to bring our viewers, but we thank you and your team, and we'll check back in with you soon.
Have a good day.
All right, everybody, I do want to bring you some more video and reaction on this heartbreaking situation that unfolded just last night in Orlando, Florida. Again, if and when we do get a cause of death, any information from medical examiners, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But as we learned these details within the last literally 12 plus hours at this point, we did have Fox's Ashley Dvorkin take a look back at some of the reaction on social media from Bob Saget's former colleagues, former entertainers, comedians, as well as a look back at some of his most prominent roles and shows that he was a part of.
He's here. Bob Saget, the actor and comedian who brought laughs and fatherly advice as TV's Danny Tanner on Full House, has died at the age of 65. The Orange County Sheriff's Office said in a statement, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case. Saget starred on Full House from 1987 through 1995 and reprised his role in the reboot Fuller House. Early work also included hosting America's Funniest Home Videos. In recent years, he focused primarily on his stand-up. He also made an appearance on The Masked Singer in 2020 and hosted a podcast called Bob Saget's Here For You. Saget was on a comedy tour at the time of his death. His last post on his social media was about his love for his job. He thanked the audience, saying he had no idea he did a 2-hour set, adding he felt like he was back in comedy like he was when he was 26. Celebrities sharing thoughts include longtime co-star and friend John Stamos, who wrote, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." Actor Joel McHale called Saget one of the most kind and thoughtful people, and he just happened to be one of the funniest on the planet. TV writer Norman Lear says he was hilarious. We were close friends, and I could not have loved him more. Raising Dad co-star Kat Dennings posted, "He was generous, protective, caring, and wonderful," adding, "He talked about his kids constantly." Bob Saget is survived by his 3 daughters from his first marriage to Sherry Kramer and his second wife, Kelly Rizzo. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Meanwhile, comedy clubs also honoring the loss of Bob Saget. This is video from the Laugh Factory in Los Angeles. There was a sign outside the building saying, "Rest in peace, make God laugh." So very unexpected loss and shocking to the nation, shocking to the entertainment industry. Again, if and when we get more details on what could have possibly happened, a cause of death, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to send some of you on another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head back out to Washington, D.C. and touch base with Fox's Doug Luzader as we are officially here on Monday, January 10th, when the Biden administration's federal vaccine mandates are officially supposed to go into effect. Doug Luzader will be giving us the nuts and bolts about those oral arguments that were heard by the Supreme Court on Friday, and then we'll get more information on it as well from our Fox 13 Tampa political reporters. So all that coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox 70. Everybody, good morning. My next top story for you here, as promised before that quick 2-minute commercial break, is regarding the new federal vaccination rules that officially go into effect today. New private sector federal vaccination rules going into effect as many larger companies are scrambling to comply. But as Douglas Zader reports from Washington this morning, at any moment, the Supreme Court could intervene. They did hear oral arguments on these mandates just Friday. So let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
Emergency vaccine and testing rules, but the Supreme Court is about to have the final say. Get a shot or get tested regularly and wear a face mask. OSHA, the federal workplace safety agency, will start ramping up enforcement starting today, even if the Supreme Court sounded skeptical when justices heard the case last week.
There was considerable skepticism, not just on the authority of the federal government, but on its factual basis for implementing such a sweeping rule.
The Washington Post has since chastised Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, awarding her 4 Pinocchios for saying this.
We have over 100,000 children, which we've never had before, in serious condition, and many on ventilators.
She was off by a factor of 20, according to the Post, which says the actual number is more like 5,000. Either way, though, many school-aged kids are struggling, with Chicago teachers still refusing to return to work this week. Chicago's mayor is furious.
What the Chicago Teachers Union did was an illegal walkout. They abandoned their posts and they abandoned kids and their families.
The teachers are trying the best they can. They need to be respected, not vilified.
And the highly infectious Omicron variant does present a new challenge. It's been spreading quickly through Congress as well. After raising eyebrows over the holidays, appearing maskless in Miami, New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez now confirms that she has tested positive for COVID. And this year's State of the Union address before Congress will still take place, but it's been pushed back to March 1st. In Washington, Doug Zader, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as mentioned, this federal vaccine mandate case was heard orally by the Supreme Court just Friday. It was something that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox. Well, our Fox 13 Tampa political reporter Craig Patrick is taking a closer look and breaking down what we saw. So I do want to play for you this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
The Supreme Court just heard arguments today over the vaccine requirement for healthcare workers and employees of large companies, when we're expecting a ruling very soon. Our political editor Craig Patrick here to take a closer look at what's going on here, why the dispute, which way the justices appear to be leaning. There's a lot of companies with a lot riding on this.
There certainly is, and we don't know inevitably how they'll do it very, very soon, but we have a pretty good idea in terms of how they're leaning and how they'll likely rule, because based on the questions the justices asked and based on the comments they made along the way through more than 3 hours we listened to this afternoon, it certainly sounds as if the majority of the Supreme Court will rule that, yeah, the federal government has the right to mandate vaccines in some cases, but it will also contend, based on reading the tea leaves here and what they said and didn't say, that they will ultimately determine. However, the Biden administration does not have the authority to require it for much of the private workforce. The United States has required vaccines from the birth of our nation. George Washington required vaccinations from the Continental Army. In the 1800s and early 1900s, officials went door-to-door inoculating by force. And in 1905, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 7-2 the United States government does have the right to mandate vaccines in the interest of public health. Justice John Marshall wrote the U.S. Constitution does not give people the freedom to disregard health measures when doing so may harm others. That ruling is legal precedent, and by the 1970s, all 50 states mandated a range of vaccines for all students as a condition of attending public school. But the difference now is that the Biden administration is requiring COVID vaccines as a condition of employment at large private companies. That's a step that has never been taken until now. And opponents of that order say there's a big difference between requiring vaccines as a condition of going to public school and requiring vaccines as a condition of going to work for a private company. Well, the Biden administration counters that the OSHA law President Nixon signed extends the federal right to mandate vaccines to the private workforce. But opponents say they're misinterpreting the scope of the OSHA law. And that's the core of the dispute the Supreme Court just heard for 3.5 hours on Friday. Through the course of the questions and comments from the justices, the 3 justices appointed by Democrats appeared to support the vaccine mandate for much of the private workforce.
Why isn't this necessary to abate a grave risk?
While the 6 justices appointed by Republicans appeared to oppose it or at least have some problems with it. For example, Justice Brett Kavanaugh repeatedly suggested the OSHA law on which the mandate is based may be too vague to be the basis of requiring vaccines.
Suppose the statutory language is general, broad, but doesn't speak specifically to the issue in question, but it is general and broad language.
On that point, Chief Justice Roberts indicated the federal government may well have the right to mandate these vaccines, but that Congress may have to specify that in a new or revised law, meaning the Biden administration may not have the authority to do it without specific congressional approval. To which the Biden administration says it already has that in the form of that 1970 OSHA law that Nixon signed. However, it does not specifically mention vaccines. The intent of that law at the time was to address concerns in the workplace about asbestos and other industrial contaminants and harmful chemicals. And with that, that was part of the argument today that yes, government may have this right, but it has to be authorized and written into legislation, signed into law by Congress. And whether or not that OSHA law is specific enough is basically the linchpin of the case. And it looks as if the majority of the Supreme Court is going to determine very quickly that it is not, that a different law would have to be implemented and enabled, one that is more specific on this point. We'll have to wait and see.
All right. So what about healthcare workers? They heard arguments over vaccine requirements for them.
Yeah, very different story. In the course of the questions and the arguments that played out there, it certainly sounds as if a majority of the Supreme Court sees that differently, because that is a heavily regulated industry, specifically regulated in the interest of safety and health care. And with that, we don't know for certain, but reading the tea leaves and trying to read what they said in terms of how they may actually vote and rule, it certainly sounds as if they'll go the other direction there and say that indeed the Biden administration has the right to enforce mandates specifically for healthcare workers.
Interesting. Could be a split decision there then. So we will all wait to see.
Yes.
Thank you, Craig.
All right, and before we go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, we wanted to show you that it is officially past 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, so stocks have started trading on this Monday, January 10th. The Dow Jones Industrial down this Monday morning. Just on Friday, speaking of President Biden, we did hear him give some brief remarks on the December jobs report, 199,000 jobs being added in the month of December, falling very short of what economists projected. So I do want to bring you his remarks here on Live Now from Fox. We were not able to bring them to you live because we were covering the Ahmaud Arbery murder sentencing hearing. So we'll listen in to what the president had to say about what economists are calling a disappointing jobs report here on Live Now from Fox.
Colorado looking at the damage with the governor of that god-awful firestorm that rolled through, and then I'm heading off to do Harry Reid's funeral. So, but this morning, I want to talk about, I think it's a historic day for our economic recovery. Today's national unemployment rate fell below 4% to 3.9%, the sharpest one-year drop in unemployment in United States history. The first time the unemployment rate has been under 4% in the first year of a presidential term in 50 years. 3.9% unemployment rate. Years faster than experts said we'd be able to do it. And we have added 6.4 million new jobs since January of last year, in 1 year. That's the most jobs in any calendar year by any president in history. How did that happen? Well, the American Rescue Plan got the economy off its back and moving again, back on its feet, getting over 200 million Americans fully vaccinated, got people out of their homes and back to work, even in the face of wave after wave of COVID. We got schools open. We got booster shots. We brought down the poverty rate. It went from 20 million people on unemployment rolls a year ago to under 2 million people on the unemployment rolls today. America's back to work, and there are more historical accomplishments. The increase in Americans joining the labor force was the fastest this year of any year since 1996. And among prime age workers, ages 25 to 54, their increase in labor force participation was the biggest in 43 years. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record increases in the people in the labor force. I would argue the Biden economic plan is working and is getting America back to work, back on its feet. But the record doesn't stop there. Today's report also tells us that record wage gains, especially for workers in some of America's toughest jobs, women and men who work in the frontline jobs in restaurants, hotels, travel, tourism, desk clerks, line cooks, wait staff, bellmen, they all saw their wages at a historic high, the highest in history. Their pay went up almost 16% this year, far ahead of inflation, which is still a concern. Overall, wage gains for all workers who were not supervisors went up more in 2021 than any year in 4 decades. There's been a lot of press coverage about people quitting their jobs. Well, today's report tells you why. Americans are moving up to better jobs, with better pay, with better benefits. That's why they're quitting their jobs. This isn't about workers walking away and refusing to work. It's about workers able to take a step up to provide for themselves and their families. This is the kind of recovery I promised and hoped for the American people, where the biggest benefits go to the people who work the hardest and are more often left behind, the people who have been ignored before, the people who just want a decent chance to build a decent life for their families, just given a clear shot. For them, wages are up, job opportunities are up, layoffs are down to the lowest levels in decades, and there are more chances than ever to get ahead. No wonder one leading economic analyst described what we've accomplished in 2021 as the strongest first-year economic track record of any president in the last 50 years. Today, America is the only leading economy in the world where the economy as a whole is stronger than before the pandemic. Now I hear Republicans say today that my talking about this strong record shows that I don't understand. I don't understand. A lot of people are still suffering, they say. Well, they are. Or that I'm not focused on inflation. Malarkey. They want to talk down the recovery because they voted against the legislation that made it happen. They voted against the tax cuts for middle-class families. They voted against the funds we needed to reopen our schools, to keep police officers and firefighters on the job, to lower health care premiums. They voted against the funds we're now using to buy COVID booster shots and more antiviral pills. I refuse to let them stand in the way of this recovery. And now my focus is on keeping this recovery strong and durable, notwithstanding Republican obstructionism. Because, you know, I know that even as jobs and families' incomes have recovered, families are still feeling the pinch of prices and cost. So we're taking that on as well. And the way to do that is not to step back from the economic progress we made, but to build on it. I've laid out a three-part plan to address costs families are facing. One, first part of that plan, fixing the supply chain. Two, protecting consumers and promoting competition. Three, lowering kitchen table costs, including with my Build Back Better Act. First, the supply chain. A couple of months ago, we heard a lot of dire warnings about supply chain problems leading to a crisis around the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas. We acted. We brought together business and labor to solve the problems. The much predicted crisis didn't occur. The Grinch did not steal Christmas, nor any votes. Look, the number of containers sitting in on docks for more than 8 days is now down by nearly 40%. The number of packages delivered on time was nearly 99%. Workers stayed on the job and did the job to bring goods to consumers. We're continuing to work to speed up every step of this process. The ports, trains, trucking. My bipartisan infrastructure plan, law, included significant investments in each of these areas. And I want to thank the 19 Republicans in the Senate and the 13 in the House who stepped in to help pass it, so we didn't have to face another filibuster and lose a very badly needed plan. The second area, protecting American consumers. In the last few decades, in too many industries, a handful of giant companies dominate the market. In meat processing, railroads, shipping. Too often they use their power to squeeze out smaller competitors, stifle new entrepreneurs, and raise the prices, reducing options for consumers and exploiting workers to keep wages unfairly low. You see that in your own life. Just look at your grocery bill and the cost of meat. It's not because the cattle farmer is getting rich. Matter of fact, it's the exact opposite. It's because fewer processors can charge grocery stores much more money for their ground beef, for example. You've heard me say it before. Capitalism without competition isn't capitalism. It's exploitation. And I'm determined to end the exploitation. Later this month, I'll be meeting with my Competition Council, which includes key economic leaders from across my administration, to keep pushing for more broad action and increase competition across our economy, because healthy competition produces lower prices, higher wages, and more dynamic and innovative economies. That makes everybody better off. Third, I'm working to reduce the largest cost burden of household budgets, costs that don't need to be such a burden. And the biggest weapon at our arsenal is my Build Back Better Act, which will reduce what families have to pay for basic necessities to live a life, raise a family, from prescription drugs to health care to child care, and more help so families can cover the cost of raising their children and caring for their loved ones, their older loved ones. As we've seen over and over again throughout this pandemic, if people can't find affordable child care, they can't work. Right now, there are 2 million extremely qualified women who have not been able to return to work because they can't find or can't afford child care. On health care, we've made quality coverage through the ACA more affordable than ever before, with families saving an average of $2,400 on their annual premiums, and 4 out of 5 consumers finding quality coverage for under $10 a month. And the result, When you reduce the cost of health care, more people can afford to get it. Over 4 million people have gained coverage since I became president. You've heard me say it a million times. Having health care is also about peace of mind. For example, we're going to make it so nobody will pay more than $35 a month for insulin. Imagine you're a parent and one of the 200,000 children in this country have type 1 diabetes. Insulin can cost, on average, it's average $650 a month, but cannot cost as much as $1,000 a month. Even though a vial of that insulin costs about $10 to manufacture. We can do all this. We can do it without increasing inflation, without increasing the deficit. Nobody making more than $400,000 a year, less than $400,000 a year, will pay a penny more in federal taxes. So we're going to keep working on these fronts. Some of them have components that are immediate, like unsticking the supply chain. Some will show their benefits over time, like investments in infrastructure. But all will help America's families. And it's urgent we get moving on all of it without delay. Because at this moment, as a country, we face an important choice. Do we take the steps to create an economy with strong, sustainable growth, higher wages, and more opportunities for all Americans? Or do we settle for an economy that wasn't working for our middle class even before the pandemic began? An economy that delivered sluggish growth, stagnant wages, limited opportunities. I'm not an economist, but I've been doing this a long time. But here's the way to look at it. If car prices are too high right now, there are two solutions. You increase the supply of cars by making more of them, or you reduce demand for cars by making Americans poorer. That's the choice. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people in the second camp. You hear them complain that wages are rising too fast among very middle class and working class people who have endured decades of stalled incomes. Their view of the economy says the only solution to our current future challenges is to make the working families that are the backbone of our country poor or keep them in the state they're in. It's a pessimistic vision, and I reject it. I reject the idea that we should somehow punish people because they finally have a little more breathing room. America doesn't need to settle for less. We need an economy that has the capacity to generate more growth, more jobs, and more opportunity for all Americans. That's why we're going to keep doing everything we can to, one, unstick the bottlenecks that are keeping goods from getting to consumers. Two, build better infrastructure so that we can get parts and goods to factory floors quicker and cheaper. Three, bring more of that production back here to the United States to make our supply chain more secure. Let's make let's make what we're selling in America made in America. So we're not at risk of foreign supply chains and shipping delays. And in doing so, get more Americans working in jobs with rising wages. I want to be clear. I'm confident the Federal Reserve will act to achieve their dual goals of full employment at stable prices and make sure the price increases do not become entrenched over a long term with the independence that they need. But the best way that I, as president, and the Congress as a legislature can tackle high prices is by building a more productive economy with greater capacity to deliver for the American people. A growing economy where people have more opportunities, more small businesses opening, and I might add, parenthetically, there's 30% increase in the application for new small businesses, and goods get to market faster. The economy where we don't just grow the economic pie to make sure people who bake the pie get a fair slice of it as well. For too long, Republicans have thrown around terms like pro-growth and supply-side economics to drive an economic agenda that didn't deliver enough growth and supplied more wealth to those who already were very well off. From day one, my economic agenda has been different. It's been about taking a fundamentally new approach to our economy, one that sees the prosperity of working families as a solution, not the problem. There's never been a time I can think of when the middle class and working class have done well that the wealthy haven't done very well. Working families need to get a fighting chance. And by the way, the stock market, the last guy's measure of everything, is about 20% higher than it was when my predecessor was there. It has hit record after record after record on my watch, while making things more equitable for working class people. At the same time, we created jobs, reduced unemployment, raised wages. As I've always said, when working people do well, everybody benefits. I'm determined to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, because when we do, we get more growth, higher wages, more jobs, and over time, lower prices. But don't take my word for it. Just look at the results. Historical results. Results for working Americans. Economists call this increase the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building back better. That's what we're going to keep doing. We're going to keep building. I thank you all very much, and I'll get a chance to talk to all of you on Tuesday when I am down in Georgia talking about voting rights. But thank you.
Mr. President, should Americans prepare to live with COVID forever, sir? Mr. President, should Americans prepare to live with COVID forever, sir? Mr. President, should Americans prepare to live with COVID forever? Mr. President, should Americans prepare to live?
COVID is here to stay.
No, I don't think COVID is here to stay. That having COVID in the environment here and in the world is probably here to stay. But COVID, as we're dealing with it now, is not here to stay. The new normal doesn't have to be. We have so many more tools we're developing and continuing to develop that can contain COVID and other strains of COVID. So I don't believe this is that. If you take a look, we're very different today than we were a year ago, even though we still have problems. But 90% of the schools are open now. It was 98, it's down to 90, but is open now because we spent the time and the money in the Recovery Act to provide for the ability of schools to remain open. And, what we're doing now is we talked about, how we're dealing with testing. Well, we have been doing now, we've had 300 million tests per month so far. And that's 11 million tests a day. In addition to that, we're in the process of ordering 500,000 new tests. And so we're going to be able to control this. The new normal is not going to be what it is now. It's going to be better. Thank you very much.
Any response to President Trump?
All right, that was the latest remarks from President Biden as we got the December jobs report on Friday. So I wanted to bring that to you here. Now I do want to bring you an update. We have just gotten word, and as you can see to the left-hand side of your screen, it looks like we are going to get a virtual briefing from fire officials out there in New York City following that tragic, deadly apartment building fire that claimed the lives of 19 people yesterday. 9 of those children. We know that more than 30 people were recovering and battling injuries in local hospitals. You've got 2 different vantage points live outside of the building right now. You could see windows blown out. NYPD still out there, still a very active scene. So we are going to bring you this update. We did get word that it's expected to start at the top of the hour. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. My co-host Mike Page will pick up our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona, and of course we'll bring you this update live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. Coming up at the top of the hour, we are expecting a live update on one of the deadliest New York City fires in 30 years that happened yesterday and really shocked the country as we learned that information that 19 people were killed and dozens and dozens injured there. So as soon as we get updates here from this story, we'll bring it to you right here live and direct right here on Live Now from Fox, as we are hearing just very emotional stories coming out this morning as witnesses tell of mothers fainting as the kids died, stepping over bodies in a devastating fire here. So that is just one of many stories that we'll probably unfortunately listen to, but hearts go out everybody there that has been associated and really feeling the impact here of this fire. We'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. Here's what we have coming up here in this next hour. It looks like we're going to be getting an update from the mayor of Boston, presumably on COVID-19 updates and mitigation efforts. We'll be bringing that to you when it happens in this hour as well. Also want to take a look right now as stocks, they are going deep red right now because of inflation concerns. New data is going to be coming out pretty soon, and that has some investors a little bit scared right now as the session kicked off and ahead of key inflation data that's coming out later this week. Investors are also keeping a close eye on rising bond yields with the 10-year Treasury at 1.7%. In deal news, Take-Two is buying Zynga, the maker of the popular Farmville game, for $12.7 billion, a 64% premium to Friday's closing prices. So we'll be keeping an eye out on the stocks as well for you right here on Live Now from Fox, all in the mix right here as we give you these top stories and headlines from all over the country, everybody. But one of our other top stories that we are following for you yesterday evening, the devastating news for so many, hearing that Bob Saget, the comedian and actor, best known as Danny Tanner in Full House, passed away at just the age of 65. He was just kicking off a national comedy tour, and it was just about 2 shows in, and then unfortunately hearing of this news. Let's learn a little bit more of his passing as the death investigation does continue.
He's coming! He's coming! He's here.
Bob Saget, the actor and comedian who brought laughs and fatherly advice as TV's Danny Tanner on Full House, has died at the age of 65. The Orange County Sheriff's Office said in a statement, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case. Saget starred on Full House from 1987 through 1995 and reprised his role in the reboot Fuller House. Early work also included hosting America's Funniest Home Videos. In recent years, he focused primarily on his stand-up. He also made an appearance on The Masked Singer in 2020 and hosted a podcast called Bob Saget's Here For You. Saget was on a comedy tour at the time of his death. His last post on his social media was about his love for his job. He thanked the audience, saying he had no idea he did a 2-hour set, adding he felt like he was back in comedy like he was when he was 26. Celebrities sharing thoughts include longtime co-star and friend John Stamos, who wrote, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." Actor Joel McHale called Saget one of the most kind and thoughtful people, and he just happened to be one of the funniest on the planet. TV writer Norman Lear says he was hilarious. We were close friends, and I could not have loved him more. Raising Dad co-star Kat Dennings posted, he was generous, protective, caring, and wonderful, adding, he talked about his kids constantly. Bob Saget is survived by his 3 daughters from his first marriage to Sherry Kramer and his second wife, Kelly Rizzo. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Being called one of
Such a sad moment right there as I was able to meet Bob Saget. He came to Live Now from Fox in 2015, and he was just a great and amazing guy, very funny as you would expect, but also one of the nicest celebrities to meet. He didn't have, with all of his success and really stature, he came off just as a normal guy that just had a great career and loved his family and friends so much. We'll talk about them, and that passing is very hard on so many people, especially the fans of Full House, and of course his family and friends will be thinking about them as well. All right, folks, it looks like we are getting closer right now to an update on this tragic story out in the Bronx from yesterday, where we had the big breaking news of that apartment fire that killed 19 people. We are on standby right now. It looks like they are getting ready for a virtual news conference here with the fire department, as well as the firefighters union is going to be speaking about this coming up in just moments, everybody. So we'll be on standby for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to take that quick 2-minute break while we have it. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country as they're happening, all in real time right here. Remember, if it's happening live, it's happening now, good chance it's happening on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Okay, it looks like we are getting closer right now to an update from fire officials on the devastating story that we brought you yesterday right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm talking about the deadly Bronx fire that killed 19 people. The Zoom is getting going right now. Let's listen right here.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Andrew Ansborough. I am president of the Uniformed Firefighter Association. I'm joined by Jay McCarthy, president of the Uniformed Fire Officers Association. Basically making a comment about yesterday's horrific fire. I was called to the scene when I was alerted to the fifth alarm and the large number of people requiring medical attention. When I got on the scene, it was absolutely horrific. I talked to many veteran firefighters who said it was the worst fire they've ever been in their lives. They were doing CPR on people outside, getting them into ambulances. It was absolutely horrific. The members that operated yesterday did so with the utmost heroism and traditions of the FDNY. Unfortunately, not all fires have a positive outcome, and not everyone makes it out. It's horrible. This fire is something that will live with these members forever. Jimmy?
Yeah, over 200 firefighters responded to this incident, and they really operated above and beyond the call of duty. Fire on the second floor that it extended to the third floor, and the smoke went out throughout the building into the stairwell and overcome a lot of the residents, and they could not get out of the building. Many went to the roof, many tried to make their way out, and our firefighters attacked the fire from the interior and the exterior with ladders and aerials, and trying to rescue as many people as possible. Hundreds of residents were taken out of the building, and it's a shame that many of the residents succumbed to their exposure to the toxic smoke. But our members did is followed their training and saved as many lives as they could in this incident. It's a tragedy.
Absolutely, it's a well-known building in that area. It's known for having difficult fires. The department had written in its own publication a memo on a fire there about 35 years ago. It's very tough conditions. This time of year, fire duty increases, chance of loss of life increases, and yesterday's horrible tragedy is a testament to a series of unfortunate things. A space heater breaking down and people trying to escape through the smoke, and it's just a horrible outcome.
Yeah, as the temperature gets cooler and cold in the evenings, people find different ways to heat their apartments and stay warm. And space heaters are often a problem with open electrical connections or disrepair, and causes fire. And one of the biggest things that the fire department puts in their public service announcements is to close the door to the apartment. And that was one of the problems here, that the residents exited the apartment, left the door open, and the fire extended out into the public hallway and the stairwell, exposing everybody else in the building. It's a federal building. It's a building built with federal subsidies that didn't have to adhere to New York City fire codes. So there was different fire protection in this building than we have in tenements and other high rises in New York City under the New York City code. So it exposed the members to a more dangerous atmosphere.
Right. I was informed that the first 4 engine companies advanced 2 hose lines to put the fire out. As they called for the additional companies, they eventually called, when they called for the 3rd and 4th alarms, they asked for members not to bring firefighting gear, just to bring medical gear to assist in the removal and patient care. It was an extremely difficult task getting all those people out of the building and rendering aid to them.
If you've seen the videos, you can see the fire extending out the windows, and our members putting up the portable ladders to the exterior of the building, and there was an aggressive interior attack as well. And people risked themselves and their well-being to try and get the residents out of this building. Many of them ran out of air with their SCBAs, their self-contained breathing apparatus, and still continued working at personal peril to try and rescue as many people as possible. They really operate above and beyond the call of duty, and it's a testament to the bravery and the fortitude of the members of the FDNY.
Absolutely. Any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. This is Paul Gerke with News Nation. Thanks for taking the time today, gentlemen. Just a quick one at first. Was there a sprinkler system in the building? And if not, was that one of the things that was exempt from, since it was built with federal funds and didn't have to apply to the New York City code?
To my knowledge, no, there's no sprinkler.
Would that have been in violation of the law that was passed after 9/11 then, that said that every building in New York City had to have a sprinkler system within 15 years of that 2004 legislation?
It's possible that bill still was under federal guidelines, the building codes. The department really would be better to answer that question.
Drilling in a little bit more to the safety concern, specifically the door closed regulation passed in 2018 after arguably the most recent horrible fire that we had here in the city. Can you talk about in what way this federal, fund exempts the building owner from doing something like enacting that, which was supposed to be done by the middle of last year?
A lot of because of this federal funding, used to build these structures, it doesn't have to follow New York City code, follows a different code. So a lot of the safety features we have in the other buildings in New York City aren't in these buildings, but there are some safety factors, and self-closing doors is one of those things that help contain the fire into the one apartment, and they often break or are disabled by the residents, and that affects the extension of the smoke and the fire outside of the apartment.
Were there any issues yesterday at all with staffing, four-man teams versus five-man teams, firefighters in a particular house out sick with COVID? Any such issues on those two topics?
Well, it's too early to say if there was a cause and effect. The union has been pushing for better staffing for 35 years when they took the fifth firefighter away. We've negotiated to have 20 back. The first two engine companies should have had a fifth firefighter. That was removed last week due to COVID-related illness. They reduced staffing in 20 engine companies. Without question, would have assisted getting the fire put out faster. Whether or not that had an effect between life and death is still debatable.
And you mentioned the memo from some 35 years ago, a fire at that building. Could you elaborate?
Yes. I'll actually look at the building is well known, and in the department's own records, they say it's a case study on why you should have fully staffed engine companies.
Hey, it's Matt Chase from Newsday. I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little beyond sprinklers on how this building was different due to its federal status.
Well, the investigation is ongoing, and I've responded to that building. My firehouse was on 155th Street. We used to relocate to that area when that fire company was out. We responded to that building, and it's a duplex apartments and a little different bit of a layout. And there's various ways that the federal regulations differ from New York City, and I don't recall all of them, but in the investigation, I'm sure there's going to show a lot of that issues, and something that the fire department is familiar with, and it's one of the reasons we do building inspection and go into these structures and make sure that their fire protection is in working order, as well as meeting the code. And we have what I've been told, there have been violations in this building addressed by the fire department.
And second of all, you mentioned that the air went out for some of these firefighters. How long can you be in a smoky building with your air out, and what do you do? I mean, presumably you can't breathe at some point, right?
Yeah, we carry a cylinder with air in our self-contained breathing apparatus. It's a 45 minutes of air, and they give you some escape time, 10 to 13 minutes to get out. An alarm goes off, and that lets you know that your air is low and you need to get out. But many of the firefighters in this incident operated while those alarms are going off and pushing the envelope as close as possible to running out of air, and some did, just to try and save as many lives as possible. And again, another example of working above and beyond the call of duty and the bravery of the FDNY members.
There's still a lot we don't know about the people who were rescued, particularly poignant moments. I know it's still less than a day old, but do you have any anecdotal sense of that? People were rescued from the roof, hiding under beds, things like that.
Well, I was told they found people on every single floor and the stairwells, so they were taken from everywhere.
Yeah, listening to the radio traffic on handy talkies for the firefighters, they were calling for medical responses, urgent medical responses to the roof and just about every floor in the building. So people were rescued throughout the entire structure.
This is Chris Glorioso from NBC4. I just want to get some clarification. Are you saying that there was no requirement for there to be self-closing fire doors in this building?
I'm not aware of what the requirement is, but the New York City requirement is that there's self-closing doors Now, I don't know about this particular structure, but again, with federal funding for the building, they don't necessarily have to follow New York City fire code. They would go by a different code.
And
I'm
then-
not aware of what they did, or if they did have the self-closing doors, but usually they reinstall them.
And then just as a follow-up, I mean, obviously, the failure of doors to close, that puts your members in danger. Is there any advocacy statement that the union or unions have made to try and persuade both the federal government and local municipalities to place more emphasis on this? If this puts your members in danger, should we have a law that requires these self-closing doors in every building, not just ones that are city regulated?
Well, the fire department does public service announcements every year, several times a year, about closing the door, and one of the most important parts, just closing the door, and there's photographic evidence of a door closed and keeping that fire in the apartment, not exposing the rest of the residents in the hallway and the stairwell. You know, as far as we're concerned, yes, it protects our members as well as the other residents in buildings. Self-closing doors should be a requirement, and that is up to the city and the building codes to make sure that's implemented. We're there doing inspections. We try and take a look at that. We can't go into private apartments. We just look at the public areas of each building.
Mr. Answer, forgive me, the audio was a little in and out before when I asked you this question. Could you go over again the issue of, I believe you said there were two houses that had quarantines because of COVID, not necessarily because of assigned staffing. Can you just clarify that, and which houses are you talking about?
Right, 48 engine was first due. They normally have an extra, well, I should say an extra, 5 firefighters working. Due to medical leave, department-wide being high, they didn't hire someone to work in that position. So there was one less person on the first engine company.
Just for that one engine company?
Well, I believe 3 engine companies that went should have had an extra firefighter. Had this fire happened 35 years ago, it would have been all of them.
So all 3 had 4?
Yes.
And 1 because of medical, 2 because of the way staffing is generally?
No. Every engine company had 4 firefighters on it. The union negotiated to have more firefighters on rigs, and 20 engine companies, which is 10%. The first 2 engine would have had 1 more engine than on it, had medical leave not risen due to COVID.
And to be clear about the federal regulations, is there any indication that the firefighting effort was hampered because of this federal regulation versus the city code?
No, that'll come out in the investigation. Well, we're not sure at this time.
And if you could also clarify on the firefighters on an engine, you said 20%. I'm sorry, I was confused. Typically, how many of these engines would have had 5 versus 4?
3. 3 out of 20.
All right, so the ones that responded, you said 3 of them had 4, and or 4 of them had 4, and 1 was because of medical.
All of them had 4. The union is constantly calling for 5 firefighter engines when the weather gets bad due to the increased fire load and things like this. So that's the point we try to make with that. Many hands make light work, and when you're moving an engine, moving a hose line in, every additional hand helps. The fire department reduced staffing in that engine company 1 week ago. Had this fire happen January 2nd, there would have been an extra engine in there.
Nayaba, Amsterdam News. Can I ask you for clarity? Of the 90 people that passed away, was it all smoke inhalation?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And you say you found people on every single floor?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Guys, I had a question in regards to the fire alarms. From your knowledge of that building, are the fire alarms something that could be faulty, or is it something where somebody could come by and just trigger it by either accident or as a prank or something? Because we've heard reports of people saying that they ignored the fire alarms because they just hear it go off all the time, and there's a lot of false alarms.
But we heard some stories about, on the news reports about people smoking in the hallways, setting off the smoke alarms, and people were ignoring them because they went off so often. But even if, smoking is illegal inside the building, and even if you hear the smoke alarm, it shouldn't be ignored, and people should at least investigate it and then take action if they find that there is a fire and smoke in the hallway. And disabling fire protection equipment happens periodically, and a lot of these boxes are broken or damaged by residents, perhaps as a prank or just as vandalism. But I'm not aware of any of that happening in this building, but the investigation will prove the status of that fire protection equipment.
What is the age range of the deceased?
I know there's some children. I'm not sure the oldest. I'm sure there'll be a full accounting in the paper.
Yeah, I didn't see the breakdown of the ages.
Do we have any further questions from the media?
Hey, it's Corey Kilgannon from the New York Times. Gentlemen, I just want to make sure the COVID, sick, the firefighters who were out sick because of COVID, are you saying that might have made a difference if it was at full rank, or was it a minimal, as far as the responding units, were they undermanned because of that? I just want to get that straight.
Listen, this tragedy was a lot of factors involved, and to try to point a finger is not what we're here to do. Absolutely not what we're looking to do. We always advocate for fully staffed engine companies to get hose lines in faster, and it would have helped with victim removal. Full investigation will be done. We hope the department and the mayor, and everybody learns from this, and we continue to advocate for fully staffed engine companies. Everything in our businesses seconds count, and having more people on hand always makes a difference.
Right, but which were due to COVID?
Life and death is hard to say today.
I mean, which of those were due to COVID, and which were long-standing departmental changes from 5 to 4 firefighter units?
Pardon?
Which of those yesterday were due to COVID, and obviously the other ones are due to long-time policy change from 5 to 4-man units.
Right. First due engine was COVID related. I can actually get the numbers here. Hold on. The actual companies. 48 engine was first due. 42 engine was came on the first alarm, and 50 engine on the second alarm.
And did they all have sick outages because of COVID? Or?
It's not a sick outage. It's the department removed, didn't hire someone additional because the citywide medical leave was high because of members that have COVID.
So you're saying those responding 48, 42, and 50 were understaffed as of Sunday because of the pandemic?
We're like 16% medical leave.
But just to be clear, 48, 42, and 50 each had 4 people when under typical conditions they would have had 5.
Yes.
But all the other 17 engines, they had 4 and they would have had 4.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you just clarify what you mean by typical conditions? You may have said this, I'm sorry.
Good morning, this is Yolanda Vasquez from Telemundo 47. Going back to the codes, could you please clarify specifically what are the codes for the city, and what, if you know, what are the codes like for the federal buildings or receiving the federal funds? What are the difference between the city codes and the federal codes?
They are numerous. You really have to ask the department for clarity on that. I don't believe the federal codes. The department stating the federal codes did not play a role in this.
All right. And when you say that the doors were open, we are talking about the door from the apartment or the door from the stairwell?
Apartment. Also stairwell.
Right. Thank you.
That's how the smoke got up there.
Can you just elaborate, I'm sorry, on what you meant by typical conditions, meaning before the staffing changes or due to COVID? I'm sorry if you said that already.
The staffing changes were related to medical leave, which was heightened by the fact that everyone has COVID these days.
And just in terms of the COVID, is there any chance that this building was keeping doors open throughout the building to increase ventilation as a way to be because of COVID?
No.
Is that something?
No.
No.
We haven't heard that. No.
Thank you.
Just if you could explain the impact of a stairwell door being open at the same time people are trying to escape from their apartments and walk down.
Right. When a stairwell door is open, it turns the stairwell into a chimney. Heat rises right up the stairwell.
But we have.
You know, when the apartment door is open or the stairwell door is open, it exposes the entire building to the products of combustion, the smoke and the deadly superheated gases that go out through the apartment. And that's what so many of the victims succumb to, because there wasn't breathable air when they were trying to escape in the stairwell. So the only way out is in the stairwell. If they stayed in the apartment, they still had smoke. And again, why people went to the roof or tried to make their way out a different stairwell. But not closing the doors exposes everybody in the building to the smoke and the toxic superheated gases.
How many firefighters, if any, were injured, and what were the extent of their injuries?
I know we had one member go to a hyperbaric chamber. I hear he is recovering. There were other various minor injuries.
Yeah, a couple of the officer and the firefighter in the first two engine got burnt slightly in on the neck.
Do you happen to know where the majority of victims were taken? Did they go to St. Barnabas, or were they taken mostly to Jacobi?
Various different hospitals. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of it. There were 60 victims removed. We'd have to ask EMS or the department for a better accounting.
But with the firefighters who are injured physically and also maybe going through a lot of stuff emotionally, I imagine many of them are not going to return to work at least for a few days. Can you talk about how the unions deal with with those issues, with those sort of emotional issues, and is there an added concern now, given that the department is down so many people out sick with COVID?
We encourage our members to seek counseling. It's not always something that members do. We will continue to push for it. I would like to see counseling mandatory on fatal fires. It's really it's something that for members. We have members that have a long-standing history of not accepting this kind of help. So they really should seek it, but the department should also look to get all the members that were involved counseling.
And we have very good counseling service unit in the fire department, and using a lot of peer counselors, retired firefighters that have training to talk to active duty firefighters that experienced fatal fires. And again, as Andy has said, we encourage all the members to go see counseling and to take care of their mental health as well, with exposed to such a tragedy, and the efforts they made to trying to save lives. And even though many of the residents passed away, but our members did as much as they could. So we encourage them to talk to the counselors, peer counselors, and take advantage of the services the fire department offers.
A firefighter is your typical firefighter today more likely to seek counseling than let's say from a generation ago, or is there still that wall of bravado, so to speak?
Well, I think that there still is. We have that tough exterior, but I think still a lot of people are willing to talk to the counselors if we're giving them encouragement and making it available to them where they need it. I think many of our members would seek the counseling, and we made it available and widespread throughout the department, so the access is a lot easier.
Right, after 9/11, they recognized the need for more counseling, and the department's done a great job of promoting it.
In terms of the firefighters running short of air, what is it about their training? What do they do under the circumstances? They're in a stairway, there's smoke, people are collapsing. What are they doing to keep themselves safe?
Relying on their training. That they have their tactics to try to conserve their own air and slow down their breathing. And at that point, they're just tolerating an intolerable condition to get the job done.
Yeah, there is some breathable air at the floor level. So if somebody runs out of air, they usually are crawling with their face against the floor where there is some breathable air, but not enough to sustain life. So you need to make an exit as soon as possible when you run out of air in the SCBA.
Hi, all. Thank you so much. This is Costanza Maya with CBS National News. I just want to make clear one point. There was no sprinkler system in the building. Is that just typical of older buildings? Can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, I'm not aware if there was a sprinkler system, but it often happens in much older buildings that it wasn't required, and sometimes federal regulations don't require a sprinkler. But what I understand is that many of the buildings have retrofitted with sprinklers subsequently because it is a life-saving fire protection device.
Yeah, it would seem like there wasn't one here.
Okay, just to clarify, it seems like there wasn't a sprinkler system here. Is that knowledge that you have confirmed?
Yeah, I didn't have any reports on the scene of the sprinkler system operational and not operational. I just think in the construction there wasn't one.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the media? Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. If there are any follow-up questions, you can send us along an email, and we will answer them promptly.
Thank you,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Question.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, may I ask who's speaking?
Yeah, it's Julie Walker from AB Radio. I'm not sure if this was asked before, but when the marshals zeroed in on the space heater, how were they able to figure out so quickly that it malfunctioned as opposed to user malfunction?
Well, user malfunction would probably have, there'll probably be debris from something that had caught fire in front of it. If it was a malfunction of the machinery itself, it might be the cord or the outlet. So again, I would have to get the report, but to my knowledge, that's how they differentiate between the two.
Okay,
the fire
and would
itself
you
started in the unit, not the contents near it.
Okay, and would you be able to get that report and further answer my question?
Not at this moment, no. It's still being written.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
When
a
would
procedure
we-
that fire marshals go through to investigate the fire, and there's a lot of clues that indicate where the fire started and how it started. So they are well trained and experienced to make those determinations, and that'll be in the subsequent reports. It may be a while before that comes out.
Okay, so they would at one of the press conferences, they did say that they spoke with people, I guess. Would that mean they spoke with the residents of the apartment?
That is part of the investigation. You speak to the surviving members of the residents.
Okay, and is this, I know that there was a fire, I think it was back in 2017 or sometime around that time, where there was another Bronx fire that was started by a space heater. I mean, are these space heaters, is this a common thing, or if it's not common, is it something that happens where these space heaters malfunction and they just catch fire? Is it an outlet issue, a cord issue, a space heater issue? Is this something people need to watch out for?
Well, absolutely. There's a warning label on the box. These things generate a lot of heat, and heat causes fires. And when they draw a lot of electricity as well. It could be any one of those issues that causes it, either faulty wiring or malfunction of the appliance, or contents too, flammable contents too close to it. Could be any number of these things.
I'm sorry, the last thing you said was flammable content? I'm sorry.
Yeah, a blanket, a couch, anything. If you put something too close to it, it could catch fire.
Okay. But would that be user malfunction, or that's still?
Yes, that would be user, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you again.
You're welcome. But again, it's not clear if this was user malfunction or well, actually, they said it was a malfunction of the equipment. Yes, not user malfunction.
Right, I understand that. I just couldn't understand the last thing you were saying. We don't have a great
sometimes
connection here.
Sometimes you put them too close to the bed or the couch, or they might put a kid may come home, put a school bag next to it. No idea. Could be anything.
Okay, thank you again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time. Please send any follow-up questions to that email address.
That was the firefighters union talking about what their members faced yesterday when they battled this fire here. 200 firefighters coming to their rescue here, and unfortunately 19 people died. And you heard there that there was many call-offs. They were not at full strength because of this COVID-19 pandemic, and this is now what you are looking at, a live look right here on Live Now from Fox in the Bronx as the aftermath and really investigation continues. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we'll be back here in just 2 minutes. When we come back, just days after partying in Miami, maskless AOC tests positive for COVID-19. We'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Take a look at the Dow right now. You can see it continues to slip here, now down more than 550 points there in the red, as investors are getting worried about an upcoming, later this week, we're going to be getting some more inflation data, and that has some investors concerned right now. We'll be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we continue to bring you always the latest news that is happening and updates. Well, I got one on a congresswoman, AOC. She tested positive for COVID just after partying in Miami, maskless here. Here is the update here as her office sent out a statement on Sunday night. According to the statement, the Congresswoman is recovering from the virus at home and is experiencing symptoms. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez received her booster shot in the fall, according to the statement. The positive coronavirus test comes shortly after the Congresswoman was seen without a mask in a Miami bar, according to a video that circulated on social media. On December 30th, the National Review also reported that Ocasio-Cortez was spotted maskless in Miami while at a restaurant or outdoors with her boyfriend. Ocasio-Cortez's trip to Florida came during a time when her home state of New York saw a record surge in coronavirus cases due to this variant's spread. The Congresswoman responded by criticizing Republicans for projecting their, quote, sexual frustrations onto my boyfriend's feet. She says, it's starting to get old ignoring the very obvious, strange, and deranged sexual frustrations that underpin the Republican fixation on me, women, and LGBT people in general. These people clearly need therapy, won't do it, and use politics as their outlet instead. It's really weird, Ocasio-Cortez said in this announcement on Sunday night. Ocasio-Cortez's office encouraged Americans to get their booster shot and follow Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines. So she was not only vaccinated both times, but boosted, and now is resting at home with this positive result. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us as we continue to always bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We're back out live here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country on this Monday, kicking you off here with more live coverage. Our next one, we are going to go out to Boston right now, where we have the mayor and city officials not only talking about COVID-19 updates, but at the top of this news conference talking about trying to get rid of the homeless encampments that are in the city and trying to connect these homeless people to social services. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Poor sanitation. We've seen a number of fires because folks are trying to stay a little bit warm with propane tanks. We have seen ongoing issues around frostbite and hypothermia as the temperatures drop. And so we're really approaching past the point of urgency here. Tomorrow, we will see even more urgency as temperatures continue to drop. What we are putting forth is, and what we have been implementing, is a new approach a truly individualized approach based on meeting each person where they are and identifying the specific health and housing needs of each resident at the encampments, working with them day in and day out. In December, the Boston Public Health Commission surveyed those living in the area, identifying 145 people who were living there between the dates of the survey, December 6th and December 8th. Almost all individuals who were surveyed then stated that they'd like to move into low threshold housing, but that many of the existing shelter options were not meeting their needs. We also spoke with individuals about their medical and health conditions, about their journey to recovery, and truly established that for the vast majority of people there, nearly every single person living in the encampments, the right solution, the ideal dream, was to find low threshold supportive housing wrapped around with medical services. We've seen efforts in the past where tents had been cleared, but then reemerged elsewhere. And this happens when we fall short in terms of connecting people to appropriate housing and services. Since then, up until now, there have not only been ongoing efforts to connect people into that low threshold supportive housing which has been created, but daily meetings coordinating across our agencies and service providers, running through the list person by person based on relationship building, based on those ongoing daily conversations that are happening right on the street. And so these efforts don't just start this week. I very much want to express all of our gratitude to the many city and community organizations that have been involved. I especially want to highlight Boston Public Health Commission's outreach teams, who have been on the ground for years, working with residents at the encampments and truly building relationships to meet people where they are. After the survey was done, on December 16th, city staff notified people living in the encampments that tents would not be permitted in the area after January 12th, and that the city's outreach teams would provide all individuals with information about shelter, housing, and treatment resources. We continue to make progress on this goal, and as of this morning, 83 people have already been placed into housing created across the city. And there is space available for the remaining 62 residents of the encampments who were surveyed. Daily wellness checks continue to happen, especially as the temperatures have grown colder, and we continue to see people moving in every single day into the new housing that's been created. So this week marks a transition from a housing surge to community building and recovery. On Wednesday, the city will continue efforts to connect individuals with housing, take down the tents that are left behind and no longer needed, and begin clearing the street. City departments will continue to maintain their presence in the neighborhood beyond Wednesday and beyond this week as well. The Boston Public Health Commission will continue delivering critical health services. The Public Works Department will focus on investing in street repairs and regular cleanings to bring that area of the city back into repair. The Boston Police Department will ensure a safe environment for residents, businesses, and individuals accessing care. I want to note that the efforts to remove the encampments, some of which are very large fortified structures, will take more than one day, but these efforts begin in earnest on Wednesday. We are also working to deliver a medium and long-term plan. Last week, members of this team, standing behind me, visited Long Island. This is part of a comprehensive audit of all city-owned property and land to identify opportunities for permanent and supportive housing. We need, as these efforts go on, we need regional investment, collaboration, and action, and we will continue moving in consultation and coordination with the state and other municipalities. Brevemente en español. Quiero compartir nuestros planes para aliviar la crisis humanitaria más en CAS. Nuestros esfuerzos han sido impulsados por un enfoque centrado en la salud pública y la vivienda. El campamento es un grave riesgo para la salud y la seguridad pública. No hay calefacción o agua corriente. Hay más urgencia por el frío que viene y que está aquí. Esto es un nuevo enfoque, diferente al anterior. Hemos hablado individualmente con la gente en el área para identificar sus necesidades médicas y de vivienda. En diciembre identificamos a 145 individuos que estaban viviendo en la área. Antes, los campamentos se desalojaban sin conectar a los residentes con vivienda adecuada. Hoy tenemos reuniones diarias.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break before the top of the hour. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues.
Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, there will be more individuals. It will be a coordinated effort between all of us. And most importantly, the individuals who we are helping are a fragile population. They're individuals who require us to stay nimble. Conditions change, and we will be flexible and nimble as we go through the next few days to ensure that we get individuals out of these cold, unsafe conditions. And as the mayor mentioned, this is the beginning of our process. Addressing this humanitarian crisis was step one as we work towards our medium and long-term goal of improving the way that we all together think about how we address homelessness, addiction, mental health issues going into the future. Thank you. I'll pass it over to Chief Dillon.
Thank you, Dr. Burrell. Just want to give a couple of comments on our housing efforts. As was mentioned, the city has been working with the state and many of our nonprofit partners to bring on a low threshold housing and shelter space to those now living in the Mascas area. To date, spaces for 200 individuals have been identified, and 159 of those spaces are now operational as of this morning. Those spaces, as been mentioned, are providing decent, warm, and safe housing, but also every program that has been brought on has 24-hour staffing to ensure that the residents are safe and receiving the services that they need. I do want to take a brief moment and just thank our partners, the Boston Public Health Commission, Victory Programs, St. Francis House, Pine Street, and Boston Medical Center are all operating these programs, and they put them forth in very short time and under some difficult conditions with staffing. In addition, as the individuals that are now living in Mascas go into these transitional spaces, they will be given the supports and the housing search workers to help them get into treatment and permanent supportive housing. So that work will start as soon as they're stabilized. And finally, it's been mentioned several times this morning that we do indeed want to put forth a midterm and a long-term plan for the population that needs both recovery and housing, and that will include inventorying what exists, what programs need to be improved, and what the gaps in those services are and what we need to develop. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Am I going to? Yes. Okay. Ojikutu. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for coming, and good morning. So as mentioned by my colleagues, we're taking a comprehensive public health approach to this issue. At the Boston Public Health Commission, our city's health department, our dedicated staff, along with our partners, work every day to prevent overdoses, implement harm reduction strategies, connect people with medical care, prevent HIV outbreaks, link people to substance use treatment, and refer them into our city shelters, including 112 and Woods Mullen. This will not end on January 12th. The need for these services will continue and will be great even when the tents in this one area are gone. I think that this is important for us to recognize that this is a very complicated issue. I know many people have said this before, but the confluence of substance use, homelessness, and mental health disorders is very difficult to tackle. And the fact that we are starting here is it's one step. It's one step in the right direction. I also want to emphasize that this approach is different. It's different from what's been done before. Obviously, we're increasing access to a scarce resource, that's low threshold housing, and that's been a cornerstone of our approach. But we're also intentionally focusing in on health equity. From the very beginning of this process, the Commission collected data on the demographics and needs of the encampment population. We know that we're dealing with an incredibly diverse population. More than 64% are people of color, 14% speak Spanish as their primary language, and we know that access to services for substance use and mental health disorders differ in this country by race and ethnicity. And in order to provide equitable access, we're reviewing these data on a daily basis to make sure that we're providing services to everyone who needs them. Secondly, I think this effort is also different because we're acknowledging up front, right here, that this is one step, and albeit a very important first step, but it's the first step in a much longer process of addressing these issues. Failure of many systems, our healthcare system, our mental health system, our criminal justice system, that's what has led to these encampments, and these issues are not going to be fixed by Wednesday. So we're working hard now, and the work has just begun, and we have a lot more work to do to address these issues in Boston. So thank you, and I look forward to providing updates in the near future.
While everyone's here, I will also just reiterate, I know this announcement is going out from Boston Public Schools as well, but schools will be closed tomorrow because of the frigid temperatures. También quiero anunciar que debido al frío, las escuelas.
All right, so we've been listening to Mayor Wu here, as well as other city officials talking about this crisis that is happening in Boston, and you're seeing it in major cities as well, as homeless continue to rise throughout these cities, and where to put them because of this really harsh conditions of the weather. You just heard that they're canceling school because of these low temperatures that are expected, really frigid temps. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will continue to bring you the very latest coming out of Boston right now.
Es crear vivienda y remain open at a district level, and we're working to make sure that closures would be a last resort because of the impact on so many families. Yeah, I run into, the other day I was taking the T into work and had run into a student from Boston Latin on her way home from school at the Orange Line, and she was saying that because of the staffing situation and because of the pandemic, she was headed home with her parents' permission, just worried about her own safety and her own health. We are in a very difficult time. We're in a very stressful time all around, and I know this is weighing so heavily on our school communities, especially our young people. And so I thank our students for their activism, for reaching out, and for making sure that they're highlighting the issues of safety and what's needed in our schools. We'll continue working to make sure that we're doing every possible thing to keep people safe in the city. The best tool that we have is to continue boosting vaccination rates and booster rates. What Boston's been doing has been working. We've been seeing those numbers go up in terms of the proportion of residents who are vaccinated across our communities. Over the weekend, there was another clinic at Madison Park where we saw over 350 people vaccinated just on that one day. And so we'll continue hosting those in the community. That is the way, that is how we end the pandemic. So as Mayor Wu mentioned, we're in a very difficult time right now. Our community positivity rate is 32%. Our hospitalizations have gone up about 50% in the last week. Our emergency department visits have also gone up about 30% in the last week. We're seeing more than 2,200 cases per day. In this circumstance, obviously, we're very concerned about all members of our community. Certainly very concerned about our teachers, our staff at BPS, and our students. Right now, as Mayor Wu mentioned, there is no plan to close schools.
However, what we've done to ensure or to decrease the risk of onward transmission, we put in recommendations for strategies that I think are quite important. That includes increasing the number of times that we're actually doing surveillance testing in the schools, and certainly, you know, enforcing isolation practices for people who are positive. Requiring that people have a negative rapid antigen test if they are positive when they're returning to school is obviously very important. We've put in some new recommendations in regards to PPE, so masking in particular, to provide surgical masks as well as higher grade KN95 masks to our teachers and our staff, which is incredibly important given the high transmissibility of the Omicron variant. And then, as Mayor Wu emphasized, we need to get people vaccinated and boosted. Our rate of vaccination amongst ages 5 to 11 is about 37% across the city. We have enormous disparities where we have Black children 5 to 11, 18% vaccinated, 23% amongst Latinx children. This is a problem. And then in terms of boosting, as a city, we're 41% boosted. And if you compare that to other jurisdictions around the country, sure, we're doing okay, but we can do better than that. And that's what we're trying to do. We've set up clinics at the schools for kids to get vaccinated, for their parents to get vaccinated, for their grandparents, parents to get boosted, and for the public to also have opportunities for that access to that service while they're there. So I think we're putting the right strategies in place, but we do realize that being in school is important for the social, emotional, and educational well-being of our students. So that's our plan right now, but we're touching base every single day with BPS and working very closely with them as well as with Mayor Wu's office. Thank you. Right, so I think that's an incredibly important question. So we're discussing this with the state. We're discussing doing increased surveillance testing in the schools right now. We'll certainly work very closely with them. So this is actually supported by the state, but of course, you know, the city is contributing, and we're working as a partnership in this regard. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we're changing our strategy in terms of testing so that we're doing more, we're recommending to do more surveillance testing in light of this surge. I think one of the problems with some of the strategies that, you know, we have been using is that they're resource intense. I think that there's a lot of resource that goes into doing, you know, test and stay effectively, doing contact tracing, all of which is important, incredibly important. But we have to realize that with a community positivity rate of 32%, we also are looking at a lot of cases and a lot of resources and a lot of staff who are out because they're sick with COVID. So keeping all of that in mind, we're trying to put the right mitigation strategies in place to keep schools as safe as possible.
Can I just add one thing to Yawu's question, and I'll come back, Erin. We would always welcome more support from the state in ramping up frequency of testing. This is going to be a need, not just within our school system, but across the general population, even beyond the surge. And just to give a little insight into some of the conversations that we've been having with the state about what might work for other districts, but what doesn't quite work for Boston. The state's program requires an active opt-in for every single student to be part of their mode of weekly testing and participation. In a district like Boston, where we are working, and I know Superintendent Caselius and her team have used every mechanism of outreach, text messages and calls and direct outreach. There are some portion of students who have opted in. There are some portion of students, a much smaller portion, that have opted out. But there is a huge proportion of students who we have not been able to hear back from one way or the other. And so some other districts have opted out. That's a bad word. Some other districts have.
All right, so those are the updates from the Boston mayor as well as other city officials. First, they were talking about homeless situation in the city, now talking about COVID-19. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. So when we do, we are going to take you back out to New York. Looks like we are getting another update on the deadly apartment fire that happened yesterday. 19 dead and dozens injured there. We're going to be listening to officials here in just a moment. You won't miss anything. We are rolling on it right now here on Live Now from Fox and playing it from the beginning. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue our coverage here in New York of the deadly apartment fire killing 19 people yesterday. We continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Looks like we do have some local officials talking about recovery efforts for these victims of this deadly apartment fire. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of 19 and counting, including 9 children, and a patient count of about 63 at a time, when hospitals are struggling with shortages brought on by Omicron. You know, the two values that are near and dear to most of our hearts is our family and our home. And to lose both in the span of a single tragedy is traumatic and terrifying to an extent that few of us could imagine. And so I encourage every New Yorker who is in a position to donate to go to the Mayor's Fund and contribute and support these families in need. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. As many of you know, the fire originated from an electric space heater in a duplex on the 3rd floor of a 19-story building, Twin Parks Northwest. And even though the fire was largely limited to the 3rd floor, both the apartment door and the stairwell door were left open, causing the smoke to spread widely and rapidly throughout the building. And since the building has no fire escapes, and since the stairwell was full of smoke, the tenants had no means of escape. So many tenants became seriously ill and then died as a result of severe smoke inhalation, as a result of cardiac and respiratory arrest. And so we want to send 2 messages. First, be careful with the use of space heaters, which are an extreme fire hazard, right? Heating fires are the 2nd most common category of fires in homes. And most home heating fires involve the use of space heaters. And according to the commission, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, there are 25,000 residential fires annually associated with the use of space heaters. So if you're going to use them, please use them properly and carefully, but I would recommend that you would avoid them altogether. Second, in the event of a fire, close the door in order to prevent the spread of the fire. If fire and smoke conditions are left to spread, then lives will be lost because the smoke will quickly fill up the stairwell and tenants will quickly lose what could be their only means of access. And so we're here as elected officials from every level of government, from the federal to the state to the city level, from Congress to the state legislature to the New York City Council to the office of the Bronx Borough President. We're coming together to form a coalition that has 4 objectives. Our first objective is to ensure that every victim has access to services. A service center has been established at Monroe College. We have gotten outreach from a whole host of non-for-profits, from Acacia to the Bronx Community Foundation to UJA to Catholic Charities, willing to offer services to those in need, and we will coordinate those services accordingly. Our second objective is to ensure that those who have been displaced in the short term have the ability to return to their homes as swiftly and as safely as possible if they so choose. It is worth noting that the property owner arranged for all of the short-term displaced to have hotel rooms here in the Bronx. 140 hotel rooms were made available to the displaced here in the Bronx. Our third objective is to ensure that the long-term displaced, those living on the 3rd floor, have access to permanent housing. And there are landlords, there are owners and operators of affordable housing who have reached out, offering apartments to those in need. Again, we will collectively coordinate. Our final and most important objective is to pass legislation. We're convening a federal, state, and city task force on fire safety that will examine what policies could be put in place at every level of government to improve fire safety in our homes, not only in the Bronx, but in the city, in the state, and in the country. We're going to examine issues relating to the manufacturing of space heaters, the use of space heaters in residential homes, sprinkler systems, self-closing doors, fire and smoke alarm systems. We have to ensure that the housing stock is brought into the 21st century when it comes to fire safety. The Bronx is no stranger to deadly fires. The 4 deadliest fires in New York City in the past 30 years have all been in the Bronx. From Happy Land in 1990, which had 87 fatalities, to Woody Crest in 2007, which had 10 fatalities, to Belmont in 2017, which had 13 fatalities, which I lived through, to Twin Parks Northwest in 2022, which has 19 fatalities and counting. We have to ensure that the lessons learned from past and present tragedy become laws that prevent future tragedy, and that is the mission of our coalition. So without further ado, I want to introduce the Bronx Borough President, Vanessa Gibson.
Good morning, and I want to thank Congressman Richie Torres for convening all of the elected officials. I am Vanessa L. Gibson, the newly elected Bronx Borough President. It is my first week on the job, and I am so devastated at this horrific 5-alarm fire that we faced here in the Bronx in the Fordham community on yesterday. I want to join my elected officials in saluting the incredible efforts of our first responders. Over 200 plus firefighters responded within minutes to this 5-alarm fire, and we saw images of them helping residents and children escape this horrific fire. We also want to recognize the NYPD and Office of Emergency Management and all of the residents of Twin Parks that came together to support their neighbors. 19 fatalities, 10 of which are adults and 9 babies, the youngest being a 3-year-old baby. Our hearts go out to these families. Our hearts mourn the loss of our beloved children and their family members. And there are several dozen residents right now in area hospitals that are in serious and critical condition. And we are offering our prayers of healing and strength to all of those residents that are fighting for their lives. I too am no stranger to fires. I lived through 2007 with the Magassa family from Mali in Highbridge, who were devastated by a fire that was also related to the malfunctioning of an electric space heater. We have a problem in this city with space heaters and the incorrect usage of them. And so I'm grateful that we are assembling this coalition because we need to identify short-term and long-term goals. As Bronx Borough President, our immediate priority is making sure that every resident, every household is provided the support, the social emotional support, the trauma-informed care, all of the social issues we know families are facing today. These families were racing for their lives. They were running for security with themselves and their children. So I just want everyone to understand the magnitude of this 5-alarm fire that this city has not experienced in over 30 years. This is unimaginable, it's devastating, and it's heartbreaking, but we are determined to rebuild and heal as a community, as a borough, and as a city. There has been an overwhelming amount of support and love from New Yorkers, from elected officials, Governor Kathy Hochul, Mayor Eric Adams, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. All of our elected officials have stepped up. But equally as important, New Yorkers have stepped up. And they have offered financial support. They have provided a wealth of resources for residents and their families. So we know we have to deal with the immediate needs on the ground in making sure that every resident and family is provided with temporary and long-term housing. I am so thankful to this school. This local school here has been amazing. We left at 1 a.m. this morning after the last client was given hotel accommodations, and the school stayed open until 3 a.m. to make sure that if anyone was released from the hospital, they had somewhere to go for the night. We want to assure residents of Twin Parks that you are not alone. We are here with you every step of the way for you and your children. We also want to emphasize, because this is a building of working class residents, of immigrant residents, predominantly from West Africa, from Gambia. We want to let residents know that your status does not matter. No one is going to be evicted from their homes. We will guarantee that you will have a permanent home, whether it's here at Twin Parks or elsewhere in the Bronx. And then as we heal, as we mourn, as we build, we know we have to deal with this from a policy issue. We have to look at regulating safe space heaters in a more efficient and effective way. We know we have to emphasize fire education and fire safety. We have to work with community partners, clergy, and faith leaders, all of our CBOs. We know that there are short and long-term goals that we will identify working together under this coalition. But I am grateful for the elected officials that stand at my side, that have been with us every step of the way. Congressman Richie Torres, Councilmember Oswald Feliz, Councilmember Piarina Sanchez, Assemblymember Udelka Tapia, Senator Gustavo Rivera. We have talked around the clock, and we're going to stay here until we are no longer needed. But even as we may leave, we are not going to leave the residents of Twin Parks. And so I am grateful for the assembling of this coalition, because we need resources at a federal, state, and a local level. Because we know that the fires we have faced, there are underlying issues that we are facing every day with fire alarms and sprinkler systems and exits and heat and hot water and basic necessities that every resident and tenant of New York City should be afforded. And so I am thankful, and I look forward to working with my partners in government. We will have more announcements to come, but for now I say thank you. We look forward to the work ahead, and may we continue to pray for all of the residents and families here at Twin Parks, and remind them that they are never alone. As Bronxites and New Yorkers, we are Bronx strong, and we are New York strong. Thank you, Congressman Torres, and all of my colleagues in government. And now let me introduce our two council members that represent this area here in Fordham. We are grateful they have been with us around the clock. I want to introduce of District 15, Council Member Oswald Feliz.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Council Member Oswald Feliz. For the families that were affected by the fire yesterday, one message. We're going to be with you every single step of the way to make sure you receive everything you need, and we're going to make sure that no family is left behind. For the over 200 firefighters that responded, We watched them risk their own lives to save the lives of 4-year-olds. We're thankful, we're grateful, and we're so honored and privileged to have you on our side. Now, I'll say what we all know. The Bronx has a lot of challenges. Fire is one of them. Some of the worst fires in our city have been right here in the Bronx, not too far from here, by the way. As Congressman Torres summarized, in Belmont, approximately 13 lives lost. In Woody Crest, approximately 10 lives lost. 30 years ago, in Happy Land, approximately 90 lives lost. And now yesterday, 19 lives lost. We need to take away from this. We need to see what went wrong. We need to learn our lessons, and we need to see how we can move forward to make sure this never happens again. And for that reason, I'm honored and privileged to be working with all of my colleagues to create a task force, a fire safety task force, to make sure that we never, ever have a similar case again. So thank you, Congressman Torres, Borough President Vanessa Gibson, Karina Sanchez, council member, and all of my colleagues who are part of this task force. We're going to be working around the clock to make sure that we could see what lessons we can learn from this, whether it's lessons regarding space heaters, whether it's lessons regarding self-closing doors, which is already legally required in the city of New York. And we're going to see what we can do at the city level, state level, and at the federal level to make sure this doesn't happen again. And again, to the families affected, we're going to be working with you around the clock, literally around the clock, to make sure that no family is left behind and to make sure that every family gets the resources they need, including housing, including food, including services, clothing, and everything else. Thank you so much. And I would like to introduce my colleague in government, Council Member Pierina Sanchez.
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank Congressman Richie Torres for convening us for this important task. And I want to thank our Borough President, Vanessa Gibson, who was here until 1 a.m. last night, which is not at all typical for the way that she has always responded to community emergencies. And to my colleague whose district this fire, this tragedy has happened in, Oswald, I am here with you as a sister, and we are here together as one Bronx. The first thing I want to say is to the families, we are so deeply sorry and here with you to support you every single step of the way. The Bronx, unfortunately, is no stranger to fires. We have been facing fires since the neglect of the 1970s, the 1980s. In fact, here in this cafeteria yesterday where I attended 5th grade, I spoke to families who said, wow, I'm bringing back these smells, these memories, this is bringing back trauma. And that is what we're facing here today, is we're facing a trauma. And so I want to make sure that we are sending a message, as the congressman has said, that we are going to be extremely vigilant, that we are going to leave no question unanswered. What did go wrong in this building? Why were space heaters being used? Why are they being used in different parts of the city? What are the codes that we have in our buildings in the city of New York indicating and causing as the realities that we face in our buildings and in our homes? How can we make sure that the response is as robust as it needs to be? To the FDNY, those 200 firefighters who risked their lives, jumped right into the heat of those flames, thank you. To all of our first responders, to our EMS workers, and to all of the city agencies that were here so swiftly to make sure that as a machine, the New York City apparatus was responsive. Thank you. And to say this for a second in Spanish, quiero agradecerle al congresista Richie Torres por...
We're watching Live Now from Fox, entering into a Spanish version right here for just a moment. We'll take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up.
I, as a congressman, have jurisdiction over federal housing programs. The state legislature has jurisdiction over state housing programs, and the city council has jurisdiction over fire, housing, and building codes. And a solution is going to require every level of government. So as I said earlier, we are forming a coalition of elected officials from every level of government that will have 4 objectives. The first objective is to ensure that every victim has access to services. A service center has been established, and we're going to mobilize a whole range of not-for-profits to provide assistance to the victims. The second objective is to ensure that the short-term displaced have the ability to return to their homes as swiftly and as safely as possible. And it's worth noting that the property owner arranged for 140 hotel rooms here in the Bronx to be available to those displaced in the short term. Those who are displaced in the long run, those living on the 3rd floor, we want to ensure that they have access to permanent housing elsewhere. There are landlords who have reached out to us offering apartments to those in need. We will coordinate those arrangements. And then finally, our final and most important objective is to establish a federal, state, and city legislative task force to examine what policies can be implemented to improve fire safety in our homes. We're going to examine issues relating to the manufacturing of space heaters, the use of space heaters in residential homes, fire and smoke alarms, sprinklers, self-closing doors, and fire safety in general. And the purpose of the task force is to come here within a few days or a few weeks with actual recommendations that we can introduce as law. Right? Our mission is to translate the lessons learned from tragedy past and present into laws that will prevent tragedy in the future. So we'd be happy to take whatever questions you have.
3 years ago, you were a primary co-sponsor in the city council of a bill that mandated that apartment doors must close automatically to prevent tragedies like the one that occurred here yesterday. Are you confident that this rule that went into effect last summer is being enforced to the fullest extent of the law? And to the council members here today, would like to know if you plan on investigating the enforcement of this rule.
I'll start and then I'll hand it over to the council members. Look, a law is only as good as its enforcement. So no matter what law we pass, we're going to have to ensure that we have enough building inspectors and fire inspectors and housing inspectors to hold landlords accountable. We need rigorous code enforcement. The property owner claims that that the building did in fact have self-closing doors. But that's the unanswered question at the heart of the investigation, the fire marshal's investigation. If these doors were self-closing, then why was the apartment door left open? Why was the stairwell door left open? So the claims that are being made about the self-closing doors are incompatible with the reality that these doors were open during the fire, allowing the smoke to spread widely. Do you want to add anything about City Council?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And that's exactly correct. One of the questions is whether we had self-closing doors and whether they were functioning properly. We already have laws that legally require that we have those self-closing doors. I think one thing that we should look into, or one thing that I'll be working in the City Council, is looking to enforce those laws, specifically enforcement of those laws, including potentially requiring that when an HPD inspector enters a building, automatically inspect for that. And also, if they do find that there are some self-closing doors violations, requiring a re-inspection within 24 hours, reaching out to the landlord or the management company, and potentially also increasing the fines if those violations are not corrected within 24 hours. So we'll be looking into all those matters, and I don't know if Irina wants to add to that.
Families are involved, both short-term and long-term, and what is the outlook for getting the short-term people back into their homes?
Yeah. So I don't know the specific numbers, but there are 120 units in the building. A majority of the residents have been given hotel accommodations over 4 different hotels here in the Bronx. We will allow them to remain in those hotels as long as necessary. We are awaiting word from the Department of Buildings and FDNY today on whether families will be able to re-enter. We fully believe and are very optimistic that a majority of residents whose apartments are not damaged will be able to re-enter, predominantly the higher floors above 3rd. Long re-enter today. Yes, later on this afternoon. We're waiting word. We had a meeting this morning with interagencies, and we're getting briefed throughout the day. For the third floor, which is the most impacted and the most damaged, those apartments obviously have severe damage and are not habitable. So we will be working with those units and those families on permanently relocating them or temporarily if they choose to come back. We want to be very clear that we're not forcing anyone out of Twin Parks. If they want to relocate permanently, we will accommodate that. But for those that want to return, we will allow them that opportunity. And we're working with management and landlord, and there are other buildings in this portfolio throughout the Bronx that the residents will have access to.
I want to go to the next. And I just want to be clear that we as elected officials are going to guarantee that those who have been displaced in the long run will have permanent housing elsewhere. That is a guarantee that we're making publicly at the moment.
Congressman, does the use of space heaters to begin with point to more systemic issues about heating in the building, and is that going to be a consideration here?
Yes.
Well, my understanding is that the building did in fact have heat. Those were the reports that we heard. But even if the landlord is providing the legal minimum, that's often too low. That's often too little heat for a senior citizen. So if you're a senior citizen who's hypersensitive to cold, you might be tempted to turn to the use of a space heater. So we may have to, the city council might have to re-examine the housing maintenance code when it comes to heat and hot water levels.
Congressman, while there is a city law about these doors, if this is a federal building, isn't it now a question of
Look,
if they don't have to do that?
Look, we want to finalize recommendations, but my initial thought is that as a condition of receiving federal funding, every building should have 21st century standards of fire safety, such as self-closing doors or sprinkler systems. Some of those measures could come at the expense of the landlord, and some of them might have to be subsidized by the government. Sprinkler systems are often prohibitively expensive, but self-closing doors should be the standard everywhere in the United States. Yeah.
And just to add to that, this building was built in 1973, which means that they were grandfathered in and they don't have the requirement of having a sprinkler system. So it makes these other pieces of the code all that more important. And that's why this task force is so important, so that we can make sure that we're working together so that our codes are talking to each other.
But one thing we want to Papadia's point, we might have to clarify in federal law that federal affordable housing developments are subject to local fire codes and housing codes and building codes, because there's a lack of clarity in that respect. And any other questions? Or I'll speak to you privately.
As you can see here from the officials, a lot of red tape in the government when it comes to different building codes, whether you're talking that it's a federal building or a local building, on just what the different permits are and what should be regulated inside of a building when it comes to safety. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Next, going out to Minneapolis, where the mayor and some city council members being inaugurated there for another term. Talking about 2022, the mayor now is talking about adding more police officers because it is hard to find officers that want to work in Minneapolis as well as other major cities when it comes to these crime surges that we are seeing, and really the lack of respect for police officers all over the country. If you remember back to the riots of 2020 in that summer, Minneapolis, of course, was ground zero for all of that in the George Floyd situation. And there were many, many calls to defund the police. And then in Minneapolis, a lot of their funding went away. Then we saw crime really take part and rampant there, not only in Minneapolis, but you're seeing it in Chicago, you're seeing it in New York and several other cities as well. So what has changed from 2020 to 2022? Now the mayor wants to add more police officers. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And to our new council members Elliot Payne, Robin Wansley-Warlaba, Michael Rainville, Latricia Vitaw, Jason Chavez, Aisha Shugtai, and Emily Koski. I look forward to getting to know you all, not just as elected officials, but as people, as human beings, and then forging new partnerships as fellow public servants. Council members, you are up to the challenge ahead. You were elected because you indeed reflect the values of the communities that you are now charged with serving. And as of your swearing in, the responsibility is yours to not only represent those values, but to put them to work in service to our city, in service as a collective team. Importantly now, the politics of this last year, they are behind us and they are over. The hard work of governing lies ahead. In addition to your role as an individual representative of your individual communities, you are now a member of an extraordinary team that is, in fact, our city enterprise. That team, importantly, includes all of our members of our Board of Estimate and Taxation, and Sam Priest-Stinson and Steve Brandt. They will be helping us to be good fiscal stewards as we serve our city. From the team in my office to council members and staff down the hall and all the way up to that water filtration plant past Northeast. We are all individual pieces of something greater than ourselves. The sum of our parts is a powerful force that keeps people safe, keeps the water running, and keeps the trains moving, sometimes quite literally, for more than 430,000 residents and even more workers and visitors who count on us every single day. And they are counting on all of us because public service, it is a team effort. And if there's anything that you take away from this speech, it is that. People are counting on us to work together. This sentiment is possibly best exemplified in the successes and, yes, shortcomings we've seen in Minneapolis's community safety system. The discussion around the future of public safety has dominated conversations from dinner tables to boardrooms and everywhere in between. Now today, the campaign is behind us. The work of making our public safety system better, more effective, and more inclusive, it is now before us. So my ask is simple. To everyone, pull up a chair. Pull up a chair. We need all levels of government at the table. We need neighbors at the table, and we need to be pulling in the same direction, fully recognizing that our end destination is the same. Every resident in every neighborhood of our city needs to feel safe. This team includes our park board and our community organizations to make sure that children have places to go, a positive outlet where they can just be a kid, a young adult. Do you like playing trombone or mixing new beats? Are you interested in robotics or coding the next big video game? We've listened, we've planned. And now, thanks to a once-in-a-generation investment in youth recreation in our parks, this spring, these critical pieces of youth-inspired infrastructure will become a reality. Kids need space to run with a great idea, run through a new song, or sometimes for a kid who can't sit still, they just need to run. And we create these systems intentionally for young people who are grappling with new and unfamiliar challenges to redirect our kids away from a path of violence, a path that far, far too often ends in tragedy. Tragedy that not only acutely impacts a neighborhood, but our entire city. This tragedy fuels the urgency of citywide solutions. And in developing those solutions, we cannot afford to deal in absolutes. We uplift and support officers that demonstrate values of procedural justice and build community trust, while holding officers accountable that fall short of those ideals. From the Community Safety Work Group, which is working diligently on recommendations for deep-seated reform and results-oriented policies, to a recent meeting I had with Representative Cedric Frazier around empowering the Minnesota Post Board to revoke licenses for misconduct, we can build a thorough, more equitable criminal justice system without diminishing accountability and the need to uphold the law. So right now, we are doubling down on our work to expand our own team here in Minneapolis by proactively seeking service-oriented recruits and cadets and making lateral hires with the intent of bringing on 4 recruit classes by the end of this year. We are building a pipeline of talent through our Community Service Officer program. And thank you to those community-minded officers who take up this call to be the change in our department. But here's the thing. Public safety is not a police-only issue and will not be a police-only solution. From funding adolescent work group violence intervention through our Office of Violence Prevention to providing mental health responders to care for those in crisis, we are taking action to create a comprehensive and integrated public safety system. We're pulling up chairs for leaders from across the city to bring a sweeping range of perspectives to the table and making sure that their diverse lived experiences are reflected in our public safety and accountability programs. These issues are complex and deeply interconnected. There is no single solution, but we have and must have a singular goal. We need to be better serving all of Minneapolis. The ripple effects of our progress here will be felt across this local government's priorities. That includes the push to fuel truly inclusive economic recovery right here in Minneapolis, right now at this time. Minneapolis is coming back. We will rebound in fine form. Will it be difficult? Yes, it will. But we are up to the challenge because our city does not quit. We will blow by the old normal to recover in a way that uplifts and empowers Black and brown communities that have traditionally been left behind and excluded. From investing in BIPOC commercial property ownership to relieving millions of dollars in city-issued licenses and permits for cash-strapped businesses, when we talk about recovery in Minneapolis, we are talking about committing to inclusion as a matter of practice, as a matter of expectation. This pandemic has reinforced what the Minneapolis business community, the economic driver of this region and state, has understood for decades. As Jonathan Weinhagen, our Minneapolis Regional Chamber head, will tell you, we depend on one another. There exists a symbiotic relationship across businesses and communities that has sharpened our propensity for innovation and propelled our community forward. The ecosystem is being rebuilt. Now it must be rebuilt stronger than ever. For the first time, maybe in history, businesses both new and old are coming back online at the same time, and they're working together. The brewery is hosting events featuring products from a local boutique. The boutique is sending customers to a nearby restaurant. From a budding cultural and commercial hub in Camden Town to the hundreds of employees coming downtown with the introduction of Deluxe's headquarters, Minneapolis is steadily building back as we navigate the many, many chapters of this pandemic as we are doing so today. This room is indicative of those challenges right now. And we know that bolstering economic recovery is not exclusively a business endeavor. Right now, we are weeks away from families beginning to participate in Minneapolis's first guaranteed basic income pilot. The pandemic continues to exacerbate racial economic disparities in Minneapolis, and the families most financially impacted have been front and center in the creation of this program. $500 a month will be in the hands of 200 Minneapolis families this year, with payments rolling out now and in the coming months. With a service-minded approach, we can more directly support the unique needs of the most vulnerable families. Our solutions must be both broad and precise at the same time. As I said in 2018, housing is a right, and it's our job to make sure that that right is extended to everyone. And let's be real, we do, in fact, have our work cut out for us. We must do everything possible to continue forward with this pledge. We need housing solutions that are as dynamic as the communities that we serve. Our partners at Homeward Bound, led by our host today, Mike Gozzi, and Avivo Village are building innovative and culturally specific low-barrier models for residents experiencing homelessness. They've served hundreds of residents individually, more every single day, and they are models for cities across our state. Sometimes service to someone in need is as simple as a door that you can shut behind you at night, a nightstand on which to put your belongings, a space that makes room for partners and pets. We must demand dignity and shelter for our unhoused neighbors. It is through partners like these that we can amplify our efforts to provide safe shelter and stable and affordable housing. In the last few years, Stable Homes, Stable Schools has prevented or ended homelessness for over 3,150 children in over 1,100 families, and we're only going up from there. Other jurisdictions here in Minnesota and around the country are looking at Stable Homes, Stable Schools as a model for improving housing and education stability. I'm really thrilled that I was able to welcome my friend and proponent of this program in Dorothy Lawson as my honored guest here today. Dorothy, I haven't even gotten a chance to say hello to you yet, but your story is an inspiration to me and so many countless other people. From experiencing homelessness earlier in her own life, to helping children of families in shelters stay caught up at school and supporting unhoused teens grappling with mental health challenges, Dorothy's propensity for making connections and her deeply, deeply kind heart have been there for so many people during some of their darkest times, have been there for so many of Minneapolis's families during the toughest moments in life. Simply put, we're able to help more kids through Stable Homes, Stable Schools because of your generosity. Please join me in thanking her for her work and give her a huge round of applause. And it gets even better. The National Association of Housing and Redevelopment officials recently recognized Stable Homes, Stable Schools with an award of merit, citing the program's unique solutions for tackling homelessness and the achievement gap at the same time. I'm immensely proud of our progress so far, and I'm so eager to continue this important work with all of you. In many ways, our service extends well past the 58 square miles within our city limits. We are not on an island. As citizens of this planet, it is our responsibility to think globally and then act locally. Our Green Business Cost Share program is providing incentives and support for businesses to invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency options. We're investing in that program and focusing on bringing the most innovative green technology to businesses of all sizes in all neighborhoods. We will prioritize and incentivize transitioning away from fossil fuels to meet our ambitious clean energy goals by 2030. When making financial decisions, our analysis won't be limited to dollars and cents today, but will make sure to account for the extraordinarily expensive social cost of carbon tomorrow. So, how does this service come together and get to work for the people of Minneapolis? Excellent service requires excellence in clarity and efficiency. Right now, with the passage of a government structure amendment, we have an opportunity to work together to create a government that can achieve both, and if done right, will last for generations. A steadiness of purpose and honesty of implementation is perhaps more important in this endeavor than anything we'll do in our time here. Our form of government transcends any policy or program, any politician or department head. Our integrity of government is the rock upon which all progress is built, and it's up to us to ensure that it is rock solid. The decisions made here won't necessarily grab headlines because these decisions are in the weeds of local government. But it is within these weeds that our seeds for the future are ultimately planted. One thing is for certain. Any individual success is dependent on our ability to work together as a team. We have every reason, every incentive to serve as a united front in the challenges that lie ahead. But to be sure, unity does not mean unanimity. At times, we will disagree. Disagreement and constructive argument are a cornerstone of our democracy, but that cornerstone is kicked loose when we fail to prioritize our commonalities. In this work, we will make mistakes. Some shifts in direction we take today, decisions deemed righteous now will be deemed extraordinary in 25 years. Others will fizzle out or fold under changing times and newer, better ideas. It is our job, it is our obligation to strive for the extraordinary, work like hell to get there. And where we fall short, and we will occasionally, we fall short as a team. Because when we rise as an entire city. I'm really grateful to the residents of the city of Minneapolis for the opportunity to serve another term. And I know that council members and the Board of Estimate and Taxation are so grateful to those residents as well. And on a personal level, I know that this opportunity would not have presented itself if not for the tireless love and strength of my wife, Sarah. Through the most challenging days over the past 4 years, Sarah has been a constant support, a reliable recalibration, especially when I needed it most. You've given me the greatest gift of my career, the greatest support I've ever had, but also, and importantly, the greatest gift of my entire life, and our daughter, Frida. Thank you to my mom and dad, who have traveled here to help us celebrate this important day, and it means the world to me that you're here. Thank you for supporting me for who I am and always showing up no matter what. Partners and families experience these highs and lows of service as directly as the public servants, sometimes even more so. So to our council members, your families won't sign your oath of office, but they probably should. It's our families, defined by love, that pick us up and put us back together each night. Their names, they're not on the certificates, but they're here today. And to those families, please accept my personal thanks for your service. Please, everyone, join me in giving them a huge round of applause. for the extraordinary leadership of our department heads who have walked alongside us as we navigated one of the most challenging chapters of our city's history. Thank you. Thank you. As we chart a path forward with a few new faces in the mix, I am endlessly grateful for your unique talents and your dedication, constant dedication to this city. And last but certainly not least, to city staff. Many of them working tirelessly right now, today, and every single day for their Herculean efforts to keep our city running day and night. You have overcome barriers that just a couple of years ago would have seemed incomprehensible. You have stepped up. You have fearlessly scaled barriers that have existed at times for generations, and you keep on working, striving for better. Every day your work exemplifies the noble profession of public service. Your work is essential, and we must trust your expertise accordingly. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause for our extraordinary city staff. Our city is a ship. Many have served for 25 years, others who have served for 25 days, others who have served for 25 hours. But they do this job because they care so deeply about our city. It is all of us working together, all of us. Our contributions fuel the engine that ultimately pushes us forward, steered by the purpose and convictions we have all committed to right here on this stage. Our commitment to service is why we are here today and what binds us together as we approach the challenges of tomorrow as a team. The honorable work of good governance requires long-term focus with an immediate urgency of now. As public servants, we must do both. The people counting on us to get this right are not afraid to demand the highest levels of service, and we shouldn't be either. So it is my hope that our most lasting legacies outlive our tenure as public servants, that if generations from now our names are forgotten, the mark we leave remains, because right now we are the ones in the arena. We strive valiantly, sometimes coming short again and again, yet we remain committed to our worthy cause because the stakes are that high. The moment is now. Today is a great day. Thank you.
And you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll regroup here in just about 20 seconds with some more top stories and headlines from across the country. And Live Now from Fox continues. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We're going out to some breaking news right now out in Las Vegas, where we are learning that two Las Vegas officers have been shot and the suspect has been killed here. So this is the latest information that's coming from police, saying the police department says the incident happened about 5 a.m. This morning on the 3000 block of Nellis Boulevard near Vegas Valley Drive. According to the police were serving a warrant in the area in reference to a November of last year homicide investigation, and police exchanged gunfire and two cops were shot there. The police department said the two officers were expected to survive. The suspect was killed on the scene there. And if you get any more information, of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the investigation just starting up right there, and we'll give you any new updates as we get them. We're going out to another live event that just popped up here for us. We're going out to Maryland, the governor giving an update on the latest on COVID-19 surge that is happening there.
Of the Maryland Natural Resources Police, Major Jerome Howard of the Maryland Transit Administration Police, Chief Kevin Anderson of the Maryland Transportation Authority Police, Lieutenant Colonel Roland Butler of the Maryland State Police, as well as Secretary Rob Green of the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, and Glenn Fuston, Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services. Today would typically be the day when we would recognize National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day by welcoming hundreds of law enforcement officers here to the State House so that we could thank them personally for the incredible job that they do and the sacrifices that they and their families make each and every day. While COVID-19 has limited the crowd that we have here in the State House today, I do want to start by taking a moment to very sincerely express my appreciation to the brave men and women who protect the people of our great state. Not a day goes by when I am not grateful for their service. Today, our primary focus continues to be on the COVID-19 state of emergency and on taking actions to withstand the current surge of the Omicron variant. However, legislators are returning to Annapolis for their 90-day session where they will be debating a few thousand bills. But there is nothing more important than addressing the violent crime crisis in our state and our effort to refund the police and to give them the support and the resources that they need to do their jobs more effectively. In 2020, when the defund the police movement started gaining momentum, I was one of the first leaders in America to immediately speak out strongly against it. And as I have been saying for 2 years now, trying to reduce crime by defunding the police is a dangerous and radical idea. It's like saying that you want to improve our schools by defunding education. Homicides and violent crime waves are surging in nearly every major city across the country. And law enforcement agencies nationwide are struggling to attract qualified candidates, as many current officers are retiring early or simply choosing to leave the profession. You could not possibly have a worse time for anyone to call for defunding the police or for cutting funding for public safety. The reality is that our police are underfunded and under attack, which is why last fall I announced a Refund the Police initiative that included the investment of $150 million to recruit and retain more quality officers, increase diversity, expand community policing efforts, improve training, and teach better de-escalation techniques, and to provide body cams and other technology and equipment upgrades. Since announcing this Refund the Police initiative, nationally it has become more clear that the defund the police movement has been a massive and utter failure. And now other cities and states have begun to follow our lead. The governor of California recently announced that he would now be increasing the state's public safety investments and increasing support for law enforcement in an attempt to address the out-of-control crime there. Chicago's City Council recently approved Mayor Lightfoot's budget to increase police funding, after New York City lawmakers voted to cut $1 billion from the police budget. Escalating concerns about crime led them to completely reverse course and to restore much of this funding. In fact, the city's new mayor, former police officer, was elected because of his campaign to oppose the defund the police movement. And last month, even the mayor of San Francisco, who had been one of the leaders of the defund the police movement, has reversed course and is now promising to ramp up law enforcement resources. It's time that the reign of criminals who are destroying our city to come to an end, she said. And it comes to an end when we take the steps to be more aggressive with law enforcement. Even in the most progressive cities all across the country, leaders are now following our lead and admitting that instead of defunding, that they need more investment in public safety. Now we just need the Maryland General Assembly to do so. Today, I'm announcing that we are expanding our Refund the Police initiative to a 3-year, $500 million investment in increased support for our police and for increased crime control and victim protection services all across the state of Maryland. Additional specific details will be laid out when we submit our budget next week, but this expanded and enhanced $500 million Refund the Police initiative includes an additional $137 million, which is a 50% increase in state police aid to local jurisdictions statewide, and we will be introducing legislation to make that 50% increase in police aid permanent so that the next governor won't be able to cut it. Another $220 million will fund historic salary increases and bonuses for law enforcement officers to ensure more competitive compensation to help with recruitment and retention. We will also be committing $50 million to major capital improvements for Maryland State Police Barracks and a new tactical services building for the Special Operations Division. We're providing an additional $30 million in neighborhood safety grants to support hardware upgrades, lighting, cameras, and increased security services for community organizations, business districts, and main streets. A 100% state-funded match for all Crime Stoppers rewards in order to incentivize more witnesses to come forward and offer testimony. And $37 million to fully fund victim services providers, which provide vital resources for some of our most vulnerable, including the victims of sexual assault and domestic abuse. As we previously announced, our Refund the Police initiative also includes $24 million to create a new accountability resources fund, which will pay for more body cams, improved training, more de-escalation training, and other critical tools for state and local police agencies. And an additional $1 million will go directly to the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs Associations to help them further expand operational training and support. One of the reasons we have too many repeat violent offenders is that too many violent criminals are not prosecuted and put in jail, or that they are given outrageously shortened or suspended sentences. These criminals who should be in jail are released back onto the streets on parole and probation. The state has continued to increase its presence and collaboration across the state, including embedding parole and probation officers directly within Baltimore City police precincts. But parole and probation officers don't have the authority to make arrests or to issue warrants. Once a warrant for violation of parole or probation is requested, a judge has to issue it, and a local police agency has to enforce it. In far too many cases, particularly in Baltimore City, warrants are quashed by judges, and those that are issued are not prioritized by the beleaguered local police. We need transparency on whether judges are issuing requested warrants and aggressive and immediate enforcement of all open warrants. So today, effective immediately, I have directed Secretary Green and the Division of Parole and Probation to immediately begin a new tracking of all open warrants, beginning with all of the high crime areas in Baltimore City, so that we can take steps to hold judges accountable and to help local law enforcement get more of these offenders off the streets. In addition, we will once again be introducing emergency crime legislation, including the Violent Firearms Offender Act of 2022, to significantly tougher penalties for those who commit crimes with guns and who illegally possess guns, as well as those who supply the illegal guns to violent criminals. And the Judicial Transparency Act of 2022, which will require the Maryland State Commission on Criminal Sentencing Policy to track and publish detailed information on the sentences that are handed down by judges for all violent crimes. We have repeatedly proposed this legislation, including most recently during last month's special legislative session, when legislators once again ignored the pleas of their constituents and the more than 80% of the people of Baltimore and the rest of the state who strongly support this legislation. Just after the legislature left town without taking any action on crime, Baltimore once again ended the year with more than 300 homicides. Among the victims were more young teenagers caught in the crossfire of gang violence, and Evelyn Player, who was stabbed to death at her church, and Baltimore City Police Officer Kiana Holly, who we will lay to rest tomorrow, who was ambushed and shot to death in her patrol car. On the very first day of this new year, a 16 and 17-year-old were gunned down in a triple shooting, becoming the first victims of 2022. Today, I am again strongly urging the leaders of the city and in the legislature to put all of the politics aside and to work with us to finally pass these emergency crime bills. There can be no more excuses and no more delays. The time for action is now. Keeping Marylanders safe is our #1 priority. And as long as I am governor, we will not ever defund our police, and we will continue to do everything we can to empower our law enforcement agencies with the support and the resources that they need to finally get these violent criminals off the streets and behind bars where they belong. With that, I'd be happy to take some questions. Well, you know, this is the time we have to get it done. We did pass it through the Senate last year, and I believe the year before, and it got held up in the House. We tried to get it done in the special session, and you know, I think their response was we're only focused on a couple of things here with respect to vetoes and congressional redistricting. We don't want to take it up. But there really are no more excuses. And the fact that we got it through one House, the fact that 81% of the people in Maryland support our bills, the fact that 86% of the African Americans in Maryland support these bills, the fact that somewhere close to 90% of the people in Baltimore City support these bills, the fact that city leaders and legislators continue to ignore their pleas when people are dying every day, it's just unacceptable. And so, yeah, people say, well, why don't you just give up because they didn't pass it before? We're not going to, because this is our main job, is to keep our constituents safe, and that job's not getting done.
Governor, as far as the open warrants, how will the public find out what they are and how successful is that?
You know, I think I'm not sure how much of that is able to be released. I don't know how the process works, quite frankly.
So, but the point, I mean, it strikes me as the point would be.
I think we're trying to be as transparent as possibly. I would imagine that Glenn Fuston, Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention, when we get that information, we'll be able to, you know, post it and provide it so that we can have full transparency.
Much of the talk is always Baltimore City. Prince George's County over the last couple of years has seen the murder rate double. There wasn't a real defunding of police in Prince George's County. The frustration I hear from police there and elected county leaders is failure to hold people accountable.
Yeah.
You can't legislate that, can you? I mean, is that...
Well, you can. That's exactly what our legislation is all about, is holding people accountable. And so it's about holding the judges accountable who are giving or not giving the sentences, and it's about having the violent criminals held accountable by giving them, you know, jail sentences and taking them off the streets, And, Prince George's County is not immune. They've got rising crime. I said it was all across the country in most major cities. I mean, Prince George's County is much larger than Baltimore City, and it's a pretty dense population, and they've got crime issues that they're dealing with rising crime as well. And I think, the police do a great job, but they need all the help they can get, which is why we're providing additional resources to the Prince George's County Police, as well as the Baltimore City Police and all local police and state police across the state. But we really need the legislature to act on these crime bills so that we can hold judges and criminals accountable.
But the state's attorney choosing not to move ahead with some.
Well, I mean, that's a big issue as well. I mean, if we have prosecutors that won't prosecute crime, it doesn't matter whether, what jurisdiction that's in. It's a serious problem, and that means we've got to elect better prosecutors.
You say warrants are quashed by judges. Do you have a percentage on how many warrants and the data that supports that?
I don't have the exact data with me today, but we can follow up with you afterwards and get you that data.
If this legislation doesn't pass during the session again, what other measures are you considering to get crime under control?
Well, we're taking every measure we possibly can, but providing more money for the Baltimore City Police, more money for state police, and it's going to help. But we can't really, we can't keep arresting them and the same guys every day when they keep getting let on the streets. That's why this legislation is so important.
Will there be more arm twisting this time? Will there be more of a legislative push? I mean,
it was a pretty big push the last couple of years. I mean, we amazingly got it done through our 70% progressive Democratic state Senate. And now, nationally, the mood has changed dramatically on getting tough on crime. As I mentioned, the mayor of San Francisco, the mayor of Chicago, the mayor of New York, it seems everywhere in the country, they're now starting to get tough on crime. And maybe it's time for the House of Delegates here in Maryland to do the same.
Governor, have you rescheduled a meeting that you had planned before the holidays with the mayor of Baltimore?
I think we're still working to try to do that. I mean, obviously, we're in a state of emergency now, and, I was quarantined for 10 days with COVID. In fact, we had the meeting with the mayor, I think, the first day that I was unable to be there because of COVID, and we're trying to get that back on the schedule. We both are pretty busy, but I definitely want to sit down with him and try to get his support for these tough crime bills.
Are you open to a meeting with State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby as well?
No, we have no meeting with her.
I said, are you open to it?
No.
Governor, we're 2 days before the legislative session starts, huge budget surplus. Can you tell us a bit about some of your proposals, retirees, tax relief, stuff like that?
Well, I could tell you a little bit about that, but then that would ruin all the surprise of all the rest of the announcements that we have. And we announce our budget next week, and I'm sure we'll have a press conference to talk about that. I think we may be rolling out a few more things over the next week. But our focus for the whole legislative session, as I mentioned, is going to be on crime, on cutting taxes, and on trying to get some fair maps in the redistricting process. But the budget details will be rolling out next week. We've been able to accomplish a lot of things. You may have seen we reached agreement with every state employee union. So that was a big step in the right direction. Not just our police unions, but every other group in the whole state. It took a lot of work, a lot of people to get that done. But we're going to put money in the rainy day. We're going to be in much better fiscal shape. Looks like we're roughly blow the whole announcement. Well, we went from a $5.6 billion structural deficit when I got here to like a $2.5 billion surplus. So we'll have some more details about exactly what we're going to spend the money on, but we're in great shape. We have, I think, the 4th best economic recovery in America.
Do you think since last time with these bills didn't really seem to get a lot of support from the leadership inside Baltimore City specifically? Do you think the city council and the mayor, could they be pressuring or talking and lobbying the
Yes.
city delegation?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. The question is, should the city leaders get involved in helping push these bills? I have sat down with every single mayor, and I think there's been 4 mayors since I've been governor, and every single police commissioner. I think there's 5 or 6. And every single one of them is to elicit their support for these bills. And we're going to continue to do that. I'd like to get the support of the city council. This is really not just a Baltimore City issue. These, as Brad's question, Prince George's County's got some rising crime as well. But it is the place where we have the most murders and the most violent crime. And if we can't get the city leaders to show support, it makes it much more difficult for me to convince the legislators from Baltimore City and from other places that they should vote for it. I'm sorry.
I don't know quite how to really form this question, but I just let the
Well, there's no question there's something going on that's more than just law enforcement, and it's not just happening in Prince George's County or Baltimore City. It's happening all across America. And no, I don't know that the steps that we're taking are going to be able to change that. But not doing anything and not taking every step that we can would be a terrible mistake. So we're going to keep standing up and doing everything we possibly can. Some of it is not going to be under our control.
Governor, going back to getting city officials to support your plan, aside from the mayor who you've met with, have you reached out to the city council president or others?
No,
in the city council?
not yet.
Do you plan to?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we'll be happy to talk with them. We've talked to all of them in the past about these exact same bills without much success, but we'll certainly try to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're seeing it in states like Maryland and other cities across the country. The 2020 experiment of defunding the police not turning out the way that many have hoped for, as we are seeing murders surge and really carjackings in cities continue. And right now, you heard the Maryland governor there that police need to be supported more, and they are trying to throw more money at these law enforcement agencies in Maryland to combat what is happening in some of the suburbs in Maryland, where these crime statistics are really not looking good at all. Murders at a 10-year high level there that they are seeing in that state. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a quick 2-minute break. We continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to give another update to that deadly apartment fire that killed 19 people in New York City yesterday. Fox News' Madeline Rivera with the very latest.
It's being called one of the worst residential fires in New York City history, and fire officials believe they know what caused it.
His head is in all that smoke.
Dramatic cell phone video capturing the response from firefighters trying to save people trapped inside this burning building. Crews using a rescue ladder to pull the victims out as heavy smoke and flames spread quickly. Some residents broke their glass windows for air.
It was just scary. It was scary. I was more worried about my family than myself.
Investigators say it all began Sunday morning when a space heater malfunctioned and sparked a fire. Rescue crews found victims on nearly every floor of the building, some suffering from cardiac arrest. At least 19 people did not survive, including 9 children, and many more rushed to the hospital.
I see a whole bunch of smoke everywhere, so I left. And I left everything. I just grabbed my son and I left.
New York City's Mayor Eric Adams thanked the fire department for their bravery, saying they pushed through the smoke even when their oxygen tanks were empty.
You can't do this if you don't feel attached
to this city and this community. And I really want to thank them for putting their lives on the line to save lives.
The Red Cross is helping find housing for those who have been displaced. In New York City, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you there so much. And in other news here, the comedy world is really mourning the loss today of Bob Saget, who died at the age of 65 yesterday. We all remember him as Danny Tanner in Full House there, but he also had a lot of other achievements as well. Take a look.
Bob Saget, the actor and comedian who brought laughs and fatherly advice as TV's Danny Tanner on Full House, has died at the age of 65. The Orange County Sheriff's Office said in a statement, deputies were called to the Ritz-Carlton Orlando Grand Lakes for a call about an unresponsive man in a hotel room. The man was identified as Robert Saget and pronounced deceased on scene. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drug use in this case. Saget starred on Full House from 1987 through 1995 and reprised his role in the reboot Fuller House. Early work also included hosting America's Funniest Home Videos. In recent years, he focused primarily on his stand-up. He also made an appearance on The Masked Singer in 2020 and hosted a podcast called Bob Saget's Here For You. Saget was on a comedy tour at the time of his death. His last post on his social media was about his love for his job. He thanked the audience, saying he had no idea he did a 2-hour set, adding he felt like he was back in comedy like he was when he was 26. Celebrities sharing thoughts include longtime co-star and friend John Stamos, who wrote, "I am broken, I am gutted, I am in complete and utter shock. I will never ever have another friend like him. I love you so much, Bobby." Actor Joel McHale called Saget one of the most kind and thoughtful people, and he just happened to be one of the funniest on the planet. TV writer Norman Lear says he was hilarious. We were close friends, and I could not have loved him more. Raising Dad co-star Kat Dennings posted, he was generous, protective, caring, and wonderful, adding, he talked about his kids constantly. Bob Saget is survived by his 3 daughters from his first marriage to Sherry Kramer and his second wife, Kelly Rizzo. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And as we wait for more details into the death of Bob Saget, of course, we'll be bringing you those updates as we get them right here. Looks like we're going to be getting another update in New York. Should be happening pretty soon with this fire that killed 19 people yesterday. As soon as we see people at the podium, we will bring it to you. Oh, it is going to be the mayor there, Mayor Adams of New York City, going to be giving this update here shortly. So we'll have that for you in full when it does get going right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, NASA officials are happy about Saturday's James Webb Space Telescope completed its final crucial step by unfolding the last section of its golden mirrors. Nearly 3 hours later, engineers set commands to latch those mirrors into place, a step that amounted to it becoming fully deployed there. So we're going to learn a little bit more about this telescope and what it'll help us see and NASA officials up there in deep space.
I noticed in looking at the photos and pictures, the video that was on the screen, that there were a number of people in the Michigan Operations Center, and I assumed that there were others in other buildings or other rooms within the building. And I'm interested in roughly how many people were in the mission operations room during that deployment, and how many other people?
We'll get back to that a little bit later this afternoon, but I do want to go on to the live event here. Just getting going in New York City, we do have the mayor there speaking about the tragedy that happened yesterday.
Members of the FDNY, EMS, law enforcement, as
Looks like they just might have lost audio right there. Looks like the officials are going to see what that audio problem is right now, but you can see the mayor there has stopped his speech. We lost it as well on our end, and looks like it's coming back.
1, 2, okay. I'm joined, as I stated, by my colleagues in government that are also here, the Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin, Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson, Congressman Richie Torres, Councilman Oswald Velez, and I'm sure there's more that's here. If I missed you, I apologize. We are going to continue to remain vigilant to address this just horrific tragedy that we're facing. The ME modified the numbers of those who lost lives. We have 17 lost, 9 are adults and 8 are children. This is really an evolving crisis. And so as it evolves and as we get new information, we're going to share it with you as well, so you can let the public know what we're going through. We said this yesterday, and we will continue to say this is an unspeakable tragedy. Early this morning, I was joined with the Chancellor. We visited every school in the area where the children, our young scholars, lost their lives. We sat down with the principal and the teachers and just wanted to have a private moment to let them know that we are here to support them as they go through this tragedy. They shared just personal notes of these children, and it was something that we heard universally about each child that we lost is how much they smiled, how much they brought life to the school. And not only did this fire leave a burning pain in the hearts of people in this community, but it has left a burning pain in the children and the teachers and the faculties of this school. We will support these schools in every way possible in the coming months. Educators, students, staff, all of them realize that they're going through a traumatic moment, and we want to be here for them. And it is clear that these families and the entire community is receiving support from across the country. Just a few moments ago, I received a call from President Biden, and he has made it clear that whatever we need, the White House is going to be there for us. He has just sent a very strong message that this is on the radar of the entire globe, what has happened here. The Consul General of the Dominican Republic is here with us, and his team. This is a global tragedy because The Bronx in New York City is representative of the ethnicities and cultures across the globe. And so everyone is feeling the pain of what we are experiencing. But I would tell you this, and I say over and over again, we're going to get through this moment. We're going to get through this moment, and we're going to get through it together. And this tragedy is not going to define us. It is going to show our resiliency as we help the families through this. In the middle of such pain, we have witnessed such a high level of heroism. From the hospital staff, the doctors, the nurses, the administrators who are already going through crises with the pandemic. But we also witness a high level of heroism through those first responders, the EMS, the firefighters. I would say this over and over again, watching them go in the building, even without having a full air tank, still pushing through the dark smoke and rescuing families in this building. Our firefighters as first responders really showed why it is imperative to give them the support that they need. And I want to thank Commissioner Nigro for just really leading this charge yesterday, being out here throughout the day, leading his men and women to do what was needed to save as many families as possible. And to every grieving family, 8.8 million New Yorkers see you as their family members, and we are here together to push through this. And so some clear messages we want to send. One, for those who want to help, please do not drop donations off the fire stations or EMS stations. Let them do their jobs. There are real outlets. Our elected officials are here. You can just drop them off at the offices or other facilities that we will put in place if you want to do so. If you want to help financially, we have the Mayor's Fund to Advance New York. Every dollar raised will go directly to the family members that are involved. So this way we can help families in a real way. And if we take one message from this that Commissioner Nigro has mentioned several times, close the door. Close the door. That was embedded in my head as a child watching the commercials over and over again. We're going to double down on that message. My conversation with the Chancellor this morning, we're going to send out communications to all of our schools and state that we want our children to receive the same level of reinforcement. Muscle memory is everything. And if we can drill that in, we can save lives by closing the doors, not only in the city, but across the entire globe. This painful moment can turn into a purposeful moment as we send the right message of something simple as closing the door. And we want to really thank all the community's leaders that are here in this community, a member of the African diaspora, and recognizing some of the communication gaps, building those bridges, having the community come together as a whole to make sure that we provide the services that are needed for this community to get on the road of healing from this devastating event. No one wants to hear about the loss of life, and that is even more impactful when that loss consists of children of this level and this magnitude. Before turning it over to the other representatives are here, I want to turn it over to the Chancellor, who visited the schools with me today, and thank him for showing the infrastructure support to the educators in the school. They were appreciative of your presence and showed how serious this matter is to all of us. Chancellor Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was certainly my pleasure to join the mayor this morning as we visited 4 schools, 2 traditional public schools and 2 charter schools. And I think it's important to note that that when it comes to moments like this, there's no separation between us. These are all of our children. And to hear the heartbreak from the principals of each one of those schools, the teachers, the school safety officers, the custodial workers, we came there to thank them, to let them know that we are here for them. But they, each one of them also told us about each one of the young people who died. They're not just a name. They told us stories about each one of them. And my heart broke as we heard just about how passionate each young person was and how they came to life for us. One teacher read a letter that he had just gotten a few days ago. And it was just heartbreaking. And so I want to say also, I sent out a letter to every school principal and educator across the city this morning, asking that we all take time to reflect on this tragedy, but also to make sure that we are providing opportunities to talk about fire safety. During this winter season, there are a lot of people in their homes and in their apartments who are using these heaters, and unfortunately we have these kinds of accidents, and certainly nothing as tragic as this, but this is the time to make this an educational moment. And as the mayor said, something as simple as closing the door. And our young people need to be taught that. They need to be reminded of that and take that as something that they will take with them for the rest of their lives as well. And so I just simply want to thank all of the personnel at all of our schools that have been affected. The teachers, the principals, the administrators, the librarians, the custodians, the school safety workers, the nurses. Everyone has been impacted by this. It's a monumental tragedy. And we just extend prayers and all of our deepest thoughts with the families who are going through so much. God bless.
Thank you. And as indicated, there was a large Gambian community here, and we have the ambassador here of Gambia. Please allow him to come up and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership. I have come here from Washington to meet you and the local authorities to learn more about this tragic incident that took so many lives and left many more struggling for their lives. This is very unfortunate, and I think I dare say that the majority of the victims apparently have their roots from the Gambia. We are a very small country of about less than 2 million people, and we are all related. Everybody knows everybody. So our country is currently in a state of shock. Before I came in here, I spoke to the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mr. Adam Barrow, and he has asked me to extend his condolences to the bereaved family members from the Gambia and from everywhere. This is a shock. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll be here for you. So we know we want to get to the commissioner to answer any questions, but I just want to allow those electeds who are here and who was here all night, for the most part, respond to this. We want to have the Lieutenant Governor, Brian Benjamin, then the Bronx VP, Vanessa Gibson, then Congressman Richie Torres, and then finally Councilman Oswald Velez.
All New Yorkers share their condolences with this tragic occurrence, and I want to just reiterate 2 points. First, Governor Hochul mentioned yesterday that there will be a victims compensation fund. There will be resources in the state budget which will be allocated to assist on the ground, and we'll work with our local leaders to make sure that those funds are dispersed. And secondly, over 75 units in this building, which is a state-supervised Mitchell-Lama building, have project-based vouchers. Individuals who are not able to re-inhabit their apartments, those vouchers will be able to move with them to a new location. We will be working with the developers and those on the ground to make sure that everyone has adequate housing as soon as possible. If they cannot, come back to the building. And so the state will stand with the city and stand with the Bronx to make sure that no one is left behind and that we ensure that everyone who's been impacted by this tragedy gets whatever we can give to them to make their lives whole. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. On behalf of 1.5 million Bronxites, we extend our condolences and prayers of healing strength to all of those that have been impacted by this devastating 5-alarm fire here in Fordham. I am Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson. This is my first week on the job, and I am devastated and truly heartbroken and overwhelmed at all that has happened in these last 24 hours. I want to thank our first responders, the FDNY, Commissioner Daniel Nigro, and 200-plus firefighters that responded in minutes to make sure that we saved as many lives as we could. We are a mourning city and we are a mourning borough, but we know that we will survive and we will heal. We want to assure every resident and family here at Twin Parks that they are not alone. We are walking with you on this painful journey, and we're going to make sure that we do our part and everything necessary to provide all of the support on the ground, from the social, emotional support to making sure our children are supported, trauma-informed care, resources, temporary and long-term housing. We have been on site since 1 a.m. to make sure that every client had housing last night. Over 4 hotels and all of the residents that remain hospitalized with serious and critical injuries. So we are asking all New Yorkers and all Bronxites to please join us in praying for these families. No one expected to wake up on a Sunday morning hearing about a fire in their building, running for their lives. This is profound sadness for all of us. But we know that in times of challenge, New Yorkers step up, because that's just what we do. And so we are going to love on this community and love on these residents and families and let them know that they are not alone. We will walk this journey together to make sure they have everything that is needed. I am grateful for the incredible support from Governor Kathy Hochul, Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin, and all of my colleagues in government. We're going to work together to make sure that we prevent any tragedy from happening in this magnitude ever again. Thank you so much, everyone. I am so grateful and so proud to be the borough president of a borough like the Bronx, where we are resilient, we are tough, and we are going to turn our pain into purpose. God bless us all, and thank you so much to all of our first responders for your incredible support.
Good afternoon. I'm Congressman Richie Torres. First, I want to thank the mayor, who has been as visible and as responsive and as compassionate and comforting as any leader as I've seen in a moment of crisis. The Bronx is no stranger to deadly fires. I lived through one in Belmont just a few years ago. And so I'm enormously grateful to the mayor and to the city for mobilizing resources and coming to our aid in a moment of need. You know, the two things that are most important to most of us is our family and our homes, and to lose both in the span of one tragedy is terrifying and traumatic to an extent that few of us could imagine. What do you tell a mother who's lost her children and who's lost her home, who's lost everything, who's seen the world around her collapsed? So we're going to do our best to bring comfort to those families. I do want to tell the mayor and the city that as the local congressman, I'm committed to advancing legislation that addresses either the manufacturing of space heaters or the need for education about fire safety or the need for self-closing doors in affordable housing that receives federal funding, so you have a partner at the federal level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm Councilmember Feliz. I represent this area of the Bronx. What happened yesterday was a frightening nightmare. The Bronx continues to have many challenges, and fire continues to be one of them. We've had some of the worst fires in the city of New York right here in the Bronx, including the Belmont fire, including the one in Woody Crest, including the one yesterday where we lost 19 lives, including babies, 4-year-olds. But I want to thank all of our wonderful leaders, our colleagues in government, city, state, and federal, who have been here around the clock and available and providing all the resources needed to all the affected families, including food, including clothing, and including housing. And as council member, I'll be working with my colleagues, including our congressman at the federal level, our borough president, our mayor, Eric Adams, and our state elected leaders to make sure that we get additional fire-related laws to protect New Yorkers, because we've had far too many fires, and this cannot continue to be the future of our borough. So we're going to be continuing to work with our leaders to make sure we strengthen some of our laws, analyze what exactly happened yesterday and what we could learn from it and what we can do to make sure it never happens again. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to bring on the Commissioner, Fire Commissioner Nigro, and the Deputy Commissioner of OEM for if there's any updates on what we're doing and as we mobilize to move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. The investigation continues. As I said yesterday, we're certain that the fire started with a faulty electrical heater, portable heater. The fire was contained to the hallway just outside this two-story apartment, but the smoke traveled throughout the building, and the smoke is what caused the deaths and the serious injuries. So our fire marshals teams are here. They've been here. They've been examining the building. They've been examining videotape. They will do a complete investigation as to how this occurred, why this occurred, and we're confident of that. As the mayor stated previously, patients were taken to 7 different hospitals. There was a bit of a double count, and I guess it's a bit of good news that the number isn't 19 but 17. But don't forget, there are many people fighting for their lives in the hospital who were transported, so this number could unfortunately increase again. So our prayers are with them, and the prayers continue to be with the families of those we lost. I will let OEM discuss more about the continued operations for the families.
Thank you. So last night, the building was totally vacated. No apartments were habited last night. We, through the American Red Cross, with Housing Preservation and Development, and with the building management, about half of those units, so about 60 different families, stayed in area hotels. We were able to house everyone in the Bronx. And the rest, as they said, there are people still in hospitals, and people also went to friends and family. Ongoing is registration with the Red Cross. People are coming out of hospitals, people were at work or somewhere else, so it's never too late. People can continue to register with the Red Cross. We worked with the Department of Education. They were able to help to get the children back, as was noted, back to their schools this morning, and they will continue to help them until people are back in the building. It does look like many of the apartments will be able to be reoccupied as the week goes on, which is good news. There are a certain number of apartments that will be, not habitable for quite some time, and so we will continue to work to find long-term housing with the state and with the city. We moved out of the school since the school opened this morning. There is now a service center at Monroe College, which is close by. We have several different agencies there. It opened at 12 o'clock. It's open until 8 p.m. It'll be open this week. So residents can come by there and continue to receive services. We have interpreters there. There has been an outpouring of support, as everyone said, the borough president, everyone else. There's a lot of food and other resources that we have been able to share with the families. Thank you.
To the mayor and to the commissioner, of the people who died and of the people who suffered critical injuries, were they all found in the hallways and the stairwells, or were some of them actually found in their apartments? And the reason I ask is I wonder whether those victims would have been better off had they remained in their apartments and waited for firefighters to rescue them.
Okay, I don't have a tally of where exactly everyone was found. The people from the fire department all got out on their own, and they were safe. Certainly the stairwell was very dangerous as the door was left open. Some of the floors, certainly on 15, the door was open from the stair to the hall, and the 15th floor became quite untenable. We do recommend in high-rise fireproof buildings that people should shelter in place, and it's safer to be in your apartment than to venture out and try to get down the stairs and sometimes into a much more dangerous situation. But this investigation, as I said before, is incomplete and inconclusive so far.
Sir, is there a reason why those doors aren't self-closing?
They are self-closing, but the door on 15 and the door to the fire apartment was not functioning as it should. But
As a follow-up to that, if the door is not functioning as it should in the fire department, is that a violation of the law? Is that the responsibility to make sure that the self-closing doors actually close?
well, it would be if it was pointed out. So we'd like to point out today to everyone, if you're in a building, an apartment building that has self-closing doors, make sure it works. And if it doesn't, please point that out to the landlord, to the maintenance folks, and make sure your door closes as it should.
Steve in the back. Commissioner, if we learned anything more about the alarm system here and previous false alarms,
It's still part of the investigation. There has been some stories that the alarm system went off regularly. There's been some stories that people smoking in the halls set off the alarm. So our investigation will determine that.
All three.
I can answer the first question. The door was not obstructed. The door, when it was fully opened, stayed fully opened because it malfunctioned. As far as the building ownership, someone else will have to answer that.
It's all of the above. So it's Project B Section 8, which is a federal program. It is the state Mijilama, which is the state, and every property, regardless of whether it's federal or state, is subject to the building, housing, and fire code.
Commissioner, were there smoke detectors in the hallways? Are they required?
Well, the smoke alarms are required in the apartments. There were smoke alarms sounding. As I said yesterday, the first call from a neighbor came because they heard smoke alarms sounding in the building. The folks in the apartment where the fire started were alerted by the fire itself. So that didn't seem to be a factor in this fire.
Would that have helped if they were in hallways?
I don't know if that would have helped or if they were required in this particular building.
residents where the fire broke out, the apartment where the fire broke out, they were home at the time? Why was their doors open?
Well, the resident, they opened the door to escape the apartment. There were multiple people living in that apartment. As they left, they opened the door and the door stayed opened.
Two more guys right there. Is there any investigation as to whether or not the residents were receiving adequate heat?
Yeah, I want to answer that, but I want to go back to the resident in the open apartment. And we want to be clear here that we don't want to add further trauma on that family because they fled the apartment. You know, muscle memory during a crisis, you're trying to get out. It is our obligation to reinforce the concept of close the door, close the door. But what we don't want to do is just to add more trauma on a family that was simply trying to escape a very dangerous and a very frightening experience. All of us make mistakes during crises. And so, yes, we want to encourage, we're going to double down on closing the door and that message. It is our obligation to do so, but our hearts go out to this family, and I just want to be clear on that. They're going through trauma as well. There was no outstanding violations of our knowledge of a heat complaint in the building, but again, this investigation is really new, and the fire marshal and other city entities are looking at all of this information. Well, they have to comply, and the investigation will be completed when the fire marshal do their thorough look. We have a professional fire marshal entity in this city, And one thing we never want to do is to try to make an investigation be expeditious but not thorough. They're going to be thorough, they do their job well, and they will give the outcome, and they know when it will be completed.
That's it. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, that's the update there from city officials. Really the big update coming off the top here from the mayor announcing that the death toll here down from 19 to 17 there as they made some adjustments there with finding out just who went to the hospital and in what condition they were taken in. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Here is what we have coming up in the next hour right now. We are going to be looking out for the New Jersey update on COVID-19. Looks like they are getting ready for that one to start at any moment. And then also we'll have out in Virginia, the last couple of days for this administration with the governor there, going to be Governor Northam, going to be talking about vaccines as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As you can see, we are awaiting a White House briefing. Should be happening at the bottom of this hour. We'll also be waiting to see just what is the latest timeline here for these federal at-home COVID tests. Remember, there was supposed to be a website set up. You were supposed to go there. They said it was going to happen early January. Now we're getting, we'll be at mid-January this week, and still no sign of it. When they announced the plans of this, it should be noted that the administration had no contracts yet to deliver these at-home tests here. So that was one thing where we were waiting on, and now we are just still in this holding pattern. We'll see if the press there continues to push them in trying to get some answers onto where this website is. We all remember just also what happened with Obamacare's website in the very beginning stages as well. Just how will this be able to be supported? Will it go offline at times? And because of the big need of people that wanting to get testing, if you look at testing really across the country, people are in line and trying to get tested, and should also be talked about too, just where we are in the world of testing, where it seems like even if people don't feel like they have any symptoms, they're still in line to get tested, and that's causing some backups and some problems for healthcare officials as well. So we'll be waiting for all of those responses and so much more right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we appreciate you joining us here today. Also looking at the Dow here, down about 400 points. Session lows had it about 550 points there in the red. So we'll continue to take a look at it today here on Live Now from Fox. Also keeping an eye out in Virginia, where we are going to be getting a COVID surge update there as well. So we'll have you fully covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, I do want to go back out to NASA for just a little bit, get an update there on the deployment of a new telescope. Oh, look at this. I was going to go to it. Now we do have the event there from Virginia. So we'll have to wait on that NASA. Here we go. Governor Northam in the final days of his administration. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Well, good afternoon to everyone, and thanks to all of you for being here, and thanks to all of you that are either watching online or on television. We have done about 70 of these briefings since Virginia's first COVID appeared on March the 7th of 2020. And it will be our final briefing because this is our last week together. I'll have more to say about that in just a moment. Today we're going to be taking additional steps as we fight this virus, and I'll talk more about that in a moment as well. But first, I want to take a moment to remember where we have been, talk about where we are today, and think about where we're going as a Commonwealth. It has been a long 22 months for all of us. We've been worried, we've been scared, angry, sad, and a lot more, sometimes all at once. It has been a roller coaster, and we're not built for this kind of uncertainty for this long. It has been hard on everyone, to include our children and their families. These 22 months sometimes have brought out the worst in people. It's been heartbreaking to watch people lash out and hurt each other. That is very painful to see. But more often, these times have also brought out the best in people. I've watched people helping and caring for one another in big ways and small ways, especially our nurses, our doctors, our frontline workers. It reminds me why I chose medicine as a career, and it has been heartwarming to see on behalf of a very grateful Virginia. To all of you, I say thank you. Now, it is painful to see COVID cases numbers rising. Once again, this started around Thanksgiving, and cases are now very high, higher than they have ever been, in fact. I'd like you all to pay attention to this first slide. I want everyone to understand that today's situation is very different from a year ago. Case numbers are high, yes, and that's a reason for concern, but not a reason for panic. And let's talk about why. For these 22 months, we've all focused on the number of cases. It has been one of the defining data points that we've used. But now we need to look at cases numbers differently. That's because of the vaccines. A year ago, vaccines had just become available. Almost no one had gotten a shot. Today, more than 14 million shots have been given in Virginia. Close to 90% of the adult population has had at least one dose. Only 9 states have given more shots, and they are all larger states than Virginia. That's good news, and it's thanks to a lot of hard-working Virginians. And this is important. Vaccinations are keeping people safer, even as the Omicron variant spreads. Yes, vaccinated people can get COVID. That has always been true, and it seems more true for the Omicron variant. But data from around the world for nearly a year now shows that if someone is vaccinated and they get COVID, the symptoms are likely to be minor. Fewer vaccinated people have to be hospitalized with COVID, and far fewer of them die of COVID. That is how vaccines are designed to work. And that is why we need to shift our thinking and study not only the number of cases, but also how severe those cases are. Not just the number of people who get COVID, but also the number of people who are hospitalized because of it. Fortunately, the Omicron variant appears to cause symptoms that are less serious than previous variants, especially for people who are vaccinated. And the data are clear. Nearly everyone going to the hospital with COVID is unvaccinated. Here's an example from Southwest Virginia. 91% of their COVID cases are unvaccinated, including 97% of those on a ventilator. We'll repeat that. 97% of individuals that end up in the ICU on a ventilator are unvaccinated. Vaccines work, plain and simple. That's why we have been saying for a year now, to protect yourself, to stay out of the hospital, please get vaccinated. We also have to acknowledge that while the Omicron variant seems to cause less serious symptoms, especially in the unvaccinated, it's also highly contagious. That means that even though the symptoms are less severe, if more people get sick, more people are going to need to go to the hospital. And that is what we're now seeing around the country, and especially right here in Virginia. It's causing a real strain on the people who work in hospitals. Doctors and nurses have worked tirelessly for 22 months to care for people who have gotten sick. I say tirelessly, but it's not really the right word, because they are tired, they're exhausted, and they're burned out. That's why it's so important for all of us to help them. So please go to the hospital only if you believe you really need to. Let's not put even more pressure on hospital workers to care for people who don't need to be there when they're seeing rising numbers of people who do need to be there. That's why we're taking action today to help our hospitals. So why now? Because last week, the daily census numbers in hospitals around the state hit record highs. That breaks a record set 1 year ago in January of 2021, when vaccinations were just starting. And you can see the hospitalizations going up. This chart shows the peaks from December of 2020 through Delta to now. I watch the numbers every day, and I'm in close contact with our health systems. They need our help. So today, I am declaring a state of emergency in order to ease the pressure on Virginia's hospitals and their staff. This order will help in several ways, primarily by allowing hospitals to expand bed capacity and giving more flexibility in staffing. It also allows more use of telehealth, and it expands which medical professionals can give vaccines. This isn't restrictive in any way. Instead, it relaxes some regulations to help get to help get care to the people more quickly. As I noted a moment ago, even though the Omicron variant symptoms are typically less severe, with more people getting the virus, more people need to go to the hospital. Hospitals are feeling the strain. In Northern Virginia last week, Inova said that they admitted 94 patients with COVID. That's up nearly 10 times. Last year, between April and Christmas Day, their average was fewer than 10 per day. In Hampton Roads, Centera said they saw a 300% increase in COVID cases in just 10 days. I want everyone to know that we don't expect this to continue indefinitely. In fact, modeling from UVA's Biocomplexity Institute suggests that we'll see this wave of hospitalizations peak in early February. That is why this emergency order will last for 30 days. I know you're all asking, what can I do? For now, we all need to keep doing the same things we have talked about over these past 2 years. Wear a mask around others, especially if you don't know if they're vaccinated. Get a booster shot. Shots are widely available at pharmacies, at doctors' offices, and local health departments across Virginia. Now's the time to get your children aged 5 and up vaccinated. This will make it easier and safer for them to be in school. If you continue to choose not to get a shot, you need to wear a mask and practice social distancing to protect yourself and to protect those around you. Now, before we turn to questions, let's talk about testing, because I know a lot of people have wanted to get tested in the past few weeks, either because they think they were exposed or they want to be safe before visiting or traveling around the holidays. Last week, we were averaging 50,000 tests done each day, and that likely doesn't count people taking at-home tests. In large part, people have wanted rapid tests, and those have been in short supply due to national demand outpacing our national supply. However, PCR tests are not in short supply, and more rapid test kits are becoming available every day. To help keep up with the demand, last week I announced that VDH would open 9 new testing sites adjacent to their community vaccination sites. These will be able to process about 500 tests a day, 6 days a week, although 3 larger sites should eventually be able to do 1,000 tests a day. The federal government is also in the process of making more than 500 million free at-home tests available this month. At the moment, however, supplies are limited, so everyone needs to use good judgment when seeking those. The actions we've talked about today will help our hospitals and their staff get through this current surge in COVID cases. But there will be another. This virus has shown that it can mutate efficiently. But humans have shown that we can fight back. The COVID vaccines are incredibly effective at preventing serious illness. They have saved millions of lives. And so today, we have lots of reasons to be hopeful. And the major reason is that thanks to vaccines and perhaps the virus's own mutations, this is not the same pandemic that we faced back in March of 2020. We're going to have to live with this disease. We still need precautions to keep ourselves and others, especially small children and especially immunocompromised people, safe. But we will also need to go to school and shop in businesses and feel safe to gather together. That's why everyone who can needs to be vaccinated. Now, I'm going to turn it over to our Virginia Department of Health Commissioner, Dr. Norm Oliver. Dr. Oliver has been here for, I believe, every one of these briefings. Throughout these 22 months, Dr. Oliver has been an important voice in our discussions about the government's COVID response. I want to take this opportunity to thank him, as well as Dr. Lillian Peek, Laurie Furlano, Karen Remley, who helped with our testing, and the whole Virginia Department of Health team for their countless hours of work and worry. This has not been easy, but Dr. Oliver is a good man, and he has done a great job. I also want to thank our Secretary of Health, Dr. Vanessa Walker-Harris. She has been on this team from the beginning. She is an outstanding public health professional and has played an important role in Virginia's work that is among the best in the country. And finally, I want to thank Dr. Danny Avula, our vaccine liaison. Almost exactly a year ago, I appointed Dr. Avula to lead Virginia's vaccination effort. He has done just a tremendous job, and I am so grateful. Dr. Avula is also the head of the Richmond Henrico Health District, and he began transitioning back into that role full-time several months ago while continuing to help with the vaccine effort. I am proud of this team and everyone who has worked so hard on our COVID response for 22 months. We have consistently followed the science, and our approach has saved thousands of lives. We have among the nation's lowest case and death rates per capita, and we are in the top 10 most vaccinated states in the country. Now we'll hear from Dr. Oliver, and then following Dr. Oliver, I'd like our lead counsel, Cindy Bailey, to come up and just talk a little bit about the plans that we're taking moving forward to help with our hospital beds and also capacity and also our staffing. So, Dr. Oliver, welcome.
Thank you, Governor. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to tell you how much I appreciate those kind words that you said about me and about the leadership of the Virginia Department of Health. I think right now one of the most important and appropriate things to do is to offer thanks. And I'd like to offer my thanks to the some 6,000 individuals who are working either as staff and salaried employees of VDH or contract staff with VDH. The work that we have done over these 22 months in fighting COVID-19 has been done by those individuals. I've been proud to serve as leader of the agency, but the actual day-to-day work is being done on the front line, and these outstanding and excellent individuals are the reason why we have saved thousands upon thousands of lives here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I can't even express enough gratitude for their efforts, and just want to make that statement here today. And Governor, I'll leave it up to you to go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Howell. Cindy.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Bailey. I'm counsel to the governor, and I just have a few comments about the order in terms of legal authority and what the order actually does, and I'll be brief. The order is limited in its time and scope. As the governor said, it's a 30-day order, hopefully to align itself with the peak we're now facing. The governor has power to do this type of order under the emergency provisions of the Virginia Code, which I think you've probably experienced before. In this situation, the order, as you read through it, you'll see that it relaxes or alters or modifies the regulations and statutes that govern the programs of 4 state agencies: Medical Assistance Services, which is Medicaid, the Health Department, the Department of Health Professions, which regulates doctors, nurses, pharmacists, et cetera, and to a smaller degree, the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. The goal is to provide some relief to the hospitals by providing more beds, which the hospitals say they need, and in particular, the hospitals need more help with their staffing throughout the system. So it expands who can do work in Virginia, who has an out-of-state license, and because some of the, as I said before, because some of these laws and regulations are modified by the order, that's the reason for the declaration of a state of emergency, and we've tried to make it as narrow and targeted and short in time as possible.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it. Hold on just a second. Did you want to take some questions, or you?
I just want to say, get ready to take questions. I'd like everyone to just limit it to one. We have a lot of interest on the press conference, so just please ask one question. Go ahead.
Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, this is our final COVID briefing, because this is our last week in the governor's office. On Saturday, Governor-elect Youngkin will be sworn in, and my team and I will leave. I just want to tell you all, you here in the press, the staff in the room, and everyone watching, how grateful I am to all of you. Every day I have felt so proud and grateful for you, Virginia. I've seen your strength, I've seen your resilience, your kindness, and your generosity. It is you more than anything else that makes Virginia the best state and the best country in the world. Every day, my team and I have worked to make our Commonwealth work better for you and your families, no matter who you are or where you live. At every turn, we've looked for ways to help people. And now we are leaving this Commonwealth better than it was when we came into office. Today, our Commonwealth does a better job of treating people right. It's more welcoming, more open, more fair, and more equitable. Today, we help people who need it, whether they need health care or cleaner water or to keep a roof over their head during a global pandemic. Today, we recognize the wrongs of the past and we work to reckon with and rectify them. And today in Virginia, everyone has greater access to opportunity, the opportunity to get what you need to build the life you want to live where you want to live it. We are leaving a strong and healthy Commonwealth, one that treats everyone right, takes care of people when they need it, and provides opportunity for everyone to thrive. 4 years seems long when you're looking ahead, but not when you're looking back. As Pam and I pack up to move back to Norfolk, it seems like we just got to Richmond. I am incredibly proud of what we've gotten done in that short period of time. We have accomplished the things that I set out to accomplish, steering this state in a prudent manner, investing wisely for our long-term needs, and creating more opportunities for our communities and our people to thrive. I thank you, Virginia, for the opportunity to serve. Elena?
Thanks for having us today. Could you talk to us about your actions today and your talk with the governor-elect? And does it seem to be on board with what you're doing? What have those discussions been like?
Yeah, no, Henry, the actions today are really in response to following the data, looking at the numbers every day, corresponding with our hospital.
For some of you, we will be entering into a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
I would hope it was the peak, but it was the highest number of hospitalizations that we've had. And so in correspondence with a lot of different people, we chose this weekend to put this executive order, the state of emergency, together, and here we are today. I've had several very productive conversations with Governor-elect Youngkin. He realizes that, and he has communicated also with the hospitals, and really our goal, Henry, and I think for all of Virginians to know, is that we want this process to be consistent. We want to, as best we can, be on the same sheet of music so that when we turn over the keys on Saturday, Virginians will continue to get good access to testing, access to vaccines, and also access to hospitalizations as needed. So we've had conversations, as have our staff. And the other thing I would point out, and certainly not to compare, but perhaps we should compare to what happened in Washington a year ago. This transition has been much more efficient. There's been a lot better communication, and that's the way it should be. That's what makes democracy strong. And Governor-elect Youngkin and his staff, they know from conversations that I've had, I want his administration to be successful, because when they're successful, Virginia will be successful.
Bill Atkinson, the Petersburg Press Index.
Yes, thank you very much. Governor, a question following up on what you were talking about, the testing sites around Virginia. Do you foresee any chance that they will eventually be expanded to cover some areas and bring some testing sites in some places such as Petersburg and the Crater Health District, where the virus has traditionally been a higher numbers and the access to the vaccine has not been as great?
If I heard your question correctly, you were asking if there will be more access to testing and also to vaccines, and it sounded in rural areas of Virginia, and I think particularly you mentioned the south side. We have worked very hard and will continue to with testing. As I said, Bill, earlier in our comments, the rapid tests, which we call the antigen test, they are in short supply, and so we're making more of them available. And also President Biden will be adding 500 million rapid tests so that people will have these available at home. As far as the PCR testing, which is a more accurate test, we have plenty of supply, but because people have been sick, because the staff has been down, we haven't had the numbers of testing that we would like. But we're opening up more testing centers around Virginia, especially in rural Virginia. And as we've always said, especially with vaccines, we are taking the vaccines to the people. We have mobile units doing everything that we can to make sure that everybody has access. And while the testing is important, while masking is important, while distancing, washing our hands is important, I will take this opportunity to reiterate the only way that we're going to get this pandemic behind us in the rearview mirror is for everybody to roll up their sleeve and get a shot. I know a lot of Virginians, and I commend you all. Close to 90% of our adults have had at least one shot. 70+% have been completely vaccinated, but that leaves some that haven't been, especially in rural areas. And I look at the numbers every day, I'm sure just as you all do. The people that are in our hospitals, in our ICUs on ventilators, the deaths that are occurring, a lot of them are in rural Virginia, and they are all almost avoidable. So get out there and get your shot.
Why is it taking so long to get these testing centers up? Is there anything that the state can do to speed it up, or are you facing a hurdle that you just can't do it?
Well, the testing sites are going up, and as I've said, we have the supplies, Mel. It's the staffing, and so part of this executive order is to allow people to give more vaccines, or people that are not doctors and nurses, PAs, for example, to give vaccines. And the reality, I believe, when there's so many people sick, whether it be the individuals or their family members, and they can't show up to staff these testing and vaccine centers, there lies a lot of the problems. So the answer, Mel, not to be redundant, at the end of the day, obviously we want as many people to have access to testing as possible, and we want as many people to have access to vaccinations as possible, but the way to remedy all of this is for people to get vaccinated.
Patrick Larson, VPN.
Hey, Governor. So just given the strains that we're seeing on school systems around the Commonwealth, including in Virginia Beach and Richmond, where, in Virginia Beach, we're even seeing some schools going back to virtual learning. I'm just wondering what your stance is on a return to virtual learning statewide, if that's something you all have considered or not.
So I think the question, are we returning to virtual learning? And what I would say, the answer to that is no. We know that our students learn best in the classroom. That's where they're safest. We know that the law, the Code of Virginia, says that we are to follow the CDC guidelines, which is what we've been doing. So that means children in our schools will wear masks. We want our children to be in school, but we also want them to be there safely and responsibly. And I would take this opportunity to say that we have a vaccine available that's safe and reliable for 5 and above. And to date, we've had around 30% of our families that have chosen to vaccinate those that are over 5 years of age. But I would really encourage you all to take this opportunity to get your children vaccinated. Again, they may still get COVID, but if they do get COVID and they've been vaccinated, their outcome will be much improved. And just again, as a pediatrician and returning to my practice on Monday, we are seeing very high numbers of children with COVID-19, and the best way to keep them out of the hospital is to get them vaccinated.
So back in mid-August, it was the Regional Hospital Healthcare Association representing emergency physicians called for you to take a number of the steps that you're taking today. So why wait until the hospital census numbers are so high to the point where it's a new record to go ahead and declare the state of emergency?
Well, Jackie, there are a lot of variables, a lot of factors that go into the decision, and it also go into the staffing and bed capacity issues that we're having. Again, I have been following the data and the science from day one of this. I've been in communication with our hospitals. Our ERs are being inundated as well. And so, I've looked at the numbers. Again, we had a peak on Friday, and we worked over the weekend putting this emergency order to state of emergency and executive order together, and that's the decision that we made.
Why not do it before that, though?
I made the decision on Friday.
Hello, Governor. We'd just like to know if there's one thing you could have done differently during the pandemic response, what would that have been?
The question is, what would we have done differently? I think we can also always look back and say what we did well, what we could do better. But I would just take this opportunity to say that I am so proud of these individuals behind me. I'm proud of the doctors, the nurses, the volunteer medical corps, everybody that has stepped up and worked day in and day out to keep Virginians safe and healthy. This virus, our first case, was on March the 7th of 2020. There was so much unknown at that time. Governors and healthcare systems were literally competing for PPE. We were ordering supplies from other countries. We didn't know if we were going to get it. We didn't know what we were going to get. We made it through that, and then the testing issues. I remember, Mel, your questions of why can't we get to 10,000 tests a day? Now we're testing 50,000 Virginians every day. We've worked very hard to make that more accessible. And then really the blessing to all of this is 3 safe and effective vaccines that will allow us to put this pandemic behind us if everybody gets a shot. So there have been a lot of unknowns. We have had to look every day at the science, the data, make adjustments, make decisions. And at the end of the day, I'm proud of our team. As I said earlier, we're in the top 10 in this country with our vaccination program. And I think because of all these individuals that have collectively and collaboratively worked together, we've saved thousands of lives in Virginia. And on behalf of a very grateful Virginia, we should all say thank you.
Governor, just switching things up to last week with what happened on 95. I know you made some comments saying you were tired of people asking what went wrong and kind of walk that back a little. And can you talk about why you did that and so what's being done to take a look at what happened so that something like that potentially be avoided?
Yes, well, we had a severe storm last week. I think everybody knows about that, Cam, on 95. It started with rain. We were unable to pre-treat our roads because of the rain. It then turned into a slushy snow of up to close to 10 to 12 inches, especially in the Fredericksburg area. That then after midnight turned into a block of ice, literally. And so a lot of people were stuck and stranded on our highways. I regret that. I am fortunate, and I think we all are fortunate, that nobody lost their lives. There were no injuries, as best I can tell, on 95. And I commend, Cam, the members of the state police, the VDOT individuals, the emergency management individuals that were working diligently through the night, helping these motorists, making sure that they had blankets, making sure that they had water. Some of them needed medicine. Are there things that we can learn from this? Absolutely. And after any incident like this, we do an after study and look at what we did well, what we could do better, and they're in the process of doing that now. And I think we'll be able to offer that not only to the Department of Transportation, the state police, the emergency management, but to the people of Virginia to make sure that we don't get into that situation again.
Hey, Governor, you just said to remedy this pandemic, folks need to get vaccinated. And as cases are surging, we still have a lot of folks unvaccinated, especially in our corner of the Commonwealth near Lynchburg. With those final days left in office, is there anything you and your team will try to do, any final push to try and change the minds of those who don't want to get vaccinated?
Well, it's a great question. I think the question is, what can we do to encourage more people to get vaccinated? And I think a lot of people have made up their minds. Certainly as a doctor, I'll be back in my practice on Monday. If there are individuals that have questions, families that have questions, I'll be glad to walk them through that. And I would encourage all of the other providers and nurses, PAs, nurse practitioners, all of those folks to communicate. I think it's also important that we continue to have community leaders, people of faith, that reach out to their congregations. And just, again, encourage everybody and meet them, if you will, where they are, answer their questions, answer their concerns, and encourage them to get vaccinated. That's the way we'll put this pandemic behind us.
Governor, does this order address whether infected but asymptomatic healthcare workers can return to work without isolating? If not, what's the state's current guidance on that, and are hospitals asking for change?
No, it doesn't change any of that. And we're following the CDC guidelines and in that regard. This.
We've seen some states move to allow that.
Yeah, no, this targets our bed capacities and our staffing challenges.
All right, Andre, last question.
Governor, how are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you for asking, and you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
On the last one, do I get 2 questions?
We were going to give you 5, but if you only want 2.
Governor, you mentioned your talk with Governor-elect Duncan. Just wondering, how is he handling the work that you've done as far as diversity and equity? Is he giving any indication that he will continue that work and keep that department in place?
Yeah, no, Andre, I'm proud of where we are in Virginia, as I said earlier. I believe Virginia is better now than it was 4 years ago, and especially in the area of inclusivity and embracing diversity and being a welcoming state. That's the right way to treat people. It's also good for business, by the way. Businesses, when they look at expanding in Virginia and coming to Virginia, they appreciate the fact that that Virginia is open. In general, Andre, I would say that I think that the governor-elect and his administration have a wonderful opportunity ahead of them. We are turning over an economy, a record surplus, a Commonwealth that's in as good a shape as it's ever been. So they have an opportunity to continue that progress. And I also think they have a responsibility, because a lot of what we've listened to and learned and been able to accomplish through action has been the result of what Virginians have asked for. So I think anybody that's in elected office will have that responsibility to continue to listen and continue to serve our fellow Virginians. You had another question.
Just on a lighter note, will you miss your faithful press corps, Governor?
I will. And I'll be watching you all and cheering you on. And I have said this before, but there is nothing more important than facts. There's nothing more important than getting accurate and up-to-date information to our fellow Virginians. And so, again, on behalf of our administration and on behalf of a grateful Virginia, thanks for all that the press corps does. I wish all of you the best, and stay safe, stay healthy, and if you haven't been vaccinated.
And that was the final COVID update from Governor Northam there in Virginia, as he will be leaving office on Saturday. New administration will be happening then. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. You can see we are awaiting a White House briefing and also a Pentagon briefing. So we'll have that for you coming up in the next hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Now going out to New Jersey for a COVID-19 update while we wait for the White House briefing.
Adding to the problems that you have, so it's not as clean cut as half and half.
Our team, in fact, knows someone, not on our team, but someone who is in a circle of friends who, in fact, died of a heart attack, I think, last week at the age of 40. And it turns out he had COVID, and the conclusion, at least according to our team member, is that it was a contributing factor to that. So you can't parse it. The answer is yes, it's about 50-50, but that doesn't mean the other 50% are is, to use an old phrase, hunky-dory. I mean, they've got these things feed on each other in terms of the conditions. Listen, you're seeing an uptick sadly, in infections, hospitalizations, and fatalities across long-term care across the United States and around the world, and we're not exempt from that. So you can have you can be putting the best protocols, the best team on the field. We know that older, more vulnerable people are more likely to get this. God bless our veterans. No comments on the settlement. I mean, things settle for a variety of different reasons, and I certainly count me on the list of folks who hope that this allows some amount of step in the right direction for the blessed loved ones who are left behind. Nothing can ever literally replace the loss of a loved one, but God willing, it's a step in the direction of healing and resolution. And we only operate those 3 facilities. Those are the only 3 that the state operates. So that's why it's different than just a question of long-term care generally. I'm not sure I understand your last question. I took, but Ruth's not coming back. So I apologize. I have no idea what that question means. I'll tell you what I took from the election. If we hadn't put the policies in place that we did, and if we hadn't built the coalition that we built, we might have been washed off the deck as well. So my reaction is, thank God we did what we did, and we're going to continue to do more of the same. Thank you for that. And I think the state of the state, look at the state of the state tomorrow when we next gather. I'd love your reaction to that, because I think it sort of lays out where we've been and where we want to go. Thank you. Joey.
Good afternoon, Governor. So speaking of the state of the state, why did you choose to make that address virtual when so many other events like this, like today's legislative session, like the swearing-in ceremonies, are still in person? Do you have any, you and Commissioner Persichelli, do you have any update on the continued difficulties at the Andover subacute nursing home, which according to state data has witnessed hundreds of Omicron cases, but where 0 staff have received booster shots? And finally, do you have any update into the status of the state police investigation into the events of December 2nd, or even just a timeline about when that might wrap up? Thank you.
No update on the last question unless Pat knows something that I don't know. On Andover subacute, I was actually asked by someone the other day out on the road, and I had forgotten to follow up. Do you have any specific?
All right, everyone, we do have breaking news to go to right here. We are learning that the convicted murderer tycoon Robert Durst dying at the age of 78 this morning. His lawyer said in a statement saying that we understand that his death was due to natural causes associated with the litany of medical issues. His lawyer also said Durst was sentenced to life in prison in October of 2021 for the first-degree murder of his friend Susan Berman, who was killed in 2000 in her Los Angeles home. As this news just making the rounds right now, of course, we wanted to bring that to your attention right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And this was something that, for the courtroom proceedings, people were definitely keeping an eye on this story, now learning that the tycoon there dying at the age of 78 years old. He was the eldest of 4 children, was born into a Jewish family on April 12th, 1943, grew up in New York, is the son of real estate magnate Seymour Durst and his wife there, Bernice Herstein. His siblings are Douglas, Tommy, and Wendy Durst. Durst attended Scarsdale High School, where classmate described him as a loner. He earned a bachelor's degree in economics back in 1965, where he was a member of the varsity lacrosse team and the business manager of the student newspaper. Then, capital crimes for which Durst had been investigated in the past, with the disappearance of Kathleen McCormick Durst, also an investigation and murder of Susan Berman, a longtime friend of Durst who had facilitated his public alibi after McCormick's disappearance, was the daughter of David Berman, a reputed gangster who in the late 1940s operated the Flamingo Hotel and Casino in Vegas. On December 24th, 2000, Berman was found murdered execution style in her home in Los Angeles, and her neighbors called the police to report that her back door was open and her 3 Fox Terriers were loose. A few days later, a letter addressed to the Beverly Hills Police Department, postmarked December 23rd, contained Berman's address and the word cadaver. On the envelope, Beverly was misspelled as Beverly. Durst is known to have been in Northern California days before that she was killed.
I did not kill Susan Berman.
In 2015, he was arrested, then on a firearm charge as well. On December 16th of 2015, prosecutors and defense attorneys held a joint schedule of conflicts of interest there. 2020 trial began in the Berman killing, was scheduled to begin in Los Angeles after Durst was arraigned in California, but his transfer was delayed by the U.S. Bureau of Prisons due to serious surgery, according to lawyers there. Then, of course, the jury came back on September 17th of 2021 for first-degree murder of Susan Berman, thus facing the possibility of a life sentence. On October 14th of that past year, Durst was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in Berman's murder there. Once again, Robert Durst dead at the age of 78 years old. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coming from Live Now from Fox.
I did not kill Susan Berman.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up in the next hour here, we're going to have the White House briefing for you. Also have a Pentagon briefing that will be happening soon. Of course, we'll have updates throughout the day on everything that happened in New York City yesterday with that deadly apartment fire. Now learning that 17 people died. There was Reports starting yesterday and even into today that there was 19 dead. That has since turned down to 17, but we'll still be giving you those updates as they're going to be happening in real time. As we do wait for more live events to come up, we go to another live event right here in New Jersey, still with this COVID-19 update.
Or incidental COVID, meaning you went in because you broke your leg, but everyone's getting tested, and it turns out you've got COVID. You didn't even know it. My wife didn't know it, and still she's now back in the game, but never had any symptoms. So there is a significant amount of that. But Judy, any color on either the amount, the requirement for folks to return, and secondly, incidental COVID?
Today, with about 6,000 individuals in our hospitals with confirmed COVID positive tests, about 2,963 of them are in with a principal diagnosis of COVID, which means it's the reason for the admission, the reason for the hospitalization. And about 32% of them are fully vaxxed. 68 to 70% of them are either unvaxxed or are partially vaxxed.
And anything to add on what healthcare workers can come back? We're just going to follow,
We follow
CDC
on healthcare workers. Tina has that.
Yes, our Department of Health had just recently updated our healthcare provider guidance, which basically aligns with the CDC guidance in healthcare facility settings. And it's hard to just kind of blanket say what the particular return to work involves, because it also depends on what kind of status the facility might be in. Like, there's conventional contingency and crisis status that, certainly will also dictate whether or not, and depending on the staffing situations, there might be some flexibility in terms of like the work restrictions. But again, we are aligned with the CDC recommendations.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Mike. Dustin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just to follow up on Catherine's question about the Reproductive Freedom Act, are you going to sign this scaled back version, or will you veto it in hopes of getting the more expansive bill in the next legislative session? A couple of questions on education. Why were there no representatives from the Education Department at the Senate hearing on the pandemic's impact on education last week? Shouldn't the Education Commissioner or representative have been in attendance? Is your office working with the Education Department on a plan for schools to recover from learning losses and staff shortages? And do you see your office working to push tests to stay in schools? And if not, why not? It sounds like what you said before, that testing material seems to be a barrier. And one last question, is the administration tracking people who have been vaccinated and hospitalized or died from the Omicron variant? Thank you.
So I will leave the last one to Judy and Tina. As you all have heard me say before, commenting on a specific bill that's not yet on our desk is not something we would normally do, but a bill that guarantees a woman's reproductive freedoms and has the sufficient amount of access provisions associated with it, those are two hugely important conceptual elements of something that we would support. I have no insight as to why someone from the Department of Education was not at the Senate hearing, but Alex, will you come back and follow up with Dustin? Yeah, we have a lot in place as it relates to both monies, programs, energies around tackling learning loss and mental health challenges, which have been overwhelming since the beginning of this pandemic. And so I don't have anything new to report, but we have put and we'll continue to put a tremendous amount of resources up against that, because you look at now we've got the data to prove that the learning loss is significant. Not unique to New Jersey, but significant, and even more significant in so-called underserved communities. Yeah, you're right on test to stay. We support it, we like it, but the constraining factors are nurses who are overwhelmed and probably even more so in this case, testing supplies, which God willing will get corrected sooner than later. So Dustin's last question, I think maybe Tina goes to you, which is, can we say for sure what the lethality and severity of Omicron is as compared to other variants of COVID?
Well, right now what we know about Omicron, based on some recent data that's been, we're going to know more and more about Omicron as the weeks go by. According to Dr. Fauci's briefing last week, that we do know that Omicron disease tends to present with slightly less severe illness. However, we do know that, there are hospitalizations and deaths that are associated with Omicron, and that it's really important that we're not complacent with regard to recognizing that Omicron, while they may result in less severe illnesses that result in less hospitalizations and less deaths in comparison to other variants, we have to still maintain our high level of vaccination to try to, keep up protection in the community, because we know that also now that Omicron has some level of evasion of immunity, particularly related to more severe illnesses. So that's why, again, it gets back to us just taking all of our preventive measures.
Yeah, interestingly, Tina, the Omicron story has been crafted or framed by unbelievable transmissibility and just sheer raw numbers of people getting infected, getting hospitalized, but with a general sense that it's not as severe as Delta or other variants, which, while all that may be true, that does not mean that it still can't kill you or still can't put you in the hospital. And that's the part of the story that I think all of us collectively tell less often than we should. Please.
Right, because as you see the denominators increase, eventually, you're going to see more hospitalizations, more deaths, as the commissioner has highlighted. Unfortunately, we've seen more pediatric deaths recently,
Sadly.
And that's because of the larger denominator.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Dustin. Alex, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Commissioner, can you just clarify a little bit on incidental COVID? You just said that 2,963 people are in the hospital primarily because of COVID. So does that mean that half of the people in hospitals right now are incidental COVID, the folks with broken legs, the folks who were caught in car accidents? And is 2,963 now the real number of people who are hospitalized with COVID, the real picture of COVID in the state, as opposed to this larger 6,000 number? I'd also like to ask you about the veterans' homes. You announced 17 new cases, 1 new death. Have your infection controls failed again at the veterans' homes? Governor, on the $53 million settlement on the veterans' homes, I know you haven't spoken that much about it, but I'd just like to ask you this. Are you open to a settlement with the families of the folks who passed away in long-term care facilities as well? And will you apologize to either the families of the folks in the veterans' homes or the folks in the long-term care facilities for your administration's failures? Now, on the legislature today, it seems that Speaker Coughlin and Senate President Sweeney took a different message from the election than you did. Senate President Sweeney is leaving office tomorrow, partially because he was defeated by a man who thought Senate President Sweeney did not stand up enough to you in your executive power. Why are you taking a different message than those two legislative leaders from this election? And just as a general matter, as a conceptual matter, as you would say, why does it need to be you imposing the mask mandate? Why can't parents decide if their kids need to be masked? Why can't districts decide if kids need to be masked? There is nothing in the resolution the Senate and the Assembly could pass today that would prohibit a district from ordering mandatory indoor masking for kids. Why does it have to be you? What do you know that parents don't?
I love your questions. I think the answer is yes on the first one, but that doesn't mean it's the true picture. The true picture is 6,000, where is it? And 75 persons are in the hospital with COVID. That's the picture. I do think you're right that about half of them are, if I understood Judy's numbers right, about half of them are incidental versus primary. But
half of them have what they call the principal diagnosis, so the main reason for being admitted. The other half, on the other hand, are testing positive for COVID, and COVID then becomes a contributing or comorbid condition that could or could not worsen their principal diagnosis, their principal reason for being admitted. So you can't really parse it out totally, half and half. If you're admitted to the hospital with cardiovascular problems and you have you're COVID positive, that may be adding to the problems that you have. So it's not as clean cut as half and half.
Our team, in fact, knows someone not on our team, but someone who is in a circle of friends who, in fact, died of a heart attack, I think, last week at the age of 40. And it turns out he had COVID. And the conclusion, at least according to our team member, is that it was a contributing factor to that. So you can't parse it. The answer is yes, it's about 50-50, but that doesn't mean the other 50% are, to use an old phrase, hunky-dory. I mean, they've got these things feed on each other in terms of the conditions. Listen, you're seeing an uptick sadly, in infections, hospitalizations, and fatalities across long-term care across the United States and around the world, and we're not exempt from that. So you can have you can be putting the best protocols, the best team on the field. We know that older, more vulnerable people are more likely to get this. God bless our veterans. No comments on the settlement. I mean, things settle for a variety of different reasons, and I certainly count me on the list of folks who hope that this allows some amount of step in the right direction for the blessed loved ones who are left behind. Nothing can ever literally replace the loss of a loved one, but God willing, it's a step in the direction of healing and resolution. And we only operate those 3 facilities. Those are the only 3 that the state operates. So that's why it's different than just a question of long-term care generally. I'm not sure I understand your last question. I took, but Ruth's not coming back, so I apologize. I have no idea what that question means. I'll tell you what I took from the election. If we hadn't put the policies in place that we did, and if we hadn't built the coalition that we built, we might have been washed off the deck as well. So my reaction is, thank God we did what we did, and we're going to continue to do more of the same. Thank you for that. And I think the state of the state, look at the state of the state tomorrow when we next gather. I'd love your reaction to that, because I think it sort of lays out where we've been and where we want to go. Thank you. Joey.
Good afternoon, Governor. So speaking of the state of the state, why did you choose to make that address virtual when so many other events like this, like today's legislative session, like the swearing-in ceremonies, are still in person? Do you have any, you and Commissioner Persicelli, do you have any update on the continued difficulties at the Andover Subacute Nursing Home, which according to state data has witnessed hundreds of Omicron cases, but where 0 staff have received booster shots? And finally, do you have any update into the status of the state police investigation into the events of December 2nd, or even just a timeline about when that might wrap up? Thank you.
No update on the last question unless Pat knows something that I don't know. On Andover Subacute, I was actually asked by someone the other day out on the road, and I had forgotten to follow up. Do you have any specific comments on Andover? I think we want to get back to you, Joe, if that's okay on that. I've been to some swearings in myself over the past, 10 days, including some that I swore the person in. I just want to make sure you know that I've tested negative 8 out of the past 9 days, in case you're concerned, including this morning. And the 9th day was not a positive. It was a day that I just didn't test. That requires a lot of people in a room together. So I think there's a question of scale, and some of these swearings in that I've done have been outdoors for that very reason. I'll pick Bergen County. I was up in Hackensack last week on a cold day. We were outside for that. And I think doing a State of the State speech where you've got a lot of people having to sit there and listen to you speak for a half an hour or whatever it is outdoors is a bridge, I think, too far. So I would love to do it in person. I was hoping to do it in person. But as a health protocol matter, I'll look to the 2 leaders to my right. I think they would want me to do what we're doing, which is to do it virtually, which is what we did last year. And I, please God, hope that next year we'll be in person. I hope for the budget speech, by the way. 6 or 7 weeks from now, whenever that is, that we're able to do that in person. Thank you. Dave, Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Happy New Year. Thank you. Omicron, as you have described, Governor, is crazy transmissible, we know. And you pointed out the First Lady didn't even know she had COVID because she had no symptoms. With regard to mask wearing,
what I've started to call COVID incidental, or incidental COVID, meaning you went in because you broke your leg, but everyone's getting tested and it turns out you've got COVID. You didn't even know it. My wife didn't know it, and still she's now back in the game, but never had any symptoms. So there is a significant amount of that. But Judy, any color on either the amount, the requirement for folks to return, and secondly, incidental COVID?
Today, with about 6,000 individuals in our hospitals with confirmed COVID positive tests, about 2,963 of them are in with a principal diagnosis of COVID, which means it's the reason for the admission, the reason for the hospitalization. And about 32% of them are fully vaxxed. 68 to 70% of them are either unvaxxed or are partially vaxxed.
And anything to add on when healthcare workers can come back? We're just going to follow,
We follow
CDC
on healthcare workers. Tina has that.
Yes, our Department of Health had just recently updated our healthcare provider guidance, which basically aligns with the CDC guidance in healthcare facility settings. And it's hard to just kind of blanket say what the particular return to work involves, because it also depends on what kind of status the facility might be in. Like, there's conventional contingency and crisis status that, certainly will also dictate whether or not, and depending on the staffing situations, there might be some flexibility in terms of like the work restrictions. But again, we are aligned with the CDC recommendations.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Mike. Dustin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you've been listening in to this COVID-19 update out of New Jersey with the governor, Phil Murphy, talking about a series of different issues right now for the state as parents are pushing back on mask mandates, and there's lots of questions about the data behind these Omicron cases. And this is the same for many of these other states as well, as people are seeing these cases surge within their friend groups, within their families. So we'll have full coverage here on LiveNOW from Fox. Until then, though, let's go out to a quick commercial break. I'm Daytona Everett. In 2 minutes, we'll be back with the latest from the White House as Press Secretary Jen Psaki has stepped up to the podium. So more on that now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is almost 12:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 2:30 out on the East Coast. We've got a couple of different live events going on right now. A Pentagon press briefing as well as the White House briefing. That's as the Biden administration is facing mounting criticism on the rise of COVID cases and the lack of the ability for the administration to go ahead and get testing out to Americans as quickly as possible. Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us the latest from Washington.
Back from Camp David, President Biden stepped off Marine One and into yet another week filled with COVID concerns.
We have to start thinking about a long-term strategy for how do we manage this virus and not go from surge to surge.
The president is being urged to rethink his current pandemic strategy and focus on how Americans can live with the virus.
The new normal is not going to be what it is now. It's going to be better.
The White House promised 500 million free at-home tests would be available this month. But now into the second full week of the year, still there's no solid date or website to order them.
What I can say is in the coming days and weeks, you'll see more and more announcements of awards to manufacturers and test providers.
Meanwhile, in effect Monday, President Biden's mandate that requires all companies with more than 100 employees to enforce vaccination or testing.
I am a grocery guy. I'm not the vaccine police.
The mandate, along with another requiring vaccines for healthcare workers, are being challenged in the Supreme Court. There was some confusion during oral arguments when Justice Sonia Sotomayor claimed 100,000 kids were in serious condition with COVID. The CDC director pushed back.
The risk of death is small, but of course, children aren't supposed to die.
The justices are expected to have a ruling shortly. Meanwhile, the federal agency in charge of enforcing the mandates does not plan to impose fines yet. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And so let's go out to the White House right now. As we know, the Supreme Court is weighing out that vaccine mandate. Here's Press Secretary Jen Psaki with the latest.
This morning, I don't mean a formal NSC meeting. I mean the regular PDB meeting where he receives regular updates. As you know, those talks just ended late this morning. I think you probably have all seen Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman did a briefing following the conclusion of those as well. I would just reiterate some of the points that she made, of course, that these talks were frank and forthright, and there was a discussion from the U.S. side of what our expectations are, and a reiteration of what you've heard the president say and what you've heard many officials from the United States say, which is that there are two paths for Russia to take at this point, for President Putin to take. He can take the path to diplomacy. There's two more rounds of talks this week. We've seen them as a package of three, which I think they also reiterated from their side, or there's a path of escalation. We are certainly hopeful that the path to diplomacy is the path that they will take. There are, of course, a range of topics discussed during that meeting, including a reiteration of what is at stake should they decide to move forward and invade Ukraine. In terms of an assessment of where they stand, I would really leave that to the Russians to articulate. We can't give an assessment of that from here, and Deputy Secretary Sherman did not as well.
And what would it look like for the Russians to choose the diplomatic path? Is that just, does that mean they have to withdraw some of their forward deployed forces on the border with Ukraine in order to have that more sustained engagement, or is it just not invading further would keep the diplomatic pathway conversation alive?
Well, Zeke, there are 100,000 troops at the border now. Obviously, returning those troops to the barracks, conveying to us their intention of doing that certainly would be easy ways to show de-escalation. As I noted a little bit earlier, we see this as a path, as a set of three rounds of conversations that will occur this week. As you've heard many of our national security officials state, but I will reiterate from here, no talks about Europe without Europe, no talks about Ukraine without Ukraine, and that is certainly our mentality. So we are moving forward with the other two rounds of talks and discussions here, but absolutely the aggressive action, the bellicose rhetoric came from the Russians, so they have the ability and the power to de-escalate.
And turning to the president's trip tomorrow to Atlanta, Corinne got this question on the plane on Friday, but a number of advocates for voting rights and other issues down there have said the president should not come down unless he has a plan to actually pass voting rights legislation. What is the president's plan to pass that, or is he going down there without a plan?
Well, his plan is to sign voting rights legislation into law. That requires a majority of senators to support it, even if there are changes to the Senate rules, which is something the president has expressed an openness to. But let me give you a little bit of a preview of what people can expect to hear from him tomorrow. Just know that the backdrop of where he's going is vitally important here as we were planning the trip. It's in a place with profound civil rights history, the Atlanta University Center Consortium on the grounds of Clark Atlanta University and Morehouse College in Atlanta. The president will forcefully advocate for protecting the most bedrock American rights, the right to vote and have your voice counted in a free, fair, and secure election that is not tainted by partisan manipulation. He'll make clear in the former district of the late Congressman John Lewis that the only way to do that are for the Senate to pass the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. He will follow his remarks from last week on the anniversary of January 6th, where he did touch on voting rights and that fundamental importance of protecting that right when an unprecedented insurrection sought to violently overturn the outcome of what the Trump administration top election security officials confirmed was the most secure election in history by saying that he will stand in the breach and keep fighting for the soul of America. And he'll also describe this as one of the rare moments in a country's history when time stops and the essential is immediately ripped away from the trivial, and that we have to ensure January 6th doesn't mark the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance for our democracy, where we stand up for the right to vote and have that vote counted fairly, not undermined by partisans afraid of who you voted for or try to reverse an outcome. I would also note one other piece I think you will hear more from him on tomorrow is he's quite focused on how ensuring the American people understand what is at stake here. Sometimes we all shorthand legislation or shorthand what we're talking about, and protecting the fundamental right to vote means he's going to also talk about what the changes have meant in states like Georgia across the country, what is at stake for voters in Georgia and other states across the country, and why this is so imperative it move forward.
And lastly, Senator Schumer set a deadline of a week from now for the Senate to pass this legislation or change Senate rules. Is the president optimistic that that could happen on that time frame, or does he think that that is maybe too ambitious?
Well, he's going to continue to work in lockstep with Leader Schumer on moving this vote forward, but beyond that, we're taking it day by day to press for the vote to happen and to be successful.
Go ahead. Just following up on some of those questions. So on Atlanta, will Stacey Abrams be joining the president during any of these remarks?
Andre, I know we'll have a list. There will be a number of elected officials joining us, traveling, and also there. I think we're still finalizing that list, and we will venture to get you that as soon as possible.
Okay. And then just our favorite topic is the Fed nominations that we were expecting in December. Can you give us any kind of guidance on when we could expect those?
We hope to.
A little bit more specific than soon.
I wish I had something more specific to deliver to you today, but I can just continue to reiterate. The president looks forward to announcing those soon.
Okay, and then just on the Fed issue, Elizabeth Warren has spoken out about reports that indicate that Governor Clarida made some purchases and sales and is calling for greater transparency. Is this an issue that the president is engaged on? And do you think it's time for a kind of a more serious look at what the rules are that govern the Federal Reserve's actions and of its top officials?
Well, we and the president deeply respect the independence of the Federal Reserve, and we're not going to comment on recent developments. But I can say, broadly speaking, the president believes that all government agencies and officials, including the Federal Reserve, including independent agencies, should be held to the highest ethical standards, including the avoidance of any suggestions of conflicts of interest. The Fed is obviously an independent agency, as I've stated a few times. It has its own ethics rules and requirements, including the new rules issued in October to address conflicts, and so we defer to that agency about any specific follow-ups.
And just to follow up on the issue, on that issue with the Fed, So I understand it's an independent agency, but, you know, if an independent agency is, if officials at an independent agency are not following the rules to the letter, or if those rules don't seem like they're covering the whole thing, is it time to take a closer look, even beyond what happened in October?
Well, again, Andrea, I think the president respects the independence of the Federal Reserve. I just noted that they have their own ethics rules and requirements. They put new rules in place in October. I point you to them, but the president's expectation that all government agencies and officials, including independent agencies, are held to a high standard, with high ethical standards, avoiding conflict of interest speaks for itself.
Okay, and just one more question on COVID. So we know that the rapid test, contracts have gone, but they've gone to companies that basically procure materials as opposed to companies that are manufacturing the tests. Are you satisfied that there's adequate testing, manufacturing capability in place and going to procure the tests?
Well, let me give you a little bit of an update on kind of a couple of timelines, or updates on timelines, I should say, on where things stand. We're working closely with manufacturers and distributors to understand what they can ship and by when, as well as actively working through the timelines for distribution. As you kind of touched on there in your question, there are several components of this. So we want to ensure that there's not only that physical test, but the ability to distribute them, which is what we're working through right now. We expect that the contracts are structured in a way to require that significant amounts are delivered on an aggressive timeline, the first of which should be arriving early next week. We expect to have all contracts awarded over the next 2 weeks, and then Americans will begin being able to order these tests online later this month. We also expect to have details on the website, as well as
surgeries, I think, in something like more than half of U.S. states. Is that something where DOD could come in with mobile field hospitals, perhaps, to just offer additional capacity?
Well, we actually have deployed a number of resources from to surge resources over the course of the last several months. We will continue to do that, and we're working with local health authorities, state leaders, local leaders to determine where there are the greatest needs. But we have deployed a range of resources, many of them through FEMA, to ensure that local communities who have higher surges or needs in different ways, I should say, have resources from the federal government. Go ahead.
On the kind of nascent bipartisan talks related to kind of a more scaled-back, targeted approach on the Electoral Count Act, your colleague, Mr. Bates, was quite definitive that wasn't really an option the White House was pursuing right now. It certainly was no substitute, I think, to use his words. As part of the reason for being so definitive on that is that you don't want an off-ramp for two Democratic senators in particular to point to instead of considering a rules change to the Senate.
I've always known my colleague, Mr. Bates, to be definitive. I don't know if you all experienced that as well, but I think what our position is from here, and what the position of many advocates for voting rights and many Democrats on the Hill is that it is not a substitute, and we should not treat it like a substitute, because the two bills that the president will talk about tomorrow have essential components of them that will protect people's fundamental rights, expand access, ensure that people know that when they vote, it will count and not be overturned. And we want to be very clear with the public that it is not a replacement or a substitute.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has declared war on this effort over the course of the last several weeks on the Senate floor. His office put out a lengthy memo last night that said, in part, Democrats will try to use, quote, fake hysteria to break the Senate and silence millions of Americans' voices so they can take over elections. The president's been a little sharper towards Republicans. Do you have a response to that memo, and Leader McConnell?
It is pretty ironic. If making it more difficult to vote is not silencing the voices of people, words that Senator McConnell used, I don't know what is. I also think it's important to note here, if you look back at Leader McConnell's record from the past, he has a pretty strong record of supporting voting rights. And what has changed? That's a question for him, less for us. But I will give you a few examples. 2004, Leader McConnell. I cannot think of any reason why anyone on either side of the aisle would oppose the protection of the franchise of all Americans. 2006, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 1965 represents one of this country's greatest steps forward. Obviously, I rise today in support of its reauthorization. Again, 2006, he wrote in his memoir that he was overwhelmed to witness such a moment in history when the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. So I use those examples to remind people that this should not be a partisan issue, protecting people's fundamental voting rights, that people should be protecting them and standing up for Americans of all political stripes. That is what we are working to do. And what we're talking about here is fighting against the big lie that was perpetuated after January 6th, around January 6th, I should say, by far too many Republicans in Congress. And it has resulted in states across the country putting in place more laws that are making it more difficult to people to exercise their rights. We don't think that is right. We don't think that is a political issue. It is a fundamental right in this country, and it should be.
One more, just on Build Back Better, because I have to ask about that at the press briefing. Look, I understand you guys can walk and chew gum at the same time, but in talking to Democrats in both chambers, some over here as well, there's just not a lot of sense that the conversations you guys have said are ongoing right now are going at a pretty significant clip or are substantive at this point. So where are you guys, and what are the next steps here?
Well, our conversations are continuing behind the scenes at a staff level. And I can assure you that, and assure the American people, that the president is going to continue to press to get Build Back Better done, to ensure that we are lowering costs for Americans across the country. Most importantly, to ensure we are lowering costs for Americans across the country on child care, on elder care, on health care, addressing the climate crisis. We know that we need 50 votes in order to get that legislation done, and we need to figure out what that looks like to get that legislation done. But those conversations are happening behind the scenes. And the president remains absolutely committed to lowering costs for the American people. Go ahead, Kelly.
On voting rights, when you do hear the criticism from some advocates about don't come without the plan, or others who say the president has not been personally enough involved, as he heads to this, does he feel he has the political influence to be the tipping point this week?
Well, Kelly, it's a hard question to answer, because really what we're talking about is whether we can get enough votes in Congress to get this done. And that's why I think it's important to note that the president will talk about this as a fundamental right for all Americans, something that there has been a history of supporting from both sides of the aisle, something that the public should expect and demand from their elected officials to support. I think we would dispute the notion that the president hasn't been active or vocal. He's given a range of speeches. He's advocated for voting rights to pass. He said it is a fundamental priority for his presidency, and he has agreed with his vice president that she would lead this effort. We understand the frustration by many advocates that this is not passed into law yet. He would love to have signed this into law himself, but tomorrow is an opportunity to speak about what the path forward looks like, to advocate for this moving forward in the Senate.
Can you speak to the role of the vice president tomorrow and what she will be talking about and how that relates to the president's message?
Absolutely. The vice president, of course, has an important role to play here as the person who is leading this effort and will continue to lead this effort from the administration. She has worked to date to help build a groundswell of support, something that many grassroots advocates have been working on for many years now, but she has met with a number of these advocates. She has engaged, and she's going to continue to speak about voting rights across the country. In terms of the preview of her remarks, we're not quite there yet. Maybe we'll have some more to say about hers and the president's later this evening. We'll see.
And as the president has heard feedback from Geneva on the state of the negotiations or conversations there, is he giving any sort of incremental instructions to Wendy Sherman and the team about things he would like introduced into the talks, or is he leaving that to be an on-the-ground sort of discussion for those who are in the room and handling it physically there?
Well, he is in regular touch with members of his national security team, and they are in touch with team members on the ground. So I would say we are looking again at this week as a set of conversations, and we will see and be able to assess where things stand better at the end of that. I will note a couple of things that as you're looking at this. we are preparing ourselves for the possibility and likelihood, no one should be surprised, I should say, if Russia spreads disinformation about commitments that have not been made, or if it goes even further and instigates something as a pretext for further destabilizing activity. And so we would continue to urge everyone not to fall for any attempts to push disinformation out there. But for the president, the most important thing to convey, and that he's conveying to his team, is that no talks about Europe without Europe, no talks about Ukraine without Ukraine. We had these discussions with the Russians today. There are important conversations that will be happening on the 12th in Brussels and the 13th in Vienna. And this is just one part of a three-set series of discussions happening this week. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Peter, I'll come back to you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you for the latest on the Chicago schools closure dispute? The governor announced over the weekend the availability of tests. He previously sought the administration's help in procuring tests. Can you say whether the $350,000 they procured involved federal involvement at all, and whether those talks are ongoing? And broadly, do you have any message to both the Chicago Teachers Union and the mayor of Chicago on what you hope to see there in the coming days? This, of course, is the fourth day in a row without any school learning.
I would say first that we are in regular touch with the governor and his team and the mayor as well, so we can continue to convey, have those conversations behind the scenes. We have been very clear, publicly and privately, that we want to see schools open, that the president fought for additional assistance in the American Rescue Plan, $130 billion, including $5 billion that went to Illinois, $10 billion that went to testing across the country, to ensure we were prepared and had resources needed to address whatever may come up in the pandemic. But we are having these conversations. We are in regular touch with them, both the mayor and the governor, and we'll continue to see how we can assist from here.
Given the mayor is a prominent member of the president's party, has he spoken to her directly? I mean, does he feel the need to intervene here? It seems like a sort of an exceptional case in Chicago when so many other cities are reopening that it's bucking a trend in some ways.
Well, I'm not going to obviously speak for the mayor, but I think the mayor has also conveyed what her view is here as well. The president's view is that schools should be open across the country, and more than 95% are across the country. That the mental health impact on kids of not having schools open is very harsh and hard, and he does not want to see schools closed across the country. So that there's no secret about that. That continues to be what he states. That's why he fought for funding, and we will continue to be in touch with local leaders in Chicago to work to get their schools open.
Jake Sullivan had a statement over the weekend with regards to Iran and sanctions that alluded to threats against American officials. Should we interpret from that the U.S.'s intelligence that there have been threats in particular against Trump officials who are involved in the Soleimani strike?
Well, I'm not going to get into intelligence here from the podium, but we've certainly seen concerning public rhetoric from Iranian officials about individuals from previous administrations, even before sanctions from this weekend. And that's unacceptable. As the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, said in his statement over the weekend that you just referenced, as Americans, we have our disagreements on politics, on Iran policy, and other issues, of course, but we are united in our resolve against threats and provocations. We're united in the defense of our people, and we're going to protect and defend our own people, but I'm not going to get into more specifics. Obviously, they announced the sanctioning of more than 50 individuals and have made public comments in addition that are certainly available to anyone.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go on, you're fine.
Speaker Pelosi opened the door to maybe some sort of virus aid measure coming through. Do you have any new update on whether the White House is involved in any talks towards that? For instance, restaurants, of course, has had some traction in the Senate about a potential top-up of that fund.
Well, we certainly agree with Speaker Pelosi on a lot of things, but on the fact that, on what she said this weekend, which is that we're not going to let a lack of resources get in the way of fighting the pandemic. We have been in constant conversation with leaders and with the Hill and members about what may be needed, whether that's more to address COVID or small businesses and help keep them afloat. I don't have anything specific at this point in time, but we're going to continue to assess what the needs are and stay in close touch with them about that. Go ahead.
So you've been listening in to Press Secretary Jen Psaki right there addressing these COVID-19 surges, what schools are going to be looking like specifically out in Chicago as well. And we're going to get back into that after this commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And we're back here live now from Fox by the time right now as we take you into all of these top stories across the country. We do have the White House briefing right now. We'll get into that as we speak.
I was home all last week, isolating.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I was isolating with COVID after a positive test, like a lot of people watching, and a lot of time in front of the TV. I heard the president say...
Did you watch Fox the whole time, or other things?
I have exhausted the full catalog of Guy Fieri content.
Oh, okay.
And obviously a lot of Fox. But I heard the president say, Google COVID test near me. So somebody isolating with COVID, I did that, and the appointments everywhere were completely jammed. So why is it that you guys were so unprepared for the need for testing after the holidays?
Well, Peter, I'm happy to see you back and well. I would second say that there has been a massive surge in cases, as you know, and we're a part of, in D.C. and New York. And there's been an unprecedented, and other parts of the country as well, there's been an unprecedented demand for tests. So what we have done over the course of the last few weeks, even before that, is the president quadrupled our testing capacity since the summer. We opened 20,000 sites across the country, and we have also opened additional federal sites, including one in D.C. only recently. He's also provided, we've also in the process of sending 50 million tests out to community health centers and rural health centers, and now we're in the process of finalizing contracts for 500 million tests. But what can I make one more point, and then you can go next? I would just note where we have come from. If you look to a year ago, there were no tests, or maybe one, depending on the timeline, that was available on the market. Now we have 9. If you look to about a year ago, there was about 900,000 or maybe slightly higher tests that were being issued every day. Now we're about 10 or 11 million. 300 million tests are done in this country every month. So there's enormous progress being made, but we needed to make sure the market was growing. That's what we've been working on, and increase our access to supply, and that's what we've been doing.
The tests you're talking about, though, require people to go somewhere and either make an appointment or wait in line. The CDC's guidance is if you think you have COVID, you're supposed to stay home. You guys said you were going to mail free tests to people that need them. The president's there on television talking about a winter of severe illness and death. While he's saying that publicly, why weren't you guys doing more to prepare for the winter?
Well, Peter, everyone decides where they're going to go get a test, and we make a range of options available. You can also purchase tests online. Later today, we'll have more details on how 150 million Americans who have health insurance can get reimbursed for tests. So we'll have more details on that later. The 500 million tests I noted, and I give you a little bit of an update on the timeline. We'll have more on the website later this week. So our steps and our process from the beginning has been expanding access to free tests to make it easy and more accessible for Americans, and we're continuing to build on what we've done to date.
But the president talked about a winter of severe illness and death. At the rate you guys are going, these tests are not going to be available until spring. So will you admit that these free tests you guys promised are not going to be ready until after the Omicron surge?
I think I gave an update earlier that we'll start to have tests out the door in the coming weeks very soon.
Okay.
And again, that's not the only place people can get tests. There are a range of ways people can get tests online. Again, you'll know more about how you can be reimbursed for those tests from here. Go to different sites. There are federal sites opening up all around the country.
And we understand that you guys plan to rely on the Postal Service to send out these free tests whenever they're ready. But the Postal Service says they're going to have a staffing shortage because of your vaccine mandate. So would you pull back on the vaccine mandate if it meant getting people these free tests sooner?
The Postal Service also delivered 99% of packages on time in advance of Christmas. And their leaders have also said they're eager to take on this challenge. So we welcome that, and we're looking forward to working with them to get these tests out to the public.
And I understand that the science says that vaccines prevent death. But I'm triple vaxxed, still got COVID. You're triple vaxxed, still got COVID. Why is the president still referring to this as a pandemic of the unvaccinated?
Well, I think, Peter, there's a significant difference between, and you just experienced this, and not to expose your public health experience, but I can speak to mine as well. I had been been triple vaxxed. I had minor symptoms. There is a huge difference between that and being unvaccinated. You are 17 times more likely to go to the hospital if you're not vaccinated, 20 times more likely to die. And those are significant, serious statistics. So yes, the impact for people who are unvaccinated is far more dire than those who are vaccinated.
So that was Fox's Peter Ducey asking a couple questions of the press secretary, Jen Psaki, right there. I want to take you out to some breaking news we reported earlier, but we just want to hit it again. Robert Durst, the real estate heir and convicted killer, died in prison today. According to his attorney, he was 78 years old. In a statement from Durst's attorney, Chip Lewis, Durst died of natural causes, quote, related litany of medical issues we had repeatedly reported to the court over the last couple of years, end quote. On September 17th, Durst was found guilty of killing his friend Susan Berman in her home back in 2000. He was sentenced in October to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Just days after his sentencing, it was reported that Durst was on a ventilator after testing positive for COVID-19. He was then transferred from the Los Angeles jail system to the California healthcare facility in Stockton, according to his attorneys. He had suffered various other medical issues before COVID-19 as well. Durst was also suspected in 2 other killings. In October, Durst was charged with second-degree murder in the 1982 death of his wife, Kathy Durst. Durst was also acquitted of killing a neighbor in Texas in 2003 after testifying he shot the man in self-defense during a struggle for a handgun. So again, it being reported today, Robert Durst dead at the age of 78. We're going to go out to another commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost 1 o'clock here in Phoenix, almost 3 o'clock out on the East Coast. We've been taking you out to all of the live events across the country, including the White House press briefing. We're going to go back into some of the remarks from Press Secretary Jen Psaki. As we know, Fox's Peter Ducey asking the hard questions about testing and the distribution. As we know, the Biden administration was saying they were going to distribute 500 million tests to Americans just through an online portal. Still, none of the Americans, no one able to get their hands on any of those tests. But Press Secretary Jen Psaki saying that you will be reimbursed if you do purchase tests in the future here. So here's the latest from the White House.
Working on his speech. You'll have to tune in tomorrow and see what he has to say.
Has he had any specific conversations with senators about this legislation, about rules change in the past couple of weeks?
We're in regular touch at a range of levels with senators. I'm not going to detail those further.
And then last question, any response to a recent statement from Senator Sinema's office indicating she would not be in favor of changing the rules in dealing with these two pieces of legislation?
Look, I think that everyone is going to have to take a hard look at where they want to be at this moment in history as we're looking at efforts across the country to prevent people from being able to exercise their fundamental rights. Go ahead.
Jen, in previewing the president's speech earlier today, you said that he will forcefully advocate for the voting rights. Last week's speech on January 6th, the president's speech then was viewed as pointed and forceful. In terms of the tone of tomorrow's speech, should we expect something along those lines?
Well, I would say that the president will certainly be clear about what is at stake here and how important it is to protect people's fundamental rights across the country. He felt that speaking to this warranted a moment where he was going to give a full speech on it. That's exactly why he's going to Georgia, a place with enormous history on civil rights issue, unfortunately enormous recent history on efforts to suppress the vote. So that is why he's going there. But January 6th, it's all connected in his view. Was certainly a day where he needed to speak very clearly about the role of his predecessor.
And just one on COVID, could you expand just a little bit about on what the president said last Friday when he was asked about controlling COVID? When he mentioned the new normal, was he moving away from his campaign pledge of shutting down the virus or changing the messaging at all about COVID-19?
What he's referring to is the fact that we have now, we're in a different place than we were a year ago. More than 200 million Americans are vaccinated. More than 71% are fully vaccinated. More than 80% or a little higher than that have had a first dose. We have a range of tools at our disposal, including antivirals and other treatments. So we're going to continue to expand that, but we are in a different place than we were a year ago. Go ahead.
Does the president feel that forceful speech that he gave last week, does that raise the bar for getting something done? I mean, he's been talking about this for months. He had a speech in July in Philadelphia. Nothing's happened. Has he basically raised expectations here?
About giving good speeches or about
voting reform?
I think he believes the stakes should be raised. He wouldn't be going to Georgia tomorrow, a place where there is enormous history of civil rights leaders, of his friend John Lewis advocating for fundamental rights, including voting rights, if he wasn't ready and prepared to elevate this issue and continue to fight for it.
The administration has said that schools have the resources to remain open, yet we're seeing closures, including Chicago. There's still a lot of teachers staying away, either due to illness or fears, other school personnel. So what is the White House prepared to do in the event of other school closures due to lack of personnel?
Well, I think it's important to note that more than 95% of schools across the country are open, and in part because of the resources that they were able to receive from the American Rescue Plan. It enabled them to hire more bus drivers, maybe hire more teachers, put in place additional mitigation measures. Many secured testing contracts to ensure that there could be regular testing at their schools. There are some parts of the country where all of those resources haven't been deployed yet. Of course, the Department of Education will continue to work with them, and our Department of Education has also taken steps far in advance of the last few weeks to work with states on anticipating and preparing for labor shortages. So we are in touch at every level. What our position continues to be is that schools need to be open. We are on the side of schools being open. We believe that there are the mitigation measures, the steps, and the resources to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. About those mitigation efforts, one way in which to reduce the spread of COVID is through the use of masks, and health officials have said that these cloth masks are virtually useless. You need to use, they say, a KN95, a K95 mask. And as I travel around the country, I see very few people oftentimes wearing these types of masks, a KN95 mask. And my question is there a federal effort to make certain that these types of masks are available in the inner city, in rural America, for people just getting on an airplane? Because this is a better type of mask, as Dr. Fauci has said, than a cloth mask.
Well, would just note that the CDC guidance continues to be a well-fit mask is the best mask to be wearing. They haven't changed that guidance as of now. In terms of how these resources, if we talk about schools and keeping schools open can be used, the purchase of masks certainly could be a part of that. It's up to school districts and local school districts to make those decisions. We also, of course, work with community health centers, rural health centers, local health leaders on what they feel their needs are and how resources from the American Rescue Plan and COVID packages in the past should be spent. But the guidance has not changed from the CDC, but we do listen to local health leaders on what their needs are and how the resources that have already been approved can be effectively deployed.
There's no money then that could be taken from the American Rescue Plan devoted towards this federal effort.
I don't think that's what I said. I think.
I'm asking you that
Sure.
question.
Well, $130 billion of the rescue plan was for schools. That can be used in a range of ways. And so some of that money has not even been spent yet. It is all in states, but I think there's an allowance for that. But I can certainly check if there's more specific measures. I just think it's important to note that the CDC has not changed their guidance on masks.
And then all those talks that took place in Geneva today between the U.S. and Russia, the last time that President Putin spoke about this impasse that exists was during his end-of-the-year press conference. And during that end-of-the-year press conference, President Putin said, the ball is in the U.S. court on this particular issue, which is different than what you said when I asked you that same question in early December. Do you disagree with that contention that the ball is in the U.S. court here?
Well, I think it's not just about me disagreeing. The facts disagree with that. Russia and President Putin has built up a troop presence of 100,000 troops on the border of Ukraine. They have used bellicose rhetoric. It is up to them to determine if they are going to de-escalate. If there is a diplomatic path forward, that is a path forward that remains open. But certainly, it's up to President Putin to make those choices. I just want to get to everyone, so let me try to jump around to everyone before I have to go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just two quick questions. I wondered, a group of congressional Democrats wrote to the White House urging the president to use executive power to essentially use the Defense Production Act to manufacture enough rapid tests so that Americans could each take one test per week. I wonder if the White House had any response to that, and if they think that is, an achievable goal, something that they would shoot for, or just any response to that letter.
Well, we've seen that letter. The good news is that we agree, and we're already doing most of what's in that letter. So we use the Defense Production Act to drive production of these tests, and we'll do so again when it can accelerate production and delivery of these tests. We used deployed $3 billion procurement of tests. We used $3 billion to procure tests, which became a major driver in increasing and expanding the market for tests. And the president's plan to procure and distribute 500 million tests to all Americans is in and of itself providing a major stimulus for global production of these tests. We agree. That's why we've already used the Defense Production Act. I know they referenced the hotline. There'll be more details on that this week. Our objective here is to expand access to free public testing, as is referenced there. We're already in the process of sending 50 million rapid antigen tests directly to federally qualified health centers. I know they referenced that, and to rural health clinics. And we're publishing guidance, as I noted. We'll have more details later today on that. So the good news is that we agree with a lot of what they're saying, and we have already taken steps to put in place a number of measures.
And just one other one. You mentioned, to follow up on the Chicago schools issue, you mentioned that the administration has been in touch with the mayor and the governor. Has anybody from the administration been in touch directly with the teachers union? And if not, why?
We are in touch regularly with the teachers union and have certainly been, but I don't have any more details. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple quick questions here. I know you don't want to weigh in on ongoing litigation before the Supreme Court, but not long ago in this room, the Surgeon General told us that COVID misinformation was a public health threat. I'm wondering if the White House is at all concerned, given Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor's remarks about the Omicron variant, that maybe the danger is being overhyped and your message is not getting out?
I think I just addressed this. Didn't I answer this question?
You answered it. Are you worried that there's misinformation that is being spread, so much so that even a sitting Supreme Court justice has an inaccurate picture of things?
Again, I'm just not going to weigh in on a specific legal argument made in the court.
And then I know you've been asked several times about about Chicago. You've said it here, you've said it before. The president clearly wants schools to be open. There's been money that's been allocated. Can we expect that the president will be more aggressive and use the bully pulpit to tell teachers unions in Chicago to get black in the classroom? I mean, this is the nation's third largest school district.
Well, again, I would note the president has been very clear, as we have been clear. We are on the side of schools being open. That is why he advocated for funding in the American Rescue Plan, and we will continue to convey that clearly because he believes the mental health impact on kids could be dire, and it is imperative that kids are in the classroom. More than 95% of schools across the country are doing exactly that, and we're hopeful that will continue to increase.
One more quickly. In December, you and I talked about the Afghan women who had been honored here at the State Department. Sources are telling us right now currently that some of these women are being told that before they can apply for refugee status, they need to leave the country. And if they do that, though, the odds are good that their bank account will be seized, and that process is a 2-year-long process. Are there any additional resources that are going to them currently? I know it's a challenging situation and it's in flux, but is there anything more you can tell us about trying to get those?
Let me check on more specific details. Obviously, the State Department is overseeing all of our programs, and we're continuing to work to get more people out, but I will see if there's more details on this, and I'll ask them specifically. Go ahead, and then way back.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about India-U.S. relationship. What is on president's agenda for this year when it comes to the world's two largest democracies, India and the U.S.?
Well, as you know, back in September, the president hosted President Modi at the White House, and their meeting was about launching a new chapter in the history of the U.S.-India relationship. At that time, the two leaders laid out their shared vision for the U.S.-India relationship, and will continue to work closely this year. You can expect our governments will be moving forward on a wide-ranging set of initiatives, from cooperating to fight the pandemic, scaling up action to address climate change, working bilaterally and through the Quad, expanding our cooperation in trade and investments, cyber, and in new and emerging technologies, and continuing to talk about, and as always, we are focused on strengthening the deep ties between our people and our shared democratic values that underpin the relationship. But obviously, we're going to continue to build from here.
Quickly on China's aggressive behavior on its border with India. Does this come into your talks with the Chinese? Is the U.S. sending any message to the Chinese on this?
Well, we continue to closely monitor the situation. We continue to support dialogue and peaceful resolution of these border disputes. We've been pretty clear how we view Beijing's behavior in the region around the world. We believe it can be destabilizing, and we're concerned by the PRC's attempt to intimidate its neighbors. We'll continue to stand with our partners on that. Last one. Go ahead.
Goldman Sachs is saying that there's going to be 4 rate hikes this year. The Federal Reserve indicated maybe 3. If they move a quarter of a point, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget says that 3 hikes would add an additional $175 billion a year to a debt payment alone. So does this change the thinking of the White House in terms of how much spending the president wants to do as the rate hikes start to come in?
Well, first, I always like to say monetary policy is the purview of the Federal Reserve, and we respect their independence. Interest rates have been, kind of as you touched on there, at historically low levels during the pandemic. We always knew that as the economy recovered and gained strength, interest rates would rise to more historically typical levels. The president is committed, as you talk about spending, to fiscal responsibility and ensuring that our long-term investments are fully paid for. That's why he has proposed a range of ways to pay for his Build Back Better agenda, and why it's fully paid for, and would still lower the cost for Americans on prescription drugs, childcare, and many other issues. But he is somebody who is mindful about being fiscally responsible and is focused on that as he looks to his agenda moving forward. Go ahead.
Climate change. So the president talks about the transition away from gas cars, recently announcing the mileage standards going up 40 miles per gallon over in the next 5 years. He's pushed for electric cars. The Beast gets an estimated 6 miles to the gallon. The president's been in office a year. Is there any plans to make his car electric?
I'm happy to check on that. I mean, part of what we've talked about is making sure that the fleet owned by the United States government, which is very large beyond the Beast is just one member, is that we work toward making sure we're leading with our focus on energy independence as well. But I am happy to check on his car, otherwise known as the Beast. Thank you, everyone, very much.
Yeah. You talked about the importance of students being back in the schools and the mental health issues, but this administration administration has made a really strong commitment to labor unions in general. So how can you disregard the concerns of teacher unions who say that classrooms aren't safe, or who are concerned that classrooms aren't safe?
I don't think, Andrea, that's an accurate characterization. We've prioritized teachers getting vaccinated first. The president fought for an enormous amount of funding to ensure that schools and classrooms and teachers could take steps that could put in place mitigation measures to make sure students, teachers, and members of school communities are safe. And I think what I'm echoing is what a number of people in the public health community have conveyed, that those measures can make sure that schools are safe, can ensure people attending school are safe. No parents want to send their kids to school in an unsafe environment either. But we are in a very different place than we were earlier this year, and it's important for people to be mindful of the mental health impact on kids, something that, of course, many parents across the country feel very strongly about. Thank you, everyone, so much.
Thank you.
So the press secretary from the White House right there. The main focus from today, COVID-19 from state to state, as well as school districts having to navigate this very bizarre time. Live look from the White House right there, 3 o'clock out on the East Coast. We'll have more COVID-19 stories for you coming up. This shot coming out of Houston, as we know that Harris County is actually heading into one of the higher stages. The county judge alerting the people in her district that COVID-19 is becoming a real problem, especially for the hospitals out there. We'll be taking that live for you, as well as inside of Capitol Hill right now. You can see lawmakers stepping up to the podium speaking about a series of different topics. We'll be hopping in and out of that, but big news coming up after the break. The 911 call has been released from inside of the hotel room. As we all know, Bob Saget dying at the age of 65 yesterday. He was found dead in a hotel room in Orlando, Florida. As we said, the Orange County Sheriff's Office releasing that 911 call that was made about an unresponsive man in the hotel room. Later, the man would be identified as Bob Saget, and he would later be pronounced deceased on the scene there. Coming up in 2 minutes, we'll play out that horrific call for you when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have some breaking news to bring to you about the actor Bob Saget and his death. We all know that he was found dead inside of an Orlando hotel room, dying at the age of 65. We're getting some new details, including that 911 call that was made by the hotel staff as they went into his hotel room and found Saget unresponsive. He was later declared dead inside of the room there. We're going to play out that call for you right now.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
Good afternoon. I'm calling from the...
What is the address?
The address is...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's going on there?
We have an unresponsive guest in a room. My officer is telling me that there's no pulse and the...
Okay, what room number?
He's in room...
Okay. Non-responsive, not breathing?
Yeah. Not responsive, not breathing, and no pulse.
Okay, stay on the line for medical. One moment.
Thank you.
Do you know how old?
Orange County Fire Rescue?
Yes, 20.
Okay. And caller, I have the phone numbers. The direct phone number.
So that was a redacted version of that 911 call. Detectives found no signs of foul play or drugs in this case. That's according to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The cause of death still has not been released, but as always here on Live Now from Fox, we remember the life and legacy of these people who have been passing away. 2022 just off to a horrific start not long ago. Betty White confirmed dead as well, and so many people knew Bob Saget, and he was a household name because of Full House, such an amazing show. Our very own Christy Larson here with Live Now, she's one of our hosts, spoke with TMZ about the life and legacy that Bob Saget left behind.
Well, Hollywood has lost a beloved comedian and actor, Bob Saget, on Sunday. We are joined with TMZ's executive producer, Michael Babcock. And this one, Michael, we were just saying, was such a surprise to everyone.
Yeah, Christy, thanks for having me. But look, Bob Saget was only 65 years old. And, he never really went away, but especially lately, he had been back in the public eye, very much so. He had launched a podcast and he was back doing these live comedy shows across the country. And actually, he was found deceased Sunday around 4 p.m. Eastern by a worker, by an employee at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Orlando. But the night before, Christy, Saturday night, Bob Saget was performing. He actually did a 2-hour set in Jacksonville at a comedy club, and obviously then went back to Orlando, where tragically was found dead less than 24 hours later. 18 hours later or so, he is found dead after, again, just performing. So you'd think friends, family, co-workers of his are shocked, are in disbelief, and fans are too. And I think in a lot of ways this guy was sort of like America's dad. A lot of us grew up watching Full House, and you held him in really high regard, and it's a shame that he's gone, and obviously gone way too soon.
Right. I know, like you said, too, a lot of people look to him as America's dad for his run on Full House, and they know that his passion also, though, is with comedy. And so it is a surprise to see him post thanking the audience, and then all of a sudden we come up with this tragic news.
Right. It's almost like he knew something, but it's still lots of answers. The thing I will say is, as far as the scene, police have told us that it did not appear like there was any sort of foul play here, or anything that, at least on the surface, pointed to a reason for his death. The cops told us no signs of drug use or drug paraphernalia in the room. Sometimes you find a dead body and there are some clues, but in this situation, doesn't look like anything was amiss. So now it's going to be up to the medical people, the medical examiner, to hopefully figure out exactly what happened here. Was there some medical condition that Bob Saget didn't know about? Hopefully those are answers that at least the family will at some point get.
And speaking of his family, it's not just his immediate family, but his television family. They've been reaching out ever since this news broke as well.
Yeah, everyone from, John Stamos to Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, essentially everybody from Full House and even America's Funniest Home Videos. He was a part of these really iconic shows, and he made these very strong bonds. And it was John Stamos who said a really touching statement. He said, "I'll never have another friend like Bob Saget." And I think you've heard multiple people say, similar things. And I think it goes to show just how good of a person this guy was, and how high, a high regard he was held by his friends. And again, it's a shame that he's gone. And it's, it comes not even a week after Betty White passed away. So two real legends, gone in a week, and it's sad.
Right. I know it just seems like the deaths came in threes, unfortunately. But this one, as we mentioned, just such a shock and surprise. So it really almost hits a little bit harder. Whereas, Betty White getting close to her 100th birthday, we all wish she could have made it to the 100 year, but obviously this is some shaking news here today.
Right. When somebody that's 99, almost 100 passes away, it's sad, but you understand. But at only 65 years old, he had so much left to do. And I know he had big plans for that time, but unfortunately, for some reason, it just was not meant to be.
So we're just waiting to hear if there's more clues that will be released by sheriffs, correct?
Yeah, I would expect in the way these things typically go that the medical examiner will do an autopsy and will hopefully find some cause of death that they will relay to the public. And obviously a story that we will continue to follow.
Yeah, and of course, we do appreciate you giving us some updates here as we all would just start to remember some of those iconic roles that he held hosting or also stand-up comedy. So once again, Michael Babcock joining us here with TMZ. Thanks so much for shining some light on who Bob Saget was.
Anytime. Thanks for having me, Christy.
And as Christy said, we are going to be following this investigation. The cause of death not released at this time, so we'll keep our eyes on that. If we hear anything, we will, of course, let you know. We're going to move back into some of the COVID-19 news, but first we have Senator Schumer, who is speaking on the floor. Let's just listen in real quick.
Many of them critically so. We pray for their recovery. Many are still in the ICU. It was the deadliest fire in New York City in the last 30 years, an unspeakable tragedy made 1,000 times worse because it happened within the confines of people's own homes, places that should be safe, should be secure, should be shielded from moments of terror like the ones we saw yesterday. I grieve for all the families, friends, and neighbors whose lives were suddenly cut short in the fire. Many were from immigrant families, people who came to our city to start climbing up the ladders of prosperity and a decent life for themselves and their children in this beautiful country, and now they're lost. I commend the brave firefighters who stepped up to beat back the fire, save lives, and keep the surrounding community safe. They did not think about their own safety. They just answered the call and did their jobs. That's what firefighters do. We respect them, we love them. And I'm profoundly grateful. I'm grateful for them and all the workers who are rebuilding from the damage, as well as the health workers tending to the injured. Last night, I joined with the governor, with Mayor Adams, and with other members of the city and local governments. It was a broad group because New York always pulls together in times of tragedy. And we had people from all parts of the city and all different backgrounds coming together to support those families impacted by the fire. At the federal level, we will do whatever we can: housing assistance, disaster assistance, and help for all immigrant families. Many of those affected by the fire came from Gambia and other West African countries on a program called diversity visas, which I was proud to author. I say to these immigrant families, do not hesitate to reach out to local and federal authorities. You will find nothing but a helping hand. When tragedy strikes our city, New Yorkers come together. We embrace one another. We help however we can. and we always find ways to come back stronger than before. That's been true throughout our city's history, and it shall remain true as we get through this latest awful tragedy. Now on defending democracy. Madam President, last week the nation observed the one-year anniversary of the greatest violent assault against our democracy since the time of the American Civil War. Though the Capitol attack of January 6, 2021 was confined to a single day, the attacks on our democracy have not ceased. The big lie, the terrible fantasy that our elections are rife with voter fraud and that Donald Trump won the 2020 election, lives on to this day and is spreading throughout our country, used to undermine our democracy. Donald Trump has such an infantile ego, he cannot accept that he lost, so he spreads the big lie. But just as bad, or almost as bad, are all those in politics, in the media, and elsewhere who know it is a lie, but continue to spread it, to the grave detriment of the fundamental roots of this country, its democracy. Tomorrow, President Biden will travel to Georgia and make the moral case to the nation that the time has come to act to defend democracy and protect voting rights, even if it means changing Senate rules to restore the Senate. Every single lover of democracy across America, especially those of us in this chamber, should take heart of the President's message and ask ourselves, what can we do to protect free and fair elections in this country? The Senate, I believe, stands ready to follow through on the President's call. Later this week, we will hold a vote yet again on legislation to protect our democracy and protect the sacred right to vote. Everyone in this chamber will have a chance to go on record. Will Republicans join Democrats in a bipartisan manner to move forward on defending democracy? Or will they once again mount a filibuster and offer their implicit endorsement of the big lie? I hope they join us, but to date, unfortunately, I have seen precious little suggesting they will do so. On the contrary, our Republican colleagues have gone to great lengths recently to distract from the dangers of Donald Trump's big lie. Senate Republicans are so stung by our arguments about voter fraud and the big lie that the Republican leader has actually tried to argue that it's actually Democrats pushing a big lie when we warn about voter suppression. The threats of voter suppression are not false, they are dangerous. The leader's line of argument, the Republican leader's line of argument is gaslighting, pure and simple. The Republican leader has pointedly repeated to the experience of the 2020 election as proof somehow that there exists no effort to suppress the vote. But he ignores that the problem today is not just about what happened during the 2020 election, it's about what's happened after and is happening today. If Leader McConnell doesn't want to get into specifics about the laws passed by Republican legislators across this country to limit the right to vote, then we Democrats will. Despite the fact that the 2020 election was free, fair, and accurate, in the year that followed, at least 19 states suddenly decided to rewrite the rules that govern the way people vote in their respective states. At least 33 new laws have passed across the country that will make it harder to vote, harder to register to vote, and worst of all, potentially empower partisans to arbitrate outcomes of future elections instead of nonpartisan election workers. And that may be just the beginning, because legislatures in various states are preparing new laws as they enter the 2022 sessions of their legislatures. I ask my Republican colleagues, take a look at what's happened in many of the Republican-led state legislatures. When Republicans in states like Texas reduce polling hours and polling locations, how does that not make it harder for people to vote? When Republicans in states like Florida, Kansas, Iowa, and Texas make it harder for people to even register to vote, how is that not suppressing their fundamental right to vote at all? What does that have to do with election security? When Republicans in states like Georgia, Indiana, and Florida cut back on the number and availability of locations where people can drop off their absentee ballots, How can Republicans say that voting hasn't been made harder? And when Republicans in states like Georgia make it a crime to give food and water to people waiting in line at the polls, how is that not making it harder for them to cast a ballot? Some of the examples are especially egregious. According to one recent report, Lincoln County in Georgia is looking to eliminate all but one polling location in the entire county before the next election. One location in a whole big county. That is disgusting. Some voters who live in the county would have to drive 23 miles just to drop off a ballot. This in no way makes voting more convenient. It makes it an enormous burden. Let's be abundantly clear. These new anti-voter laws are on the books today because their authors cited the big lie, cited the fictitious bugaboo of voter fraud, and are trying to succeed where the insurrection failed. It's a slow-motion insurrection, but a very, very pernicious one. We have yet to hear on substance any serious attempt from Senate Republicans defending these terrible new laws. They don't mention them. The truth is, our Republican colleagues cannot defend them because the goal of these laws is very clear. They are deliberately targeting all the ways that younger, poorer, and non-white Americans typically access the ballot. And by blocking this chamber from taking any action, Senate Republicans are implicitly offering their own endorsement of the big lie. Senate Democrats have been clear of our intentions from the start. The Senate must pass legislation that will safeguard our democracy, protect people's right to vote. It's why we have pushed the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act numerous times here on the floor, only for Republicans to filibuster them and prevent the chamber from having so much as a debate. By hijacking the rules of the Senate and preventing any movement, Republicans are saying they oppose policies that guarantee same-day voter registration, policies that safeguard against election subversion, policies that protect poll workers, and policies that prevent faulty and dangerous voter roll purges. By blocking action in the Senate, Republicans are saying they oppose efforts to fight the power of dark money and efforts to end partisan gerrymandering. Senate Republicans are saying they're perfectly fine with laws that limit voter registration, limit early voting, limit the number of polling places and drop boxes. They're even fine with policies that criminalize giving food and drink to voters at the polls. These laws are anathema to the very spirit of our democracy. They are Jim Crow too, and it is the Republican Party, by and large in this Senate, supporting the reenactment of those Jim Crow laws. And if Republicans refuse to join us in a bipartisan spirit, if they continue to hijack the rules of the Senate to turn this chamber into a deep freezer, we're going to consider the appropriate steps necessary to restore the Senate so we can pass these proposals and send them to the President's desk. On this month, the same month we mark the one-year anniversary of an armed insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, the question before the Senate is a simple one. How will we find a path forward on protecting our freedoms in the 21st century? Members of this body must now face a choice. They can follow in the footsteps of our patriotic predecessors in this chamber, or they can sit by as the fabric of our democracy unravels before their very eyes. I yield the floor.
So Senator Schumer speaking live on the Senate floor, specifically on voting rights. He also mentioned that deadly New York apartment fire, which we brought to you live here on LiveNOW from Fox just yesterday. And we know that the numbers have actually, unfortunately, gone up. 17 people dead in that apartment fire, including 9 adults and 8 children. We have the latest from Fox's Madeline Rivera down on the ground in New York.
As residents who survived Sunday's high-rise fire try to recover, New York City officials are preparing for an even higher death toll. Some who were taken to the hospital now fighting for their lives.
On a bitter cold morning, one day after tragedy struck, teams of cleaning crews arrived at the site of New York's worst residential fire in 3 decades.
Sad because this is like a family.
you know, and we lost a lot of lives, which it hurts very bad, especially children and even elders.
Mayor Eric Adams said at least 17 people lost their lives, including 8 children. Dozens of families lost their homes, but they are the lucky ones. France Shannon's parents are in their 70s and made it out alive.
I couldn't believe it in my own eyes. I was in shock. I can't even express it in words.
Look at all that smoke, though, yo.
So much smoke poured out of the 19-story building, the fire commissioner called it unprecedented. Residents had to break windows to try and escape. Investigators blame a faulty space heater, but said the building's furnace was working. 200 firefighters arrived at the chaotic scene, some within 3 minutes, making their way through thick smoke to save lives.
The smoke went out throughout the building into the stairwell and overcome a lot of the residents, and they could not get out of the building.
Some of them actually did not have any more air in their tanks, but continue to push through to rescue families.
Investigators are looking into why the smoke spread so quickly throughout the building, citing the lack of an automatically closing door. In New York, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
And a live now look from New York right there as we head into the 4 o'clock hour as we're tracking everything across the country here on the show. When we come back, we're going out live to Harris County as they are alerting, officials are alerting that COVID-19 has gone into what they're calling a red alert, the highest alert. So more to come on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We just took you out to the Senate floor hearing from Senator Schumer. He mostly spoke about that deadly apartment fire, but then also on election legislation as Congress is voting on several different possibilities of reform for these coming elections. Well, we like to stay unbiased and show you both sides of the argument. We have Senator McConnell, who is also speaking on the floor right now.
He said it would make the country into a banana republic, a doomsday for democracy, he said. Now he wants to trigger that doomsday himself. When I was a majority leader, some of my own party urged me to break the Senate for our own party's short-term gain. My answer was a simple word: no. Less than 4 years ago, the senior senator from Illinois said nuking the legislative filibuster, quote, would be the end of the Senate as it was originally devised and created, going back to our founding fathers. Now he wants the Senate to end on his watch. The last time Senate Democrats were in the minority, 32 of them signed a letter demanding the legislative filibuster stay in place. Now many of them say they want to break this institution. The excuses put forward for this behavior are entirely fake. The supposed justifications are simply false. The Senate Democratic leaders are trying to use a big lie to bully and berate their own members into breaking their word, breaking the rules, and breaking the Senate. We're going to spend all week sounding the alarm on the radical takeovers that some Democrats want to pull off. They want to silence millions of Americans and take over the Senate so they can take over elections, so they can take over America. Leading Democrats say they want to break the Senate because of a sinister anti-voting plot that is sweeping America. Of course, this is totally fake. It does not exist. The current control of Congress and the White House were decided in 2020 by the highest turnout in 120 years. 94% of voters said voting was easy. More Americans say current voting laws are too lax than say they are too restrictive. Confronted by the facts, the Democratic leader says they're, of course, irrelevant. He says the entire nuclear push is occasioned by what a few states did in 2021. This is utter nonsense. The senator from New York has been publicly laying groundwork to nuke the Senate rules since back in 2019, before the 2020 election. More than a year before the 2020 election, the Democratic leader was openly flirting with nuking the Senate rules if he got the power, so he'd be able to ram through bigger changes. Now, none of this was occasioned by what state legislatures did in 2021. This is actually a years-long quest for power in search of a pretext. And their hysterical attacks on state laws are fake as well. The state of Georgia passed a voting law providing for more in-person early voting than New York provides. It allows for no excuse absentee voting, which New York prohibits. If there was not a voting crisis in Democratic-run New York 6 months ago, there's no crisis in Georgia now. If Georgia is a banana republic today, then New York has been and still is a banana republic. There's zero logic here, zero consistency. In the state of Texas, Democrats are hysterical because the state rolled back some unusual COVID-specific exceptions to their prior procedures, such as universal drive-through voting and 24-hour voting. So if the bar for voting rights now requires the possibility of voting in person at 3 a.m., how many blue states in America meet that bar? Neither of these things existed in Texas before 2020, and neither widely exists in blue states. Every hysterical claim that our democracy is in crisis rings hollow. More Americans today say that President Biden's election was legitimate, now listen to this, than said the same thing about the prior president in late 2017. More Americans today say that President Biden's election was legitimate than said the same about the prior president in late 2017. Yet, Democrats are trying to use their fake hysteria to justify breaking Senate rules so they can seize control of elections in all 50 states. That's what they're up to. Historically, the Senate has taken up elections legislation on a careful, bipartisan basis. We've made sure not to trample on the rights of voters and the proper roles of local officials. In 2002, we passed the Help America Vote Act by a vote of 92 to 2. 92-2. Chris Dodd and I authored that bill. Interestingly enough, the only dissenting votes came from then Senator Hillary Clinton and current Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. 92-2. Well, that's how you pass election reform if there are actual issues that need tackling. You do it carefully, you do it thoughtfully. Bipartisan committee work, regular order. Our colleagues aren't doing anything like that. They're trying to ram through sweeping partisan legislation that they first drafted and introduced in its first iteration back in 2019. Democrats say they're concerned about efforts to disempower the appropriate local elections officials. Well, it's actually their bills that would disempower local officials by Washington Democrats appointing themselves the entire country's Board of Elections on steroids. Democrats say they're concerned about overturning election results. Well, it's their bills that would overturn election results, overruling the common sense voting laws that citizens across the country have picked for their own states. A case in point. The Democrats' latest bill would force the entire country to adopt two practices, same-day registration and no-excuse absentee voting, that the citizens of New York State had as ballot measures last November. New York, deep blue New York, rejected them both. So you got to ask yourself, why are Washington Democrats refusing to accept the decision of New York voters? Why are they trying to set aside these election results and overturn the people's will? Our Democratic colleagues have also talked about a so-called voting rights bill. This is a bill to turn the partisan Attorney General into a national elections czar. The Attorney General would no longer have to sue states and win in court. He could end up doing an end run around the legal system and push states around without having to persuade a judge first. So, I'm sure our Democratic colleagues would have reacted well if Republicans had tried to break Senate rules so that Bill Barr could micromanage elections in blue states. I'm sure that would have gone swimmingly on their side of the aisle. But ultimately, Madam President, the issue at stake this week run even deeper than this fake hysteria, even deeper than voting laws. Breaking the Senate itself and nuking the filibuster would cause a massive political power outage for many millions of American citizens, for entire states. So the filibuster is not just about what bills are blocked, it's also the sole feature that gives millions of Americans any voice at all in the legislation that does pass whenever there is one-party control. Annual appropriations, government funding bills, the NDAA, rescue packages like the CARES Act, all of could be done on a one-party basis, thereby eliminating the influence of every state in America represented by a member of the minority. For decades, both senators and citizens have been able to take for granted that everybody gets a voice, even when they don't have divided government. If this unique feature of the Senate is blown up, millions and millions of Americans' voices will cease to be heard in this chamber. A radical Senate takeover for a radical elections takeover, for a radical takeover of our nation's future. What the Democratic leader wants to do would not protect our democracy or our system of government. It would destroy a key feature of American government forever. And senators on both sides know it.
So some pretty emotional words right there from Senator McConnell, as Democrats and Republicans are quite split on these election laws moving forward. Democrats saying the laws that they have presented would help make it easier to vote. Republicans do not believe that. So President Biden expected to address voting laws coming up tomorrow, and we'll give you details when we learn about the time, the exact time of that. A live look from the White House right there. We're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we are going out to Houston, Harris County, to be specific. As we've been saying, the alert level is now a level red, which is the highest when it comes to COVID-19. So more on that coming up. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox from our Phoenix, Arizona studios. I'm Daytona Everett, almost 2 o'clock here in Phoenix, almost 4 o'clock out on the East Coast. Speaking of the East Coast, a beautiful shot from New York City right there. We've been tracking the latest in the investigation for that deadly apartment fire. The numbers, unfortunately, raising in that. New York City Mayor Eric Adams saying that 17 people have died in the apartment fire, including 9 adults and 8 children. We should be getting some updates from our teams down on the ground in the investigation that's underway. And then, of course, we've been listening into the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki addressing COVID-19 as so many states are having to navigate the surges going on. Here's a live look from inside of the Arizona legislature as the State of the State address should be coming up here in just about 10 minutes. We'll hear from Governor Doug Ducey, and we don't hear from him often, so should be good to hear from the governor about the state of the state in Arizona. Until then, though, let's go out to Harris County. As we know, the threat level has been raised to a red alert. That means it is the highest alert when it comes to COVID-19 cases. Feels like we're kind of back in 2020 again. The Judge Hidalgo out in Harris County saying that she is working hard to provide antigen tests, rapid antigen tests for the schools that are still in session at this time, still in person. So let's listen in to the latest update out in Texas.
Because of the Omicron variant, over the past month, we've seen the number of people testing positive for COVID-19 increase exponentially. In other words, we are in the midst of another COVID-19 tsunami. And this time it truly is a tsunami when it comes to those cases. It's like nothing we've seen before in this pandemic. We've all seen the results of this tsunami of cases firsthand. Teachers, students, parents with the virus. We've seen airlines canceling flights. We've seen businesses having to close earlier because their workers are sick, co-workers out of commission. We all have those stories of people we know. Mercilessly, up until now, this wave had spared us from the sharp increase in hospitalizations that we had seen in the other waves. And that is until now. Because of an increase in the number of folks being hospitalized for COVID-19, today I am raising the county's COVID-19 threat level to level 1, threat level red. It is the highest level. The 14-day average of COVID-positive ICU cases is now 18.1%. The positivity rate is 35%, and the cases continue to climb. This level signifies a severe and uncontrolled level of COVID-19 in our community. It's the third time we've elevated the COVID-19 threat level to red. The first time we went to red, it's because we were in many ways helpless. We didn't have vaccines. But now we're at red, unfortunately, because of a lack of action among those who are refusing to get vaccinated and are ending up in our hospitals. Hopefully, and truly, this could be the last time we go to red. We can make that happen. So I don't want it to all be bad news. So much has changed. As treatments continue to become more available, and they're becoming more available, as more people get vaccinated and boosted, we can make this the last time this happens. But for right now, for the sake of our hospitals and for the sake of our workforce, we have to sound the alarm once again. Not only are the hospital beds being consumed by COVID patients, but the workforce is having to miss work because so many of these health workers have the virus themselves. Even if they're not so sick as to be hospitalized, they have to be home. In a couple of hospitals, I've heard up to 10% of the staff is out with COVID. And so what does this mean for you? What does this mean for the community? The solution to keeping our hospital beds clear for non-COVID patients, for the car accidents, for the pregnant woman that needs to give birth, for the appendicitis case, the stroke, the heart attack, the solution to that is to get the vaccine and get the booster. Do that now so that you help people who may find themselves in need of a hospital bed. The solution to so many workers around our county, including hospital staff, getting ill and missing work, is to take common sense measures to contain the spread of the virus, even if you're vaccinated. Residents experiencing symptoms, COVID-like symptoms, should get tested and avoid contact with others, assuming they have COVID, until they confirm otherwise. Any gatherings should be held outdoors, ideally with masking, as much as is possible. Unvaccinated residents should avoid all gatherings and get vaccinated immediately. You can visit Ready Harris to find a place for a test or to get vaccinated. I want you guys to know Harris County is doing its part to help alleviate the impact from this latest wave. I know parents with students in school in particular are very stressed. Many have been frustrated by a lack of rapid testing availability. So last week we approved an effort with support from Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Garcia to deliver 110,000 tests to school districts across Harris County. We are also working with CETRAC, our regional advisory committee, to fill gaps, to provide tests. PCR tests continue to be widely available throughout the county, and they're the gold standard. But I know that it takes up to 48 hours or more to get the results back, so that sometimes that can be difficult. But we do have over 10 Harris County public health sites with these PCR tests. So in providing rapid antigen tests to schools, it's another source of information for parents. It helps kids who are contacts of cases be able to return quickly by getting a test quickly, a result quickly, after we know that they're asymptomatic and they've tested negative for the virus. It helps our teachers as well. It simply helps us return to life as usual more and more. Here in Spring ISD, the school district will be receiving 2,250 of the tests we're delivering, and I am so grateful for their participation in this effort. We are also here to announce a new testing site for Harris County. Thanks to the partnership with Spring ISD, starting tomorrow we are opening another testing site at Planet Ford Stadium. It'll be able to accommodate 300 PCR tests each day, and it'll be open for at least the next 2 weeks until a FEMA site opens up also in the same area that will have even more capacity, we hope. Registration for this Planet Ford Stadium will be available starting at 4 p.m. today at readyharris.org. And as I said, it's only one of over 10 Harris County Public Health sites throughout the county offering thousands of tests every day. I can't be in this beautiful library and not take a moment to thank our teachers, to thank our staff, to thank these incredible frontline workers that have had some of the toughest jobs throughout the pandemic. So I want to acknowledge them and remind everybody that anything we can do to alleviate the stress on these incredible frontline workers and alleviate the stress on our parents, on our families that are facing so many challenges as the kids return from winter break, that we should do this. And I want to thank Spring ISD again for their leadership since day one. They have been following the public health guidelines. They were some of the very first ones out there with masking, and that has shown in the results they've had, and really bringing the community together. As with the start of the virus, it's a community issue, and it's an issue that we solve together as community. And I hope that all of us can continue to work together to make it through. I'll repeat very briefly in Spanish. Le quería agradecer a la directora Womack de aquí de la primaria, Booker, también al jefe de policía, Ken Culbreth, y al comisionado Ellis. Me gustaría estar aquí para reportar mejores circunstancias, pero desafortunadamente.
So as she goes into Spanish right there again, the judge just saying that she plans to increase antigen testing, not only in schools, but also just for Harris County as a whole. If you're not familiar with Harris County, it's pretty much the Houston area. So she is covering the expansive part of Texas, the Houston area right there. But I did just pop into that watch box. The Arizona legislature, as the state of the state, should start at any time here. We'll be hearing from Governor Doug Ducey, giving an update not only on COVID-19, but also on what else is going on in the state job numbers. We know that the jobs report came out just this past week. Not looking great for the whole country. We'll see how things are going with the economy out in Arizona. So should be a big update from the governor out there. But we're going to listen back into the latest out of Texas. And like we said, we are still tracking all of the other top stories of the day. If you were tuning in, the 911 call was released from the hotel room that was made for the death of Bob Saget, the comedian who was pronounced dead just yesterday. The investigation underway into that as well. So here on Live Now, we are tracking all of these big stories. Stay with us.
De COVID-19, un nivel severo de transmisión de COVID-19. Es la tercera vez que hemos elevado nuestro sistema al nivel rojo. La primera vez que fuimos a rojo, en algún sentido, pues estábamos indefensos. No teníamos vacunas, no habían tratamientos. Hoy día es diferente. Está en nuestras manos el que esta sea la última vez que vamos al nivel rojo, porque ya hay vacunas. Tiene el virus hasta que sepa lo contrario. Vas poniendo las vacunas, haciendo.
County, and in some ways, I can't help but think that this pandemic plays a role in that as well. So, Judge, thank you for your leadership. And with that, I neglected to mention that Erica Brown, I hadn't seen her in person when she had the mask on. I've only seen her on Zoom. It's good to be with you, of course. And with that, I bring up Chief Ken Colbert.
Mr. Harris, thank you. Chief Ken Colbert, as also the representative of the district today, and as our leader of our emergency management team, I want to say first thank you, Judge Hidalgo, for your leadership, Commissioner Ellis, and our partnership we've had with Harris County since the beginning of the pandemic. It's also my pleasure today to take an opportunity to say that we will take these 2,000 kids, we will put them into our schools to try and support our families as best as possible. We're continuing to work through that process, and tomorrow, Judge mentioned that we have a site that's opening up with another partnership, extended partnership with Harris County at Planet Ford, so just another opportunity for us to support our campuses and our community. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've also partnered with another private vendor who we also have at 2 other sites. So we will continue those partnerships and do everything we can to continue to provide a service to our kids to keep them in school learning. In addition to these measures that we're putting in place, we're also asking that our staff and students continue to practice the processes that we have in place and the procedures of masking, of keeping the hygiene levels to the levels that we currently have them, and following all protocols. If you're sick, please stay home. And these tests give us another opportunity and another tool that if you feel ill or you were exposed in close contact, you have another tool to make sure that you're starting the process to go get a PCR test. And again, I want to thank Commissioner, also Harris County, thank you so much. You and I have been on several calls together, and your leadership has been paramount to this movement as well. And Judge Hidalgo, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take questions.
Jack, what's your view on the events coming up, obviously, with the marathon this weekend, MLK parade, and rodeo in a couple weeks?
Yeah, we're taking it as it goes. The situation right now is very, very volatile. We need to see where the cases will go. We need to see where the hospitalizations will go. As far as the marathon, I know that Dr. Peirce personally signed off on the marathon plans. He's the local health authority for the Houston Health Department, and so I had the Harris County Public Health Department consult with them and confirm that the Houston Health Department had signed off on it. What I'm told is that the marathon is implementing several measures for phased starts, keeping people out of indoor settings, not passing out food in the same way in indoor settings, etc. As far as the rodeo, it is something that it's hard for me to speak on right now, knowing that it is still well over a month away, the start of the rodeo. And so we'll see if by then the cases, and especially the hospitalizations, are trending down. I hope so, because if there's one thing that I hope we can celebrate as before, it's the rodeos where it all started. So that's another impetus for us to all do our part.
So as I go into the question and answer portion of this press conference, Harris County, Texas, again, raising the COVID threat to red, the highest level. Let's go out live to Arizona, though, as the state of the state should be beginning momentarily.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker Bowers, President Fan, leaders Rios and Bolding, Chief Justice Brutinel, members of the legislature and judiciary, everyone assembled here, the family, the friends, the special guests and dignitaries, all my fellow Arizonans. There is nowhere else I'd rather be right now than here in this chamber, on this floor, together, in person, smiling, shaking hands, and celebrating the strength and the future of the state of Arizona. Typically, in an even-numbered year, we've logged a lot of hours working together. But today, we have an unusually large number of fresh faces, and that makes it all the more exciting. Would all the new members of the House and Senate, those who have been sworn in since our last sine die, please rise. Just wanted to make sure you got a proper welcome. Without citizens like yourselves and your colleagues willing to participate and make the sacrifices that inevitably come along the way, the cornerstone of our great democracy, we the people, is merely words. You make it a reality. Thank you all for your service and civic participation. We've also got some not so fresh faces among us. Near the top of the list, me. I have the unique privilege of doing something today no Arizona governor has done in more than 3 decades, reporting on the state of our state for my 8th time. And so I begin by expressing my sincere and eternal gratitude to the people of Arizona for entrusting me with 2 terms in this incredible job, and to all of you for your partnership along the way. Thank you. And to my family for supporting me, and for all that you didn't sign up for. Most of all, tolerating state-of-the-state rehearsals around the kitchen table year after year, and especially to Angela for her continued advocacy for the most vulnerable children and citizens of our state. I love you all, and thank you. But for those who think it's going to be a quiet year on the 9th floor, you haven't been paying attention. As I enter the 4th and final quarter, I'm reminded of something my high school coach told me. Get in and get the job done. And as I stand here today, the job isn't done. The goodbyes will come later, much later. I've got 357 days, 21 hours, 44 minutes, and 18 seconds before the end of the game. And I intend to make the most of every moment and work hard all along the way for my employers, the citizens of this state. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of sounding repetitive, the state of our state is strong. And we are poised to do what everyone in public service strives for, to leave it stronger than we found it. Last session was one for the record books. Together, we made it the most successful since I've been down here. And I'm not just talking about cocktails to go. Liability reform for our small businesses, bipartisan wildfire solutions and funding to match, new revenue streams through a modernization of our tribal gaming compacts, new school choice options for kids and families, a record investment in roads, infrastructure, broadband, and affordable housing. Nearly 100% of citizens 65 and older with at least 1 shot of the vaccine, thanks to a national model for distribution brought to you by Dr. Kara Christ, Michael Bidwell, and the Arizona Cardinals. We led the way with universal licensing reform, and with the leadership of Dr. Regina Cobb, we passed another first in the nation Arizona policy that everyone is rushing to copy, telemedicine. And a list we are very proud to be at the top of, the largest tax cut in Arizona history with the passage of the lowest flat tax in the nation. And yet anyone who has ever worked with me will attest, I have a hard time stopping to celebrate victory. It was true at Cold Stone, and it's been true in the public square. So naturally, after we signed the budget, I told my staff, in 2022, we are going to top all of this. So we've been hard at work to make this a banner year. One thing was clear when we went back to review the tape on the last 7 years. As co-equal branches of government working in good faith with the legislature, we have set the bar very high. Arizona is better positioned than at any time in our 110-year history. And that makes our work and our priorities much different than when I stood before you the first time. You know the facts. Back then, the state budget was broken, in the red by $1 billion. I remember meeting just days after the 2014 election and reviewing options. In the easy column, budget gimmicks and tax increases. On the other side, budget cuts and tough decisions. In that election, I ran on having built a business, and I committed to shrink a government and grow an economy. And together, we have done just that. Today, a lot is different in Arizona. We have lived within our means. We have more citizens, our budget is balanced, our economy is roaring, and our government is smaller and more efficient than it's ever been. In fact, we believe so strongly in shrinking government that for the first time ever, we are demolishing unneeded state buildings, on track to reduce our footprint by nearly 750,000 square feet since we got here. We are sitting atop a surplus of several $billions, fueled not by tax increases, but by the opposite, historic economic growth. It turns out free market capitalism works. Supply-side economics might not be the sexiest thing for candidates to run on these days, but it sure looks good on a spreadsheet. Today, our state revenue is growing at a pace even faster than the so-called experts predicted. So this year, just like in the past, we are going to double down on what works. Rather than endless, needless programs that waste the people's money, we are going to be targeted and responsible. We will resist the cries from the spending lobby, and once again, we will allow the people to keep their hard-earned money. We will cut taxes. It's really not that complicated. It's just basic common sense. Government takes in more than it needs to pay the bills, and the taxpayer should get to keep his or her hard-earned dollars. Today, jobs are plentiful. Back in 2014, I remember getting grilled on the campaign trail about how all the jobs Arizona had were call centers and construction. My response? There's dignity in all work, and it was true. But for far too many employers and businesses, Arizona was, in fact, a flyover state on their way to Texas. We knew we could do better, if we could get those decision makers to stop here so we could make the pitch and show what a beautiful state we live in. Now, because of our combined work, we have an all-of-the-above approach on jobs. Not just call centers, but also car manufacturers, autonomous vehicles, tech startups, and world-class semiconductors. We said we wanted to be a jobs juggernaut, and in the process, we became a paycheck paradise. Plus, unlike California, Illinois, and New York, here you actually get to keep your paycheck. But still, there's no denying what's happening on a national level is straining families and seniors' checkbooks. Washington's spending spree, combined with mismanagement of COVID, has broken our supply chain and inflated the cost of everything. A staggering surge of 6.8%. Food, clothing, gas, prescription drugs. The largest increase in the cost of daily life in nearly 4 decades. A White House in denial it's even occurring. And a president hell-bent on printing and borrowing money while raising taxes. This is not a strategy that will help working people. It all makes our commitment of returning money to the people more important than ever. Washington, D.C. might have their eye on your paycheck, but at this Capitol, the only special interest on our mind is the taxpayer. We have made Arizona a top destination for jobs and companies. Low taxes, a strong, reliable energy grid with the largest nuclear power plant in the United States, and a great quality of life. They all go a long way. But as any business person knows, the hidden taxes of the regulatory state can be the real killer. And for small businesses, startups, and independent contractors, these regulations are a death sentence. We've taken a baseball bat to that bureaucracy with a moratorium on new regulations ever since 2015. I don't know about you, but I haven't heard any complaints. Maybe because we have saved taxpayers $169 million. Let's make these reforms permanent in law and ensure Arizona is always the land of economic freedom and opportunity for all. Arizona workers are the ones truly fueling our healthy and transformed economy. Our manufacturing sector is on fire. It's even outpaced construction, which is a tough hill to climb. If we weren't turning out so many electric cars, I'd say, let's pour on the gas. Instead, I'll put it this way. Let's invest in the worker, arming them with the skills they need for our growing semiconductor and advanced manufacturing industries. Whether your top issue is workforce or rural jobs, this is the way to do it. Our budget makes historic investments into community colleges to empower our people with a quality education and the skills of the future. Nevertheless, leave it to Washington, D.C. Politicians there are doing everything they can to stand in the way of freedom. Big government socialism is a failed and dangerous experiment, but it doesn't stop some from trying it time and time again, paying people not to work and disincentivizing initiative and self-determination. That's not the Arizona way. So we called DC's bluff and instead said thanks, but no thanks, to unnecessary unemployment benefits. There's no such thing as a free lunch or free money. Instead, we will focus on rewarding hard work. This approach has meant that people keep moving here. Less taxes means more taxpayers. During the pandemic, as other states grandstanded, Arizona protected lives, livelihoods, and individual liberty. People flocked here, and they've stayed. And who wouldn't love it? President Ronald Reagan once said that if the Pilgrims had landed on the West Coast, they wouldn't have bothered to discover the rest of the country. But today, there is an exodus from California, and the same is true of other states with similar flawed policies. The lack of opportunity, fueled by bad governing philosophies, are hurting real Americans and pushing them out to states like Arizona, where opportunity is abundant. Sure, some have groaned, but growth is a good problem to have. The alternative is to be a state in decline, misery, and decay. No state's path to success has ever been paved with closed for business signs. Our only request to our new citizens is don't forget why you came here in the first place. Freedom, opportunity, and good government matter. Make no mistake, we will keep Arizona, Arizona. Our way is tried and true. In the past, when Arizona has veered off course, it hasn't turned out well. And that brings us to another thing we found 7 years ago when we got here. The state had amassed billions of dollars in debt through the recession, fueled by out-of-control spending in the early 2000s and budget shell games. They even had to sell off this building. A couple of years ago, thanks to the leadership here, we got the deed back. And last year, we paid off billions more in debt, ratcheting it down to historically low levels. We took our rainy day fund to a record-breaking $1 billion. As a result, we have higher credit ratings than when we got here, and that means even more savings for the taxpayer. So, why stop now? I'll present a budget on Friday that keeps this stewardship going, paying off more debt and topping off our rainy day fund so that we don't just own this house, but we leave the people's house truly in order. We are blessed to be a magnet for America's veterans. They represent the best of our country, and as any hiring manager will tell you, veterans are among their most prized and productive employees. We celebrate our veterans and want more of them in the state of Arizona. Would all the veterans here today please rise so we can recognize your service to our nation? We continue to find ways to honor our veterans. In the state of Arizona today, thanks to the efforts of Representative Gail Griffin and Senator David Gowan, veterans pay no taxes on their military pension. Under the GI Bill, they also get to attend our in-state universities and community colleges free of charge. After all, they've already given so much. But how about their spouses? These dedicated husbands and wives have served and sacrificed as well. So this session, let's launch a program to waive their tuition too. K-12 education is one of the reasons so many of us ran for office in the first place. But as an outsider, it was striking to me when I got to this Capitol that our school discussions weren't about what kids actually learned. Bureaucrats were competing for who could spend more money. Fewer dollars were going to the classroom and instead lining the pockets of trial attorneys. But we pressed forward, positioning Arizona as the #1 school choice state in the nation. When COVID hit, that designation was a lifeline for families. Some school leaders did everything possible to keep kids in the classroom, but too often, politics and virtue signaling took center stage. In the process, more parents got involved, and thank God they did. Some voted with their feet, moving schools or school districts, and to totally different learning models, whether that's homeschooling or micro schools. But other families have seen their kids fall behind. There's been too much attention put on masks and not nearly enough placed on math. A focus on restrictions rather than reading and writing. And it's students of color and those in poverty who have been most impacted by the COVID-era posturing and politics of some school board bureaucrats. So come June, we're launching a summer camp with an emphasis on catching kids up in key areas: math, reading, and American civics. We will lead the way to eliminate learning loss. And in case you haven't checked Twitter lately, Arizona schools are open and they will remain open. And in Arizona schools, we will not divide people by race. Arizona schools should be instructing our kids in the golden rule to treat one another with respect and judge people as Martin Luther King Jr. taught, on the content of their character and not the color of their skin. This session will make it clear. Students should be taught to think critically, not taught critical race theory. Thank you. But let's not stop there. Parents deserve respect, and the occasional parent-teacher conference isn't enough. It's 2022. We've got the technology. Let's require all that a child is taught. All curriculum and academic materials be put online and available to search and review by every parent, grandparent, and interested citizen.
So you've been listening in to Governor Doug Ducey out of Arizona, now going into critical race theory and schools. He talked about COVID-19 and the jobs, the latest on the economy out in Arizona. Speaking of jobs, join us tomorrow. We're actually speaking with an Arizona CEO about a really interesting theory. We all know the Great Resignation is definitely in place right now. Well, a CEO out in Arizona is offering $5,000 bonuses for new hires to quit after 2 weeks. He is so confident in the way that he's running his company that he believes new hires won't want to quit after those 2 weeks, even with the incentive of $5,000 bonus. So we'll be speaking with that CEO tomorrow. Coming up after this commercial break, though, we're going to talk about job trends in the new year of 2022. Our very own Christy Larson spoke with an analyst about that. So a lot to get to. We'll see you back here in minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, 2:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 4:30 out on the East Coast. We're going to go into kind of an economic segment here. Live Now's Christy Larson speaking with a jobs analyst about the new job trends in 2022. We know that the Great Resignation is a thing right now. People are not working, but what is this new year going to bring for the job market? Here's that.
Job numbers continue to change month by month. Last month in December, seeing lower numbers than expected when it comes to adding new jobs. We're joined here with Dr. John Woods with the University of Phoenix Career Institute. And I want to just mention, Dr. Woods, a lot of things are being in the way of people getting those jobs, including Omicron. That's had a huge effect on the hiring that's been happening here in the last few months.
That's correct, Christy. We did see in the jobs report a smaller number of new jobs created in December than in any month in the previous 12 months. And I think expectations were quite a bit higher. And as you're right, stating, Omicron is probably a big part of what's going on.
So let's just talk about what we are seeing at this time. What are you guys seeing when it comes to people hiring and even people quitting their jobs and going on to something else?
Yeah, a lot has been made of the great resignation, as it's been called. A lot of people leaving their jobs, a lot of people under new pressures at home, dealing with sick family and sick friends. And another trend we're seeing is, as you and I both sit in our homes today, work from home. A lot of people are prioritizing their job search on the flexibility that they can have in their jobs, and they're looking for jobs that allow them to work from home. So that's a big trend.
Is that something then that you're telling employers who are looking to get more people hired to be a little bit more flexible on?
Yeah, we give that advice to employers, but we're also passing along some of the insights from what we call our Career Optimism Index, which is an annual survey we conduct. It measures the thoughts and the perceptions and the different concerns that people have right now about their careers. And despite some of the challenges people are having with their careers and the trends we've seen in the job report recently, nearly 3/4 of people are optimistic about their careers. And they look for a couple things for employers to help them: mentoring, guidance on career planning, ability to participate in upskilling opportunities. These are some of the things that we advise employers to extend to their employees to make them more satisfied, to make them feel more comfortable and more engaged.
So are we thinking that this trend of not enough jobs being added is going to continue on here in these next few months in 2022? What are our forecasts looking like?
Yeah, I try to leave the forecasting to the economists, but from what we're seeing, a lot of people are looking for that different next new job, and the economy is definitely changing. There are different kinds of jobs being created. Some of that is the result of automation we've seen increasing over the last few years, where different jobs are going away and new jobs are being created. What we're seeing is students coming to the university, working adults or looking to do some career changing, coming to the university looking for opportunities to retrain in some of the newer fields. And they can do that with short courses, professional development courses, degrees or certificates. There's a wide variety of things there.
So for those people who are looking to make the change, what's some advice for those folks that you have today? Because some might not be happy with some of the ways that their employees might be working with what we're going through at this time.
Yeah. The survey results really point us in the direction of advising a couple of things. One is if they can identify a mentor, somebody who can help them and give them advice. It can even be somebody who's in the job they themselves maybe aspire to have one day or think they might want one day, so they can learn more about that job. Secondly, keep a really open mind to some of the different upskilling opportunities. And these don't have to be long degrees. They can be very short courses that can help somebody be better prepared for a new and different job. So keep an open mind to the kinds of development, skill development opportunities that are out there, and that these can be pretty wide ranging.
Do you think the power lays within those people who are looking for jobs at this time, or is it in the employers who are maybe have some very good benefits added to their job descriptions?
I would say if you're looking for a job, one of the criteria you should look at is whether or not the prospective employer offers tuition reimbursement. I think the companies that are doing that are better able to upskill their employees and they're better able to attract and retain employees because of that benefit. So if you're shopping for a job, you might add to the flexibility or the ability to maybe work from home. You might add their perspective and their policies around upskilling and training and tuition reimbursement for those things.
Now, we've talked about people who may be leaving their jobs, looking for new ones, employers looking to hire, but what about people who are feeling pretty settled? They have kind of that good work-life balance. What about us as consumers, though? What are we going to be seeing as these trends continue to move forward?
Yeah, I think probably more so than ever, the perception that we have is that you always need to kind of have one eye on the job market, sort of an always-on approach to looking for that next job. Even if you're comfortable where you are, the world is changing very quickly, and automation is just one example of that. And so if you've kind of always got one eye on the job market, combine that with having somebody you trust who can be a good mentor, maybe a good kind of sounding board for you as you look to plan your career. We think you're better prepared if you do those things, even if you're comfortable and happy where you are today.
Anything you think that's important to add as we're kind of looking into this next year of 2022 when it comes to the hiring and people quitting? I know that's going to just be a trend we're going to keep on seeing here for a little bit more.
Yeah, people are looking for some of the psychosocial support elements that I think they're just sometimes feeling stressed or pressured and needing a good sounding board and sometimes needing to take advantage of some of the resources that companies offer to help them talk those things through. So there's been a real strain the last couple of years in terms of everybody dealing with not only economic situations, but health and family. And as you point out here, employment or unemployment, job uncertainty. And so having someone to talk to about those things that can kind of, be stressors and make you maybe not as effective in thinking about your career, your future, that would be really helpful as well, we think.
Yeah, and especially those employers do have to see them, add a lot of benefits that people aren't taking full advantage of. So it would be nice to go through some of those avenues before just leaving your job. Yeah,
our survey found that 7 in 10 people feel prepared and ready if they had to do a job search. So that was really a number that surprised us. Even those who are comfortable where they are feeling like if they had to look for a job, if they found themselves in a job search situation, that they'd be in good shape to do that.
Yeah, very odd to see that a lot of people ready to leave if that were to happen here at a snap of the fingers. So we do appreciate you giving us some insight on what's been going on, not only the last few months, but also looking ahead. Dr. John Woods joining us here on Live Now from Fox, again with the University of Phoenix Career Institute. We appreciate your insight today.
Thanks, Christy.
And a live look from the big board as the Dow is down amid the Great Resignation and amid COVID-19 cases surging across the country. We've taken you out to Texas today. We've taken you out to New Jersey, Chicago. Everyone has questions, most of them about schools and how they want to handle this. That's as Pfizer is aiming to have a COVID-19 vaccine that specifically targets Omicron and other variants circulating by March. So more on all of these stories after this commercial break. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studios right here. We're heading into the 3 o'clock hour in Phoenix, 5 o'clock out on the East Coast. We always appreciate all of you joining us, not only here in the United States, but around the globe as well, as things are constantly changing. New news is coming in, breaking news coming in, and we've got a lot lined up for you. Come this new hour, we'll be talking about comedian Bob Saget, as he was confirmed dead inside of an Orlando hotel just yesterday. More on his investigation into his death coming up there in the 3 o'clock hour. And then also that deadly New York apartment fire, now 17 being confirmed dead at this time, including 9 adults and 8 children. We'll have a live report, and we have a lot of questions as to what exactly caused that, because there's still a little bit of speculation. A live look from New York right there. And then also down on the Senate floor, we've heard from Senator McConnell, we've heard from Senator Schumer talking about the deadly fire there, and we'll be playing that out later on into the evening. But while we have it, we like to take live events when they come to us. Governor Doug Ducey out of Arizona giving his State of the State address. We don't hear from him often, so we're going to listen into what he has to say. He was just talking about critical race theory in Arizona schools and transparency from the districts.
I am calling on our United States senators to join this fight to secure our border. No member of Arizona's congressional delegation that actually cares about the safety of our communities should vote yes on any legislation until the president agrees to language that does the following: secures our border with a wall, a physical barrier, and virtual surveillance, increases resources to the local communities that have been devastated by these dangerous open border policies, and makes it clear that our border is not open to illegal immigration. Senator Kelly, Senator Sinema, check my website. We've even drafted the language for you. The takeaway: in Arizona, we will secure our border. We will protect public safety. We will not back down. We will fight this fight until Washington, D.C. finally acts. Rule of law and equal justice under the law have been bedrocks of our republic and guiding principles of our work together. A few years ago, when we learned of the massive backlog of untested rape kits, we worked in a bipartisan manner to clear that backlog and to make sure victims were prioritized. But as we've learned, government bureaucrats often find a way around the law. In this case, some counties are charging these women, these victims, up to $800 in processing charges and sending the bill to collections. It's shameful. So we will be cracking down on this government abuse, and with your help, tightening the law. One area where our work clearly isn't done is on water. We passed a monumental policy that we were told would never happen, the Drought Contingency Plan. And after that one, I determined in Arizona, if we can do this, we can do just about anything. Then last year, with Speaker Bauer's leadership, we put our money where our mouth is, $200 million. To invest in the water technology of the future. Now, with resources available in our budget, a relationship with Mexico that we've built and strengthened over the last 7 years, and the need clear, what better place to invest more? Instead of just talking about desalination, the technology that made Israel the world's water superpower? How about we pave the way to make it actually happen? So Speaker Bowers, President Fan, and I have been working, and we propose that we make a historic investment, $1 billion. Our goal, secure Arizona's water future for the next 100 years. Our state has grown and thrived because of the foresight of past leaders on this issue. Carl Hayden, Barry Goldwater, Bruce Babbitt, and John Kyle. The result? The Central Arizona Project, the Salt River Project, the Hoover Dam, the Roosevelt Dam. Now it's our turn, our moment to leave this state better than we found it. Let's rise to the occasion. More people means more infrastructure needs, not just on water, but roads and bridges. We've made record investments in road repairs and improvements. A few years ago, we got together and prioritized expansion of the I-17. Then, thanks to the leadership of Senator T.J. Shope and Governor Lewis of the Gila River Indian community, we paved the way for a wider I-10 to improve commerce and movement between Tucson and Phoenix. But that project is still scheduled several years out from now. And 94 visits as governor to southern Arizona will remind you how important this issue is. So let's finish the job. Our budget will invest more dollars to get the I-10 completion leapfrogged to the front of the priority list ahead of schedule, connecting our entire state north to south. As you see, as much progress as we've made, there's plenty left to do on so many fronts, and we'll have all year to grind it out together. A continued focus on the health of our citizens and support for our hospitals and dedicated healthcare workers. Investments in cybersecurity to protect the identity and data of our citizens. Improvement to our elections to bring confidence and security. Better broadband connectivity all across rural Arizona. More efforts to prevent wildfires. Maintaining Arizona's position as the #1 pro-Second Amendment state in the nation. Protecting life in every way possible. And all along the way, preparing for another Super Bowl, where our beautiful state will be center stage just a year from now. An ambitious agenda, to be sure, one that can cement our successes and the good reforms we've made, and further expand opportunity and optimism here in our state. No doubt, there will be challenges. In fact, some have said, we can't get much done this year. Divided chambers, an election. Why bother? I disagree. Let's aim high and think big. We're smarter today. And as I look around this chamber, I see the wisdom of our veteran lawmakers, side by side with the energy and fresh perspective of the newcomers. And that's a combo that is sure to produce results. So whether you're like me in the camp with my friends Rusty and Karen, we've only got a year left in these jobs, or you're just getting started, let's recommit today to giving our all, to getting the job done for the people who have hired us. Thank you, and God bless the great state of Arizona. Thank you. Thank you.
So the State of the State address with Governor Doug Ducey, his 8th State of the State and last, the highest in Arizona history, as Arizona will have a governor's race quite soon here. Candidates already getting ramped up to step into that position in a state that turned blue over the 2020 election. So should be an interesting one, and you know we'll have it live here on Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studios right here. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to go out into a quick break. When we come back, more of the top stories of the day, as well as a couple of pretty great live reports down on the ground. One coming from the Bronx in New York. The latest on that deadly apartment fire. 17 people dead. The investigation continues.